Hao's injuries were quite serious. There were a few gashes along his chest, and blood trickled downwards. He circulated the bone text to quickly stop the blood and seal the wounds. Even though the Supreme Being Bone had tentatively recovered, he still hadn't fully comprehended it. There were still profound mysteries that he hadn't fully grasped, and as a result, it was still difficult for him to control this terrifying divine law force. Only after a long time had passed did Hao exhale. Spiritual essence flowed about, gathering towards his body to repair his wounds. He never thought that even though he didn't suffer any injuries while fighting the great battle against the three sect's disciples and forcefully swept through everyone, he would actually bleed here and be wounded quite severely. Fairy Yuqian's strength exceeded their expectations. She didn't reveal all of her methods in the imperial capital, and she also left behind so many fallback plans here. That great formation could easily wipe out the experts of this world. If he had been even slightly careless, he might have died here in battle. Thinking back, Hao felt a slight chill. After sweeping through the experts of the three sects, he then suffered such a disaster. However, soon after, the corners of his lips curled up. There was joy as well as cold intent. The heaven-mending sect's holy fairy was captured by him. If this was announced to the world, it would definitely create a huge sensation. Regardless, this was definitely explosive news that would make all 8 regions tremble. Eyes from everywhere would be focused on this area, and a huge tempest was about to stir. Yuqian was called a fairy. This was an unimaginable type of glory. How many people in this world could be called this type of title and were deserving of such recognition? Her name was spread widely to all types of sections. In the eyes of the younger generation, she was holy and perfect. In the eyes of the older generation, her talents were extraordinary and rarely matched. Within the heaven-mending sect, it was hard to find a second person like her. Moreover, her own strength was great enough. In times when supreme experts are hidden, she is one of the 8 regions' most powerful individuals. This kind of heaven-warping talent of a fairy was captured. The storm that would be created as a result would most likely be even more astonishing than how Hao imagined. He rubbed his nose and stood up, temporarily casting this thought aside. He began to focus all of his energy on recovering, circulating all types of divine light and symbols. Every inch of his blood and flesh shone, absorbing the essence of the world and continuously circulating it through his flesh and wounds. The sky had already darkened. The light of stars scattered downwards, and the silver-white sheen of the stars descended. It was continuously absorbed through Hao's orifices, allowing his entire body to turn into a silver cocoon. He used all his strength to circulate and devour the heavenly essence from all directions. His injuries quickly recovered. The injury caused by something as heaven-defying as the Supreme Being Bone normally would not recover in a short period of time, but it was already showing signs of recovery. Silver radiance poured down like a waterfall, cleansing his body and refining his injuries. Finally, his body became full of life force again. During this process, Hao drank a bit of little devil wine and ate some spiritual medicines. His injuries finally recovered for the most part, recovering its exuberant blood essence and divine force. It had long become late into the night. Hao stopped this process because there was no need to continue. It wouldn't take long for the remaining injuries to heal. After all, his physique was extraordinary, and his flesh was incredibly powerful, so his self-recovery was great too. It would eliminate bad blood, reconstruct his flesh and bones, and perform other healing tasks. Hao walked alone through these scorched black ruins within the darkness of night. His eyes lit up. He carefully observed the shape of the mountains and rivers here, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. This fairy Yuqian truly was formidable, leaving behind something so terrifying and almost killing him. He really did escape from this disaster by the skin of his teeth. I should show a proper response for those that take action towards me. Even though Fairy Yuqian was captured, Heaven-Mending Sect still had other experts. There were hiding supreme experts and maybe individuals that were even more powerful. They might not appear right now, but after a short period of time, they might cross over regions and arrive. If he detained Fairy Yuqian, the Heaven-Mending Sect would definitely go crazy. They would search for their heavenly woman and become suspicious of every possibility. Yuchan's talents were astonishing, and she is even someone from the higher realms. Her sect would definitely act meticulously and search for her here. Little Pagoda, help me lay down a killing formation that can kill powerful experts. If her sect's supreme experts or even more powerful individuals come, then it will kill them all here. Xianxia said. The karma is too great. Prepare some more heavenly treasures. The little pagoda said in a calm and easygoing manner. Do you really have to take advantage of me even now? I'm just asking you to lay a formation. It's not like I'm telling you to take action. Xianxia scowled. Normally, I will not meddle with the affairs of mortals, the little pagoda replied. You? Xianxia knew that this fellow was extremely greedy. After thinking for a bit, he decided not to use it. Making a business deal with it would result in too much of a loss. He decided to immediately return to the imperial palace, because who knows if the divine treasury would have some divine formation. He could then lay it here and use it to kill all of the mysterious supreme experts that came. Big bro asked me, I can help too. Right at that time, the divine striking stone in his hair spoke, its voice carrying a luring tone. Even you want to extort me? Xianxia was so annoyed he began to laugh. Why did he end up encountering things that were all like this? They were all hung in his hair, shining brilliantly one after another, yet all of them were black and greedy. I don't dare. Big bro, you misunderstand. The divine striking stone seemed to be rather modest, called him big bro and seemed rather embarrassed. I only have a single condition, and that is that you place me by that jade seal. I will tell you a formation that will definitely be able to deal with those enemies. When Xianxia heard what was said, he felt that it wasn't too bad. Even if he placed it next to the precious imprint, this fellow shouldn't be able to do anything major. However, he still shot the divine striking stone a look of disdain and said, When I first saw you, you said you were some enlightened individual, but you were just a stupid stone. Are you becoming more and more spiritual now? People will always change, and stones will become more and more round. I am currently changing my way of life in a meaningful direction. It was clearly spewing nonsense. Xianxia didn't try to pry any further, because he knew that this fellow was definitely not simple. It might actually be some ancient divine striking stone that was extremely rich and famous that only hid within the 100 Shattering Mountains, only deciding to follow him into the world now. Soon after, the divine striking stone passed down a formation diagram. Xianxia took some time to carefully look it over, and he couldn't help but be shocked. This fellow's belly was truly impressive. This was definitely a terrifying killing formation. The more he studied it, the greater his eyelids jumped. This formation will probably even be able to defeat a great ancient figure, right? However, he noticed that the materials needed were too numerous as well, to the point where it even needed some divine materials. Digging a hole here to deal with the heaven-mending sex people seemed like a bit of a waste. You don't need to lay down the complete formation, just a portion is enough. The more people that come, the more we will suppress. The divine striking stone said in a rather complacent manner. Xianxia nodded. Extremely precious materials can't be used here because right now, the imperial palace needed them badly as well. It seemed like he had to open his pocket and await the 3 sex experts' counterattack. There is a problem. If an ordinary person tries to search here, I don't want the great formation to activate. I want it only to activate when a supreme expert or an even stronger cultivator comes. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste, Xianxia said. Big bro, you are truly fierce. When you kill, you aim for the big ones. I admire that greatly. The divine striking stone seemed rather excited when he heard what Xianxia said. He nodded and said, The formation I lay definitely won't be a problem, and it can even take one's intention into consideration. The more important the individual is from the heaven-mending sect, the more careful they would be here. When the great power erupts then, it would be even more violent. The little pagoda was disgusted when it heard this, and in a disgusted tone it said, Your mischievous stone can be considered quite a precious material. I feel like it would be a good choice for me to just devour it. Big bro, I accidentally made you my enemy. I'm not trying to rob you of your business. It is just this one time. The divine striking stone immediately began to frantically cry out, calling the little pagoda its big bro. Hao made his way through the skies. He was like a golden falling star as he flew brilliantly through the night sky. The various vicious birds and ferocious beasts in the mountain forest all trembled in fear, because this type of energy was too powerful. He didn't stay here long, because there was no way he would have so many materials for laying formations on him. Right now, the sky was still extremely dark, but it was starting to reach dawn. Early in the morning, when a streak of golden-red clouds appeared and scattered their radiance over stone country, Hao had appeared at the end of the horizon. He had rushed back. That night, the entire imperial capital's atmosphere was tense. The pressure was extremely heavy, making it hard for the men of all great powers to sleep that night. They all awaited news. The little stone was incomparably powerful, sweeping through the people of the three sects alone. It was such a glorious feat that it shocked the world. However, he killed his way out of the city on his own without returning this whole time. An entire night had passed, making the city's atmosphere sink deeper and deeper. That's the new emperor. On the city gate, a general with good eyes saw the little stone appear over the horizon and couldn't help but call out in alarm. After he released this cry, a wave of clamoring immediately sounded. Information spread in all directions, creating a huge commotion. The little stone had returned. The great powers in the city sighed deeply, feeling even more pressure. The others cheered, releasing heartfelt joy, causing the city to clamor with noise. The noise shook the skies. At the very least, the soldiers that earnestly protected the city were excited. They raised their spears, swords, and other weapons into the air and loudly shouted the two words human emperor. Many people came to welcome the new emperor into the city, especially the war king and others who were stirred up. The sun rose from the east, releasing dazzling red clouds that scattered down on Hao's body. As he walked over from the horizon, his entire body was surrounded by the multicolored light and covered in a layer of light golden radiance. He appeared especially divine and sacred. In the eyes of everyone within the city, this young human emperor's aura was extraordinary. While bathed in the red clouds of morning, he was like a golden deity that descended into the world. His appearance was incredibly heroic. Long live the emperor! When Hao entered the city, many people cried out loudly and kneeled down in respect. Waves of draconic energy rose and gathered towards Hao, surrounding him. A type of realization came to him. Was this the fruit of the human emperor position? The fate energy added to his body, and from this, he felt like when he entered the imperial capital, he became invincible and invulnerable. Emperor. The war king welcomed him in an excited manner. Yesterday's battle had left them incredibly shaken and gratified. He was just a youth, yet just by raising his hand, he covered the sky and defeated the three sects cultivators. How many people were comparable to him since the ancient times? Fairy Xianxia, a king carefully asked, because Hao left to pursue her. Right now, the new emperor returned alone while flourishing with vitality. This seemingly indicated something. Woo! Hao expressed his surprise. Right now, he still couldn't talk about it because the outside world was overly suspicious. He casually asked, "Were my arrangements carried out?" Yes, they were carried out. Those families' cultivators were all sealed within their mansions. We personally oversaw it, making sure that they couldn't escape, a noble replied. Part of the imperial palace's treasury was attacked and destroyed, but there are parts left behind. They were also sealed up. The war king walked up to give his report. Good. Hao nodded. He instructed every king-level noble to continue to remain on their guard. Then, he let the war king lead the way into the imperial palace treasury. In fact, Hao was quite excited. There might be extremely powerful precious techniques, as well as an entire country's worth of sect-guarding divine abilities and unrivaled magical artifacts. Help me fetch a few materials. Hao transmitted secretly, instructing the war king and listing what he needed. Not long after, he received a parcel. His figure became indistinct, hiding into the void. Before leaving, he told the War King that if others asked to just tell them that he entered the treasury. Then, he left like wind or lightning from Stone Capital, once again returning to the ruined earth several thousand li out before carefully laying the formation. If this doesn't bury the heaven-mending sect's supreme experts and others, then it would truly be letting me down. This really would be a waste of my time, Xianxia said to himself. Half a day later, he erased the traces that shouldn't be here. He left behind a few clues that pointed towards the truth. Then, he erupted into blazing light like that of the Golden Pong and returned to the imperial capital. Stone Tower was lofty and majestic. A new emperor had succeeded the throne. Draconic energy surged, and even those that weren't powerful cultivators could feel it. It was extremely shocking. Long live the human emperor! People shouted along the streets. The sound was extremely massive, and many commoners hollered in reply, creating an uproar. These people were precisely where the imperial draconic energy originated from. Troop after troop of soldiers walked through the streets. They continued to the martial law, because the nervous atmosphere in the city had not yet declined. The new emperor succeeded the throne and swept through the three sex cultivators. From here on out, there were still many things to take care of. The imperial palace building complex was entirely constructed from golden rocks. It flowed with a faint golden luster, and the entire structure was grand and holy, possessed a great majestic feeling. Xianxia returned. He walked into this imperial palace and experienced this atmosphere of great changes. The people within this ancient palace could even more distinctly feel the imperial power. Your Majesty! The War King came. His way of addressing Xianxia even made his old self feel a bit strange. Back then, he admired Xianxia's father Xianxiling quite a bit. He never thought that there would be a day in the future when Xianxiling's son would become the emperor. He was just a 15-year-old youth. In his eyes, he was still a child, yet he was already so powerful. It was simply a miracle. War King, there is no need to be so polite, Xianxia said. 7 or 8 years ago, he completely burned down the second ancestral ground. The Rain Clan's people in the western border were extremely passive, and it was the War King that went out to investigate. He directly killed Yu Meng, showing his clear loyalty towards Xianxia's bloodline. Later on, when Xianxia heard about these things, he felt rather grateful. I wonder if that fairy Yu Chan. The War King sent these words secretly towards Xianxia. He was rather curious about this matter, as well as extremely concerned. This woman was too unordinary. If she was really killed, then it would definitely raise the heaven-mending sect's fury. They would disregard all regulations and frantically retaliate. Xianxia smiled extremely brilliantly. After witnessing yesterday's slaughter, even though he was still young, he appeared dignified and powerful in the eyes of many. Now that he looked so gentle and bright, it left many people amazed. His lips carried a slight smile and he secretly transmitted back, saying, "She has decided to stay by my side as a maid." Ah! The War King appeared extremely majestic. This individual with black hair scattering down was already not young. But when his blood essence surged and his body became covered in a layer of divine light, he looked just like a sun. At this moment he was truly shocked. This type of news was truly a bit ridiculous, making even someone like him appear stupefied. However, he quickly recollected himself. He widened his large eyes. This information was a bit too terrifying. If it was ever released, the entire world would erupt with activity. The most sacred fairy of a sect as powerful as the heaven-mending sect became someone's maid? Were they trying to trigger an interregional war? Your Majesty, you are still young, and you will definitely find one that is exceptional. There is no need for you and her. The War King stopped his own words because he still didn't really know what to say or how to persuade Xianxia. After receiving these news, his thoughts became all over the place. He felt that this type of action would definitely make the heaven-mending sect go crazy. It would definitely lead to a great disaster. Xianxia laughed. He naturally knew what the War King was thinking, and he understood even more that the War King feared that he would engross himself in women. These were difficult things to abstain from. This maid is not bad. Shihao replied. When the War King heard this, he became even more nervous. Fairy Yuchan was an outstanding beauty, and this type of woman was exceptionally beautiful. Meanwhile, the new emperor was still young, and it wasn't good to be too fond of beauty. The War King had also experienced youth, so he naturally knew that this youth was outstanding and open-minded. However, fighting the entire world over the intoxication towards a woman was still a rather inappropriate choice as the emperor. I already killed so many cultivators from the three sects, so even if I returned Fairy Yuchan and tried to negotiate, it will be useless. As such, I might as well just keep her. So it's like that. The War King's face became wooden, and he felt a huge headache. He braced himself and said, "Your Majesty, if we forcefully restrain her here, that is fine. But please do not grant her the title of an imperial concubine and don't reveal her true body. Otherwise, not only the heaven-mending sect, but the other sect's younger generation individuals will all treat my Stone Country Emperor with hostility." Shihao was between laughter and tears. The War King truly treated him like a child, thinking that he would make a mistake while engrossed in beauty. He could only force a smile and shake his head, not knowing what was proper to say. I won't allow her to leave the imperial palace for now. War King, please feel at ease, Shihao casually said without using an overly dignified tone. Even though she is exceedingly beautiful, you must continue to pay attention to cultivation and not lose yourself. The War King said. The veins on Shihao's forehead jumped, but in the end, he nodded and said, "I understand." In reality, after the War King heard what he said, veins also began to jump on his forehead. This young human emperor was really going to make Fairy Yuchan his woman, wasn't he? This matter would be too great. It was one thing to offend the heaven-mending sect, but if news was released about this, then the young heroes of various sects in this world might cry in grief and attack out of anger. Under the accompaniment of the War King, Shihao took a quick tour of the imperial palace. His brows continuously furrowed, because even though the vast palaces didn't fall, theirs was still great damage. The palaces are unharmed, but quite a few of the great formations that were laid down here were destroyed. The War King sighed and spoke. There were undoubtedly ancient divine formations in the imperial palace, and their power should definitely be great and unrivaled, yet they were still broken. The damage to the formations in the central heavenly palace was even more severe. From what a stone guard said, in order for the Stone Emperor to protect himself, he used all defenses and power he had. He used the fate of the nation and ancient divine formations to protect himself, allowing him to ultimately survive. But now, where did the human emperor go? If he was still alive, why didn't he reveal himself? Shihao frowned. He might have entered the higher realms, an old guard said. He faintly recalled seeing a passageway open up that led into the void. Stone Emperor disappeared afterwards with his imperial bodyguards. I hope His Majesty is okay. I hope there is a day when he can rise in the higher realms and kill those creatures that believe themselves infallible, the War King said. Shihao saw most of the formations that were destroyed in the imperial palace. In his opinion, this was the greatest loss, because those were divine formations that were definitely enough to kill supreme experts and others. They had to be fixed no matter what and maybe even improved one step further. Only then could they await the three sects' retaliation and take them all on at once. However, when he thought about the endless materials required, Shihao felt a great pain. The imperial family's treasury shouldn't have been emptied from just this, right? A sweet scent wafted out and medicinal grass shone. They had unknowingly made their way into the garden, reaching the imperial palace's spiritual fields. The fragrance was rich and intoxicating. Why are there so few? Shihao stared at the magnificent imperial palace spiritual fields. This place was spacious, and it had special soil as well as spiritual springs to nurture it. It could definitely be considered a wonderful place to plant spiritual medicines. Unfortunately, the medicine field's plants were few and completely different from how he had imagined them to be. It could be said that what he looked forward to the most was seeing large amounts of spiritual medicines to refine his body and allow for a breakthrough. However, when he came here, he was only met with great disappointment. After the great calamity, The cultivators from the three sects invaded the palace and plucked many mature spiritual medicines, said an old guard. Not only that, but his words implied that there were princes, princesses, and kings that participated in this. Some of them plucked them and hoped to collude with the great sects outside this region to assist in their own body's foundations. Cultivators of the three sects, you are truly asking to be killed, Xianxia coldly said. This was just too overbearing. This was the imperial palace of a country, yet the spiritual medicine fields had been pillaged just like that. They truly looked down on stone country. Meanwhile, there were several princes, and other nobility that didn't hold themselves back either. The destruction they caused wasn't small, plundering during the chaos. Your Majesty, those noble clansmen were all forced to remain in the palace and have not been allowed to leave the imperial capital, said the War King. Good, this time. There are some who need to pay for their own actions, Xianxia coldly said. There were some nobles who committed high treason as well as some generals who relied on those outside this region. This time he had to take action mercilessly. He was going to start dealing with what had to be dealt with. This treasury. As soon as he entered the treasury, Xianxia once again trembled furious. The entire treasury was empty with not much materials remaining. A portion of it was used up by His Majesty. When the great calamity came, he used up an endless amount of materials to refine shocking heavenly formations to defend against the heavenly law. After the War King spoke, he sighed. He knew about these things. The other great portion were indeed seized by others. The participants include the imperial children, cultivators of the three sects, and others. The old guard added. Xianxia sighed with lament. If the treasury's materials were piled up, there was still some hope. However, compared to the great light and precious energy seen that he thought would appear before his eyes when he entered, it did not come close at all. How was he supposed to repair the ancient divine formations in the imperial palace now? Your Majesty, there is no need to be so anxious. This is the outer treasury. There is still an inner treasury that does not have less treasures than this place. An old guard said. When Xianxia heard what he said, his mind finally calmed by quite a bit. They walked forward. An enormous stone gate blocked in front of them that did not seem to move at all. One must possess the human emperor's imprint before they can open this treasury, the old guard said with a sigh. Xianxia's mind was moved. He gave the War King and the old guard a look. He felt that these two individuals were loyal, devoted, and extremely trustworthy. He didn't conceal anything, bringing out the sparkling and translucent magical imprint before pressing it towards the stone doors. The stone gates began to shine. Symbols flickered one after another, and eventually, tens of thousands of symbols covered this place densely. This was the first time he saw such a complex and terrifying formation, leaving Xianxia stupefied. Soon after, he became even more stunned. Golden auspicious light surged, and a multitude of precious light flew outwards. Multicolored mist filled this place. It was simply a divine treasury and too astonishing. This was even greater than the imperial palace's treasury that he had imagined previously. With just a brief glance, he already saw two types of divine materials. You have to understand that he had just walked into the treasury, and there were still other divine objects for him to discover. Not only were there all types of materials, there were also magical artifacts. Some of the imperial family's most important treasures were sealed here, and only today did they finally see the light of day again. These are for divine magical swords? Xianxia was astonished. He saw four simple and ancient-looking swords. After carefully inspecting them, he saw that the energy they released was astonishing. They were incomparably sharp. They were of different types and eras, but they were all swords. They were collected by an ancestor and stored here together. What a stunning treasury! Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with admiration. In the end, he said, if these four divine swords are placed by the imperial palace's four entrances and a corresponding level of formation is laid, how terrifying would the result be? When he made his way out from the inner treasury, Xianxia still felt a dizzy. Just now, he saw too many good things. On his back was a halberd that was rumored to possess a powerful background. This is a divine magical artifact that was made during the ancient years to imitate the Kuan Peng's Great Sky Desolation halberd. The War King and Old Guard's voices were still sounding by Shi Hao's ears. This great halberd was extremely simple and unadorned. Its entire body was dark and without luster, but when it was activated, golden energy rushed into the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. "Your Majesty," the War King's voice sounded from his side. Shi Hao finally calmed himself down and became clear-headed again. After seeing the inner treasury, he was just too stupefied by all the astonishing materials inside. "What is going on?" Shi Hao asked. "Your Majesty, I will now bring you to the Scripture House and Precious Techniques Hall to have a look," said the War King. When Shi Hao heard what was said, he immediately widened his eyes. His head was pounding fiercely. Comparatively speaking, this might be the place he actually looked forward to the most. The Imperial Palace was extremely large. If an ordinary person walked around, it would be quite easy to get lost because the regions were like small worlds in themselves. There were many spatial formations that were laid down that made the place far larger than what one would expect. Shi Hao had just entered a region with rather sparse vegetation. This place was so boundless that he couldn't see the other end. The earth before him was a scarlet-red color and there was grit everywhere. It was just like a desert. Fortunately, after walking a short distance, he reached his intended destination. There was an ancient temple here that flowed with multicolored light and brilliant luster. It was a holy and peaceful place. This was the imperial family's most important area, Law Temple. If it was divided into parts, there would be a scripture floor, precious technique hall, and others. However, the entire place was an ancient temple, one that was solemn and serene. As it flowed with golden color under sunlight, even though there was an aura that felt as if it had gone through great changes, it still gave off the imperial family's prestige. This ancient temple had lasted through too much. It had not fallen since the ancient times, and all of the imperial family's secret texts were stored here. This was the great Tao foundation of a country. When Shi Hao approached this place, his mind was greatly stirred up. He was even more excited than when he saw all types of divine materials just now within the inner treasury. This was what he looked forward to the most. This vast area was quiet. In front of the ancient temple was a single upright and strong old pine tree. Its bark was splitting apart, as if an old dragon was curling about this place. Apart from this, there wasn't even a soldier here. No one protected this place, making this place appear extremely peaceful and detached from the rest of the world. Before the Great Calamity came, there were Imperial Supreme Experts overseeing this place. They were already within the Imperial Palace, so they should be protected, but, alas, the War King said with a sigh, when the Great Calamity arrived, the Supreme Experts were all crushed and defeated. They disappeared from this world, so there were only a few bloody traces left here. Shi Hao was astonished. Before ascending the stairs of the Law Temple, he felt a type of Tao rhythm that was difficult to describe, leaving him somewhat distracted. The War King was astonished. The old guard beside him also opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed it again in fear of startling Shi Hao. This Law Temple was unordinary. After all those endless years, it was unknown how many human emperors studied within the temple. There was naturally a great Tao aura that did not disperse, and over time, this temple seemed to have almost developed intelligence. Over the years, there would be people who would come here to submerge themselves in a state of Tao comprehension. They wouldn't use the temple's resources or flip through the scriptures and instead only came because of this temple. However, those individuals were few. This was the first time Shi Hao came to this place, so he had no chance to look at the bone books here before. However, he directly came into contact with this Tao, resonating with this place and entering a state of Tao comprehension, so this was naturally quite shocking. A moment later, golden chains appeared around the temple's gates, submerging Shi Hao within. He stood at the center with golden chains blossoming all around him. They sent out streaks of golden multicolored light that revolved around his body. His body also released sparkling precious light, as well as a wave of sweet fragrance. This was the embodiment of his flesh becoming close to the Tao, harmonizing with the world and coexisting with the great Tao. Formidable. The youth's ability truly must be respected. The War King sighed lightly. It wasn't that he previously thought that the little stone's talent wasn't exceptional, but when he saw it for himself, he still couldn't help but be deeply moved. The old guard also nodded and said, "This type of talent would be rare even in the higher realms. I truly hope that there is a day when the new emperor can ascend early and suppress all of those opinionated individuals." An hour later, Hao awoke from his state with a clear mind. The things he comprehended in the Great Calamity were condensed, consolidated, and further advanced. At this moment, his flesh was even more spiritual. Not only was it sturdy, it also harmonized closely with the Tao, making it easier to engrave symbols on them and other things. From a certain perspective, this was even more important than advancing cultivation stages, because he was accumulating potential and expanding his body's boundless treasury. There would be a day sooner or later when his fleshly divine treasury would be opened, and he would soar into the heavens. From here onwards, Hao's cultivation would advance even more smoothly, because his body and mind would be clear, making it easier for them to assimilate with the Tao. Hao's eyes were clear and bright. He finally walked into the temple. There were no people guarding this place either. There was actually a pair of extremely powerful battle idols that were currently guarding this ancient temple. After walking into this temple, he felt a great and sacred aura. There was even a type of imperial might. This place was extremely solemn and dignified. However, Hao immediately wrinkled his brows. There were a few white jade tables within this palace hall, but the number of bone books was clearly fewer and some must have been taken by others. The War King also frowned, feeling somewhat angry and helpless. He explained how after the Great Calamity, a few princes, princesses, and imperial uncles barged into this place and brought away a portion of the ancient texts. Hao's eyebrows jumped. It was this group of people that colluded with the foreign regions again. In order to ascend to the throne, they actually plundered and looted in such a wanton manner, leaving him extremely unhappy. There was originally an image of a great golden-winged Peng rushing into the heavens. This was an extremely precious Tao diagram with the true profound mysteries of the golden Peng race. The old guard pointed towards a wall that was now empty. Hao's thoughts jumped. The great golden Peng race's precious technique, even if left behind by a descendant, was still priceless. If not for the fact that he already grasped the true Kuan Peng technique, he definitely would have been furious. There was a swan and eye sky trick diagram. With 10,000 streaks of lightning, it would rush into the 9 heavens and bombard the heavens. The old guard continued and pointed at another place that was now empty. This time, Hao no longer remained calm. He cultivated the lightning technique and was proficient in the swan knee's precious technique, but what he had was left behind by a descendant, and he truly wished to obtain a more perfect technique from the race. If this diagram hadn't been lost, he could have studied it side by side with what he already knew. "Do you know who seized this diagram?" Hao asked in a gloomy voice. "Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. The swan and eye sky trick diagram has been lost, but this old one is proficient on this precious technique and can offer it to you." The War King suddenly spoke up. "Oh!" Hao was astonished, and then he revealed a look of joy. Stone Clan's nobility all used to be given by the imperial family, but after many years passed, they could only be called king clans. They naturally grasped a few extremely important imperial precious techniques as well. The old guard smiled and said, "That is the truth. Your Majesty does not need to worry. My stone country has 2 types of country protecting divine abilities, and both precious techniques belong to archaic heavenly ranked vicious beasts, with one of them being the swan and eye technique. This implied that this swan and eye sky trick diagram only recorded a descendant's precious technique. There was still a pure-blooded divine ability, so he didn't have to worry too much. When the War King heard this, he shook his head and said, "Some others and I have searched this place, but we weren't able to find it. There is no need to worry. These 2 precious techniques won't be passed out, and only the human emperor can study them. They should be recorded in another place." The old guard knew some inside information. Of the 2 country guarding divine abilities, the first was a Bayan technique, and the other the swan and eye technique. A long time ago, there were 3 techniques and they were passed down by the guardian spirit, but during a period of chaos, one had been lost for good. I heard that the Bayan technique appears to be perfect, but it is still missing a portion. The truly perfect one is only the Swan and I precious technique. The War King frowned. There truly is this saying. The Bayan divine ability had lost some symbols during a great disorder that swayed the fate of the nation. It appears to be glorious and splendid, but it is not perfect. The old guard sighed and said. When Shurhao heard this, his heart was incomparably shaken. During the ancient years, Stone Country was truly at its pinnacle. There were originally 3 types of world-shaking precious abilities and they were all heavenly ranked. How breathtaking of a time was this! Unfortunately, one was completely lost, one was damaged, and only the Swan and I technique was left. He even had to search for it himself. However, he was still quite satisfied. He cultivated the lightning divine ability to begin with, so if he were to obtain the pure-blooded, heavenly-ranked vicious beast's inheritance, then that would be perfect. It would make up for what he was lacking. They continued to walk forward. There were quite a few bone books and cultivation resources recorded. Shurhao browsed through them along the way. Even though they couldn't be compared to the true primordial record, he was still able to obtain some inspiration. Unfortunately, a few jade bone pieces, silver secret canon, and other important bone books were missing, and were all taken away by others. It made this place appear somewhat lacking. There used to be a peacock diagram here where rainbow divine light splits apart the skies. It was extremely profound and mysterious. After hearing this explanation, Shurhao's face darkened, because the extremely precious techniques had all been seized away by others. There weren't many things left behind. The War King smiled and said, "No matter. If your Majesty wishes to cultivate these precious techniques, I can gather various kings to provide them. After all, they all came from the imperial family, so the great Nobelite's ancestors all cultivated these imperial great divine abilities." Would that be possible? Shurhao was stirred up and revealed a look of joy. That is not an issue. The War King nodded. Shurhao immediately relaxed a bit. The loss of bone books in the Law Temple was severe, but as long as he can regather a few important methods, then that would still be a joyous thing. Then, he listened to the old guard introduce various things along the way, learning about all types of profound divine abilities. A wave of passion burned within him. Regardless of whether they were lost, as long as they could be obtained again, then he would be able to benefit greatly. Shurhao found it hard to calm down. He never thought that inheriting the title of emperor would be so amazingly beneficial. Forget about the treasury, just the Law Temple alone, if its precious techniques had not been lost, would be enough for one to go mad. However, after thinking about it, he felt that this should be how it is. After all, this was the foundation of a country. Regardless of whether it was divine materials, magical artifacts, or divine abilities, it would naturally be world-shocking. Ordinary great sects would never be able to compare. The entire country's resources are all at my disposal. If I still can't use force to suppress this present age, then I don't deserve the title of Supreme Youth. Shurhao said to himself. He sat with his legs crossed on a praying mat. This was a quiet room within the Law Temple designed specifically for the human emperor's use during his stay while browsing ancient books or records. He wanted to test it out to see if he could enter the state of Tao comprehension again. The War King and Old Guard retreated. They stood guard in front of the Law Temple entrance. Where exactly is the Swan Knee's precious technique? Shurhao said quietly. Then he suddenly had an idea. He took out the human emperor imprint and carefully inspected it. He also tried to activate it. Wang! Suddenly, the entire stone room trembled. Purple clouds surged and lightning interweaved, filling this place with thunderous sounds. On that wall appeared an enormous swan and eye. Purple streaks ran through its golden exterior. It was ferocious, sinister, and utterly terrifying. It was as if it was going to pounce straight out of the stone walls. Swan and I precious technique. Shurhao was astonished and couldn't help but laugh out loudly. It truly had to do with the Emperor imprint, allowing him to obtain it just like that. The harvest this time was truly great. A heavenly ranked vicious beast's most powerful precious technique was in his hands. This was more important than anything else. Without a doubt, his fighting prowess would once again soar through the roof. Thunder and lightning were amongst the world's most terrifying powers. With the appearance of the Swan Knee's precious technique, How could even further overpower his enemies. Now is still not the time to study it. The problematic generals, nobles, and others need to be dealt with first. How said softly. He firmly engraved the Swan and I imprint within his memory. Wu, there is also a beautiful captive, said How. He brought out the bronze piece that shone with multicolored light within his palm. He began to open a golden passageway. Fairy Yuchan was taken prisoner inside, imprisoned within this small world the entire time. The bronze precious case was opened. Large amounts of symbols curled about. How entered the small world through the golden passageway. There was no vegetation inside, and the spiritual essence was thin. There was a stone table as well as 2 stone blocks. These were decorations. Fairy Yuchan wore snow-white clothes. Her fine black hair was bright and like satin. Her eyes flickered with intelligent light. As she sat on top of the stone block, her beautiful figure was fully revealed. She looked at the little pagoda on top of the stone table and was currently discussing something with it. I can give you 10 types of first-rate divine materials for you to devour. You have to understand that with the heaven-mending sex years of accumulation, any one of them would be extremely valuable treasures. Let me consider it, the little pagoda replied. It rocked about on the stone table, and in the end, it slowly said, it has to be 20 types of divine materials at the least, right? When How entered, he came just in time to see this scene. She was trying to make a deal? This made his gaze jump about. His expression became rather unkind when he looked at the little pagoda. This fellow was too much of a scoundrel. Little stone, you came. Someone is willing to pay 20 types of divine material to suppress you. The little pagoda revealed a calm and easygoing look. Seeing How's look of confusion, it absent-mindedly continued. The conditions are extremely favorable, and it's difficult to refuse such kindness. What do you say? Should I decline? Dang. How directly removed the divine striking stone from his hair and fiercely threw it out. It struck the little pagoda, and a crisp sound was immediately released. The little pagoda gently swayed. A strand of chaotic energy diffused, sending the divine striking stone flying into a corner of the little world. A heart-tearing, lung-splitting miserable scream sounded from afar. This time, the divine striking stone wasn't faking it. Pain truly covered his entire body, and only after a long time did it reawaken, shouting, "Both big bros, this matter does not involve me, youngster, but you have treated me with considerable disrespect." The little pagoda spoke. It was only an inch in height, and its entire body was sparkling and snow-white. It showed the self-importance of the aged, but it was truly powerful to a world-shaking degree. You ingrate, I gave you so many divine materials, yet you only did those few things for me. Now you want to threaten me. How grinded his teeth in anger. He knew that this fellow definitely knew that he obtained Stone Country's treasury. Right now, in order to squeeze more out of him, it was going to use Fairy Yuchan's offer to pressure him. Fairy Yuchan blinked her beautiful eyelashes. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite. Since being defeated, this was the first time her charming face revealed a look of amazement. She naturally saw that this white, jade-like little pagoda was extremely heavenly defying. It was clearly a magical artifact that was beyond imagination. She never expected How to be so easygoing with it. Ever since she entered this place, she had meticulously and patiently tried to win over this little pagoda and use it to kill How. Sigh. You are making this difficult for me. Even though we are close, she made a promise to open her heaven-mending sex treasury for me and allow me to pick at will. Look, if you were in my place, what would you do? The little pagoda said in an unhurried manner. Is that true? Hey girl, can you buy me too? If you give me all types of earth divine materials, I will throw caution to the wind and completely be yours. In the distance, The divine striking stone muttered. Kacha. Sure how released a streak of electricity, sending it flying. It began to scream miserably again, clashing into a corner of this little world. Fairy Yuchan had bright eyes and white teeth. She didn't say anything and seemed incredibly intelligent. She naturally knew that the stone was just purposely ridiculing her and not truly willing to defect. However, towards the little pagoda, she was still truly willing to carry out the deal. If possible, she wouldn't mind making a shocking promise as long as it took action. She didn't say anything and simply looked at the little pagoda, because what should be said had already been said. Now that Sure How came, she was a smart woman and didn't want to enrage him in front of his face. Youngster, do you see? The other party is going to give a pile of divine materials from the heaven-mending sect to me. Are you really not going to say anything? The little pagoda was discontent. When Sure How heard this, he sneered and said, So what? I will gift you the entire heaven-mending sect treasury to you. You aren't someone from the heaven-mending sect, so how would you do that? The little pagoda said. How? Sure How returned this word to it and then pointed at Fairy Yuchan. How would she do anything? As my captive, even the treasures on her right now are mine. The reasoning is justified. I do not do tabs and everything needs to be paid in advance. Young lady, right now, you don't have any divine materials, so you aren't of any use. The little pagoda said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. A single exception, and you can obtain endless divine materials. Fairy Yuchan's words were extremely enticing. There was a type of magnetism that sounded like an immortal voice from the heavens. Sure How sneered. He walked over with large steps and took action, grabbing her glowing white arm. Then he groped her all about to inspect her entire body. You? Fairy Yuchan had long been sealed, so it was hard for her to resist right now. It was naturally hard for her to remain calm while being groped all over like this by Sure How. In reality, she really wanted to slice out with her sword. But right now, she couldn't use her divine force at all. As the heaven-mending sex fairy, she was normally aloof and remote, sacred and perfect. Who dared to treat her rudely? She was always indifferent to fame or gain in the past, and no matter who she dealt with, she was always able to maintain her composure. She was free from the mortal things of this world, just like a beautiful and otherworldly immortal. However, right now she could not remain calm. A youngster had captured her and was inspecting her body all over like this, making her grind her teeth in anger. A jade sword that overflowed with dreamy radiance, several containers of precious medicine, some sets of female clothing, as well as a few other things. These were what Fairy Yuchan carried on her. It was clear that the value of the jade sword was beyond one's imagination. However, for the current Sure How, it didn't hold much use. In the end, he placed these items on the stone table and did not bring them away. Do you have anything you want to say? Sure How calmly asked. Fairy Yuchan had bright eyes and white teeth. Her neck was snow white, her stature was tall and slender, and her small waist curved generously. Her body undulated up and down, and a pair of long and straight legs extended below. Her entire being was beautiful to the point of being a bit unrealistic. Normally, no matter where she went, there would always be tens of thousands pairs of eyes on her. She would become the focal point of everyone's attention. The younger generation of all of the great sects were infatuated with her, and the number of pursuers was too many to count. Moreover, those people were all extremely powerful. They were the outstanding talent of their respective areas, yet they all revolved around her side. Yet today, everything changed. She became the prisoner of a man and was held captive here. When she compared the two, she truly felt that it was hard to accept. If this was leaked outside, the entire world would most likely be in an uproar. Anyone would find it hard to believe that the sacred fairy of a generation was being blasphemed against and imprisoned within the cage of a small world. Your talents are exceptional, and you have stayed in this lower realm for too long. You've truly been overlooked. Fairy Yuchan spoke. Her voice was gentle, and her words were pleasant to listen to like the sounds of nature. Sure How sneered, and without waiting for her to finish, he said, I am the one asking you. I am not here to listen to you give me a promise for the future. Using the condition of the higher realms to entice me is far from enough. Moreover, if the lower realms aren't good, then why were you sent down here by someone to sharpen yourself? Both of them were smart people, so there were some words that didn't need to be said. Fairy Yuchan didn't say anything. As she sat there, her gentle and beautiful appearance made her look just like an unmatched beauty from a picture scroll. Big bro, how do you want to deal with her? The divine striking stone jiggled its butt as it moved over, obviously making her a maid. I said that already, so I'm not going to go back on my word. Xianxia laughed and said. Fairy Yuchan's long slender eyebrows slightly frowned. The heaven-mending sex fairy received the respect of everyone under the heavens wherever she went. So how could she be blasphemed against like this and be turned into a maid? This was clearly utter humiliation. Xianxia also frowned and said to himself, she is so good at scheming. If she gives birth later, the later generation wouldn't have such thoughts too, right? What? Big bro, are you taking on a maid or actually a concubine? The divine striking stone shouted noisily. Isn't it all the same? Xianxia was astonished. A beast, the divine striking stone called out strangely. As for Fairy Yuchan, she immediately staggered. As the fairy of a generation, she wasn't contaminated by the world of mortals. Normally, she was calm and self-confident, but right now, her face lost color. This was the first time she revealed this type of appearance. This was the magnificent holy woman of the heaven-mending sect, an absolutely breathtaking individual who looked down on her peers. She even came from the higher realms, moreover possessing an extremely great background. If she became someone else's maid, then the result would be too horrible to imagine. And if she became someone's concubine, then the entire higher realm would be stirred up. There would be many who would become furious and descend into the lower realms to vent their rage. This was the first time Fairy Yuchan became scared. Her beautiful face paled, and she couldn't help but continuously retreat, no longer maintaining her normally otherworldly and holy appearance. You need to develop the attitude of serving as a maid or servant girl. Woo, of course, if you have the heaven-mending technique, true dragon technique, or any others, then I might be so busy studying them that I won't have time to have you stay by my side. Xianxia spoke absent-mindedly. He opened the golden passageway and headed out, because there was no time to dally here. He just wanted to see if things with his captive were normal. He had more important things to deal with. He was scaring me, but his mind was on the precious techniques. Fairy Yuchan said quietly. There was still some lingering fear as she released a breath of air. However, she never thought that Xianxia would immediately come back, as if he knew what she was thinking. I'm not joking, by the way. If you don't have precious techniques, then just act properly like a maid. The village chief has always been nagging me, telling me that the children of my companions are already running around. If you don't want to hand over divine abilities, then just give birth to a child before going back to the higher realms. After speaking, he then left for real this time. Fairy Yuchan was completely stupefied, and then she became ashamed and resentful. She was so angry she stomped her feet. This woman normally never revealed this type of appearance. She was always composed in the past, but this time, she was so scared that she was truly completely furious and terrified. Beast! A wild beast! The divine striking stone shouted noisily. Within the imperial palace, Xianxia walked out from the law temple. He began to discuss with the war king and the others to start the repair of the imperial palace's divine formations. Just now, they already took inventory of the treasuries and received news that they had enough materials to repair them. The main issue is that of the divine formations that are extremely terrifying. Even if we repaired them based on the diagram, ordinary people would still find it difficult to complete them, said the old guard with a frown. I'll deal with them, Xianxia said. No matter what, the great formations of the imperial palace had to be restored. He believed that another fierce battle would happen not long from now, so it was best if the great formations were at their optimal levels. He held the precious imprint while he silently sensed it. No matter what, he felt like this emperor seal was unordinary, contained too many secrets. He wanted to try and see if it would respond when he was repairing the formations as well. Hong! Suddenly, the Emperor's seal trembled, releasing endless draconic energy. The entire imperial palace was covered in a haze and submerged. There is even this use? Sure Hao was astonished. The Emperor's seal released endless draconic energy. It was actually repairing the formation, and some of the divine materials brought out from the treasury were added to the formation. For 3 entire days, the imperial palace was covered in dense draconic energy, so dense it could not be dispersed. Sure Hao together with the War King and some others took on the job themselves. They sent the various heavenly treasures to their respective places and did not ask for the help of any outsiders. The others were all incomparably shocked. The imperial draconic energy surged. Was this because the new emperor succeeded the throne? No one guessed that the main cause of the formation's repair was the emperor imprint. Excellent! Sure Hao's eyes lit up more and more. This formation was being repaired. As he held the emperor imprint in his hand, he could clearly feel just how terrifying this place was. When the 4 divine magical swords were also laid into the formation in their respective corners, the emperor imprint led the creation of one divine formation after another before finally adjusting the changes. I hope that more people come from the 3 sects at once. Otherwise, it would be letting a divine formation like this down, Sure Hao said to himself. His eyes were sparkling with luster. Inside the imperial palace, the palace hall stood tall and majestically. Draconic energy surged as brilliant light enveloped this place. This place seemed like the divine realm, appearing hazy and indistinct. War King, the old guard, and the others were all extremely satisfied. The speed that everything was repaired at was extremely astonishing. They never expected the human emperor seal to be so astonishing, actually being able to direct the repair of every ancient formation. As time passed, the entire imperial palace's scenery became different, becoming more solemn and divine. All types of enormous palaces released golden light, as if it was a heavenly palace from the higher realms. It's nearly done. 90% of the formation has been restored. We can slowly finish the rest of the repairs from here, the War King said. Sure Hao was extremely satisfied as well. This type of pace was rather ridiculous. The divine formations that were destroyed during the Great Calamity were all revived, gradually restoring its powerful aura. However, this process also left everyone speechless, because the materials in the imperial treasury quickly descended into the formation. Sure Hao felt rather regretful as he watched this process. This was just too extravagant. This was true especially for those rare divine materials. They were rarely seen valuable objects, and a single piece would be hard to find in hundreds and thousands of years. These were all accumulated by Stone Country from distant ancient times all the way until now. In the outside world, it was impossible to find any. They could definitely be considered priceless materials. There were many great formations inside the imperial palace. These were all divine-grade formations, and they were all linked up together. After all, the ancient guardian spirit and emperor had both become deities, so they had this type of ability. When the great formation's repairs were about finished, the War King laughed loudly. They felt that even if the experts from the 3 sects came now, if they dared to cause trouble, none of them would be able to leave. Sure Hao nodded. However, he then frowned because he thought of a few other problems. Even though these formations are powerful, some of the nobles as well as the princes and princesses know a few things about them. If they act impudently again and ask for trouble, then there will be problems. Sure Hao pointed out this potential danger, because this was exactly what the Su King did several days ago. They told the cultivators of the 3 sects the secrets of the formation and tried to break through it. What they know is just superficial. They shouldn't be able to create much trouble. The War King said this, but he didn't feel so confident inside. He was even a bit bewildered. If we can just alter the formation a bit, then it would be enough, Sure Hao said to himself. His hand gently stroked the flickering emperor seal and sent in some divine force. He always felt as if the imprint was more important than anything else in the imperial palace. And, in that instant, symbols covered the sky. A streak of markings that were difficult to understand appeared within his heart. It was actually communicating with him, asking him whether there is a need to alter the structure of the Great Formation. Shi Hao was astonished. This Emperor Seal truly had a spirit? It was originally the shed skin of a divine striking stone, but after it turned into an imprint, could it have developed intelligence? After he nodded, the Emperor Seal lit up. It controlled all of the divine formations in the imperial palace. Then, with rumbling sounds, this place began to tremble, and all 5 elements became chaotic. All of the great formations were moved, and their 5 elements changed. The formation infrastructure changed greatly, becoming very different from before. They completely transformed. Shi Hao was astonished. He then began to laugh loudly. This transformation was too amazing. Finally, he no longer had to worry about those nobles, princes, and princesses that brought trouble to the palace. He looked forward to when they drew the 3 sex cultivators into the formation shortcut. It truly is a divine imprint. Shi Hao sighed softly. Right now, only the War King and the Old Guard knew that he controlled this jade imprint. The 3 sex cultivators thought that the imprint had been destroyed during the Great Calamity, because there was a precious imprint in the central heavenly palace that had split. He believed that these 2 wouldn't leak secrets out, so for now, no one would know about it. This thing was definitely extraordinary. Having it was the same as controlling all of these divine formations and having access to the country guarding precious techniques. Truly was an unfathomable mystery. Moreover, this precious imprint could also contain the fate energy of an entire country. With the dangers to the imperial palace gone and the divine grade formations complete, Shi Hao finally relaxed. He became incomparably calm and unhurried as he began to deal with a few issues. "You cannot execute me." On the execution ground, several generals cried out loudly and struggled with everything they had. However, it was all to no avail. Those soldiers raised the vicious blades and ferociously sliced down. Under pew-pew sounds, bloody light shot into the sky and several heads tumbled down. These were the generals that were captured earlier. Shi Hao didn't show them any mercy and didn't let a single one go. He ordered for all of them to be beheaded. Having these people guard the imperial palace was truly a type of irony, as well as a type of humiliation. They actually allowed the 3 sex cultivators to enter and wreak havoc in an absolutely unrestrained manner. Now that there was a temporary period of peace, it was the time to settle accounts. Shi Hao didn't show them any pity, because some people had crossed the line, so leaving them behind would only lead to disasters. This was only the beginning. That day, the entire stone capital was in an uproar. After the new emperor disappeared for a few days, he reappeared, and this time, he displayed ruthless methods, severely punishing those that stirred up trouble in the imperial capital. What? He personally brought people over. A powerful general began to tremble. They originally thought that the crisis had passed, but he never thought that Shi Hao would personally come here with numerous troops into his military camp to publicly denounce them. New emperor, you have just exceeded the throne, yet you already want to kill the old subjects? Aren't you afraid of bitterly disappointing the people under the heavens? With things reaching this point, the general knew that things most likely wouldn't end well for him. He was terrified, but he shouted out loudly to search for a way out. He wanted to escape a long time ago, but he had been watched attentively all this time and didn't have a good chance to do so. He originally thought that he might be leniently dealt with, but when he saw the little stone personally come, he knew that he was finished. You have already committed treason, so what face do you have to shout this? Unforgivable. These were Shi Hao's cold words. With a wave of his hand, the old guard personally rushed out, and with a hong sound, a fist blasted him to pieces. This place was dripping with blood, leaving many people's faces pale with shock. Within this camp, there were a total of 3 individuals who were executed. Only the leaders were killed, not those associated with them, so there were many people who released a breath of relief. We should head for the Vermilion Bird Camp. He was now the Imperial Palace's imperial advisor. His strength was extremely powerful, and he had already entered the king-level realm for many years now. Right now, those at this cultivation realm were the most powerful, and he was already 1 foot into the Supreme Being realm. In the olden days, the old emperor's advisor was an extraordinary Peng, and he himself was that Peng's disciple. As such, after assuming this position, everyone held him in great admiration. Inside the Vermilion Bird Camp, there was a well-trained and powerful army. It could be said to be the elites of the elites. However, the general here had secretly stirred up trouble here in the past, colluding with the Immortal Mountain. As such, they definitely couldn't be spared. The person here commanded tens of thousands of troops and possessed astonishing authority. During these past few days, he found it difficult to calm down. He wanted to leave, but he was also unwilling, so he had always been hesitant. He felt that there shouldn't be any information leaked, because everything had been done in secret. However, that day the new emperor came. The Black Tortoise Camp, True Dragon Camp, and the others echoed in response. Meanwhile, Sure Hao, together with a few individuals, descended into the large tent. Arrange the formations. The general was straightforward even during his fall. Seeing that the new emperor dared to barge into the camp, he understood everything and immediately took action. It wasn't like he didn't make any preparations. The Immortal Mountain left behind a few experts to provide assistance, as well as even a holy artifact. The most important thing was that they laid a great formation. However, for Sure Hao, who was prepared, this wasn't much. He held a divine sword in his hand and fiercely hacked down. This wasn't an ordinary object, but a divine magical sword. Together with the War King, Old Guard, and a few others taking action, the great formation here was crushed. Sure Hao personally took action. The sword brandished, and divine radiance concealed the sun. With a pew sound, the individual's head was directly hacked off. The boundless divine symbols and beams of light surrounded the sky. It was extremely stunning. The entire Vermilion Bird Camp was shaken. All of the soldiers trembled incessantly. Those that commit treason will not be spared. Everyone else, lower your weapons and remain where you are. Your actions will be forgotten and no recriminations will be held against you. A loud shout sounded from the sky, causing everyone's soul to tremble. The ones that participated were just the limited number of leaders. No one else knew what was happening and simply acted out of orders. As the new emperor descended like a deity, they all knelt in worship. They all wished him a long life, their shouts ringing into the skies. In just a day, Sure Hao already beheaded 13 generals, leaving all of Stone Capital shocked. They were able to witness the new emperor's decisiveness for themselves. They all thought that he was young, and due to the continuous days of silence, no great actions would happen. They never expected to see such a ruthless side of him. Many people were in fear. The new emperor was only 15 years old, yet he was already so unfeeling. The malevolent individuals with unclean hands were all horrified. However, right now the imperial capital was under martial law, so they didn't dare make any reckless moves or run. There were already 2 generals who wanted to bring their people with them and flee, but their plan fell through. In the end, the little stone personally hunted them down and completely eliminated them. So harsh. This isn't the temperament an emperor should have. Don't say anything random. Those are all people who have betrayed the country. Even though you've done a few wrong things, it's not likely that you'll suffer an execution. If they were truly trying to intimidate the people, then we might really all be dead. Within the city, a few people discussed among themselves. There were all types of rumors going around, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone knew how far the new emperor was going to go to purge the country. Some people were anxious and many people felt restless. Soon after, accurate information was released by the imperial palace, informing the military's various powers that the problematic generals have all been eliminated, and that there was no need for everyone to think anymore. This finally allowed the people to release a pent-up breath. At the very least, the military camps all became steady again. No one became scared any longer, and they all calmed down. Immediately after, a few idle nobility began to wield their power and truly controlled all of the troops. It was clear that after the new emperor ascended the throne, there was a great disturbance. Moreover, his footsteps haven't stopped yet. After all of camp stabilized, he once again waved the bloodied divine sword. What action has been taken against the noble manners? Someone cried out in great fear. Even though that person knew that this would inevitably happen, it was still extremely frightening. Several days ago, Hao personally entered the imperial capital. When he slaughtered his way into the imperial palace, there were a number of kings who caused trouble, colluding with the great sects outside this region like the Su King, Lan King, Kuan King, and others. These people were killed on the spot, but their clansmen still remained. They had long been targeted by the War King, who sent experts to restrain them, not allowing them to leave Stone Capital. And now, once the new emperor had somewhat grasped everything, they pointed their sword at these king clans that possessed great backgrounds. Everyone thought that there was still a short period of time at the least, or maybe these things would be dealt with in secret. They never expected him to be so direct, not covering anything up as he dealt with them directly. Many people trembled coldly. Even though the new emperor's age wasn't great, his actions were ruthless. He had just succeeded the throne, but he didn't try to act benevolent in the slightest or leave people with any warm impression. He was this decisive and cold-hearted. Hao took action. He naturally considered things from many perspectives. Leaving these kings behind would definitely lead to great trouble, and as such it was better to eliminate them. In addition, the imperial palace's treasury was practically emptied to repair the divine formations. The expenditures were great, so it needed to be replenished. The nobility possessed long inheritances, and their hidden resources were great. Moreover, there were some people who directly entered the treasury with some princes to seize many precious treasures. The War King, old guards, and a few other king-level figures separately took action. They took inventory and confiscated these nobles' possessions, and all those that opposed them or caused trouble were directly killed. That day, all of Stone Country was shaken, and many people shuddered endlessly in fear. Meanwhile, Hao directly entered the Rain King Manor to finally settle things. Rain King Manor was vast and majestic. The courtyard walls were tall and covered densely in symbols. This was an enormous manor that was previously renowned and splendid. However, after experiencing both the great demonic god and Hao's destruction, the reputation of the Rain clan took a devastating decline. They became a complete laughingstock for a period of time. They carried extreme hatred towards Hao's bloodline. Regardless of whether it was from the hatred towards the matter with the dual pupils or the conflicts they had originally with the Little Stone, it had all accumulated to a point where it was impossible to dissolve. This wasn't the first time Hao came to this place, but the feeling was completely different. Today, he wore a set of golden battle clothes with draconic energy curling about him. On his back was a halberd, and in his hand was a divine magical sword. He possessed incomparable might. Behind him were large numbers of troops. These soldiers in black armor were completely silent as they flickered with cold luster. The spears in their hands were pointed forward the entire time. The human emperor's decree had long been sent in. The inside of the Rain Manor was extremely quiet without the slightest bit of noise leaking out. Everyone entered into the courtyard. Those that schemed against the country will be executed. However, it is not the entire clan that is guilty. Apart from the main culprits, those that lower their weapons can avoid the capital offense. A general shouted towards the manor. It was still completely quiet. Everyone in the Rain clan seemed to be conspiring something. They seemed to be discussing something and struggling to come up with a decision. Chi! A beam of light shone. Someone offered a sacrifice, and borrowing the power of an altar, a path was opened in the void, allowing them to escape. Your actions are futile, a valiant-looking general shouted. It was because a great city protecting formation had already been laid in Stone Capital. Meanwhile, the imperial family's altar had long been activated. It affected the entire city, preventing all feudal vassals from fleeing through the altars inside their clans. As expected, the streak of light was quickly extinguished. The space began to violently tremble. Little Stone, your temperament is vicious. After destroying my Rain clan, there will inevitably be retribution. Finally, a hateful voice sounded, cursing loudly. Hao remained indifferent, not responding to this statement. Behind him, a powerful general roared. Does your Rain clan have no shame to even say things like that? You've all colluded with the foreign great sects to topple Stone Country's inheritance. Yet you still dare to consider yourselves victims? Moreover, the new emperor was benevolent, not deciding to wipe out your entire clan, and only executing the main culprits. However, you and the others still speak such venomous slander. You should all be executed. Are you all trying to wipe out an entire clan? A noble hurried over and even more directly berated. Rain Manor was in an uproar. It was clear that not everyone wanted to be destroyed together with the leaders. There were naturally many who wanted to live. Whenever the new emperor succeeds the throne, they would always grant amnesty towards the people to show their benevolence. Yet you act in such a bold and undisguised way, bringing all of your troops here. You are clearly a tyrant. One who will die miserably in the calamity and chaos. Someone within the Rain clan cursed maliciously. Not knowing the difference between life or death, with no way out, you still dare to speak so maliciously. It seems like the Rain clan is out of luck and is going to be wiped out. A noble coldly said, "Time is up. Prepare to attack." Sure Hao, who had remained silent this entire time, now spoke. Hong. The soldiers behind him quickly pressed forward, and all of them raised their weapons. Killing intent immediately soared into the heavens. Kill! Sure Hao stood in his original position without moving. After shouting this simple word, all of the generals and soldiers shouted loudly as well. They brandished the swords, spears, and other weapons as they hacked forward. Numerous beams of light gathered like divine rainbows as they blasted towards the Rain King Manor. This entire place was devoured by a sea of blinding light, creating an utterly terrifying scene. Those that could follow the emperor's side were all naturally powerful. When these people gathered together, the military force they produced was naturally frightening. It was total annihilation as the manor fell apart like rotten weeds. After just a brief encounter, the arch over the gateway as well as the courtyard's walls collapsed. Even though there were mysterious formations guarding this place, it was still useless. Everything was destroyed, and smoke rushed into the skies. Kill! Sounds of fighting rose again. A group of generals led their soldiers across the ruins like tigers and wolves. They once again brandished their weapons, and like a flood, they poured in to suppress the Rain clan. The flourishing battle intent gathered like a scorching sun as it poured forward together. Following a world-shaking sound, 4 of the Rain clan manor's courtyards were blasted to pieces. Rubble flew into the sky and smoke sprung everywhere. The massive Rain King Manor's once magnificent palace hall and other buildings exploded. The great earth began to split apart. In front of the powerful army, even formations were useless. Towards this scene, Sure Hao remained indifferent. He didn't even take action and simply watched the manor. There were a few powerful guards at his side who didn't move either, staying by his side to protect him. In reality, how many people could injure him? This was especially true while inside the imperial capital. With draconic energy surrounding him, nothing could even get past them. The so-called protection was just to create a more dignified appearance. Little Stone, how much longer do you think you can act violently for? The foreign great sects will descend soon, and at that time I want to see just how you will defend yourself. You will inevitably die. Resentful and hateful curses sounded from within the Rain clan manor. Meanwhile, a torrential rain filled this world. This was the divine ability used by the Rain clan's experts. They used their secret techniques to defend themselves against the generals outside. Then, accompanied with lightning, layers upon layers of heavy rain emerged, and a wave of terrifying aura was released. Some of these raindrops were sparkling and translucent like flying daggers. They poured down densely and attacked everyone. Hung! Just some small trick. A noble took action and stood in front of the soldiers. With a wave of his large sleeve, all of the rain daggers were blasted apart with a Hong sound. They scattered down onto the ground like normal rain droplets. However, things didn't end here. An enormous lotus flower blossomed from within the Rain clan, and it looked especially resplendent within the lightning. It was incomparably brilliant and dazzling. It released a wave of shocking fluctuations. The aura was terrifying, affecting everyone's minds. At this moment, everyone nearby became horrified, and even those generals became a bit fearful. Rain Dao's 9 heavens. This wasn't the first time Hao encountered something like this. Back then, he had faced this himself. Using the power of the black figure, imperishable golden body, he destroyed this divine ability while at the noble king realm. Of course, this was an extremely terrifying divine ability. In the end, the rain deity was almost revived. His figure was summoned, and it was incredibly terrifying. At this moment, everyone in the Rain clan took action, because this was their sect's large-scale divine ability. Many people needed to lend their assistance, and the more people there were, the greater its power would become. Otherwise, how would it have obtained the name Rain Dao 9 Heavens? Normally, even when nobles saw this type of divine ability was extremely frightening. It was rather strange and exceedingly powerful. Attack! Don't allow it to transform into the 8th or 9th heaven, and allow it to summon the rain deity. A general shouted. Everyone raised their weapons and roared out. Fighting intent rose as they attacked. Within the rumbling sounds and dazzling radiance, the lotus flower was shattered. Precious light rushed into the heavens and symbols filled the air. However, much of the radiance quickly fell in reverse. The magical force once again condensed, allowing the lotus to bloom again. Its power increased by a large amount, making it even stronger. This continued several times. This enormous lotus was now almost as tall as the sky. After being extinguished, it underwent rebirth. Produced a terrifying aura. Everyone within the Rain clan activated it. This time, it was even more powerful than the one Hao faced previously. Just now, during the several confrontations, there were already a few soldiers who were wounded. I don't have time to waste on you all. Hao spoke. His voice was cold, and it struck down like thunder. It was extremely domineering. Who else had the authority to show a noble family like the Rain clan such contempt? The little stone clearly had this privilege. As the human emperor, wiping out a clan like this wasn't too difficult. He didn't make more troops advance and instead went up himself. With a chong sound, he pulled out a golden sword, the divine magical artifact, and swept outwards. With a hong sound, the entire world resonated in response. Golden radiance blossomed in all directions, completely submerging the Rain clan manor. The scene was absolutely terrifying. The power of this single sword shocked the entire imperial capital. Everyone could see it, and there wasn't a single individual who wasn't terrified. The little stone was powerful beyond their imaginations. Together with the imperial family's magical sword, he was simply unrivaled. The golden sword radiance linked up heaven and earth. The enormous lotus was cut down on the spot, and it began to wilt in an irreversible manner, never blooming anew again. This sword was too powerful. It beheaded large numbers of the Rain clan's people, drawing forth bloody light. A group of experts encountered a disaster. Attack! Hao retracted his sword. He only spoke this word, but as the draconic energy curled up around him, it gave him an astonishingly majestic appearance. Around him, a few generals and large numbers of soldiers rushed forward. Their killing intent surged like starry streams. Everything in front of the palace was torn apart like rotten vines. Shouts of war rang through the air, but it didn't last for a long time. The Rain clan was indeed formidable, but how could it compare to an entire country? This time, Hao only brought a portion of the generals with him and only 2 nobles came afterward, but the Rain clan already couldn't defend themselves. Not long after, this place turned into ruins, practically razed to the ground. At the center of everything was a temple. This was the area where the rain deity was worshipped. It now served as the shelter where everyone hid. Junior, you bully others too intolerably. Within the temple, an elder who had lost both his legs stared cruelly. He hatefully stared at the majestic emperor that remained unmoving. It's the Rain King, someone cried out. He had disappeared for a long time. Back then, his legs had been broken by the great demonic god Grandpa 15, stopping this powerful noble who was already on the verge of entering the Supreme Being realm from advancing. He had been looking for a way to recover his body this entire time. Hong! The Rain King brought out a decree from the altar. He bit down on his tongue and spat out, activating it like this. The rain deity's decree reemerged, and tens of thousands streaks of light were released. Frantic winds stirred about and lightning interweaved, suppressing towards Shihao. "Are you out of skills?" Shihao laughed coldly. With a chong sound, he pulled out the golden sword again. It hacked out with a chi sound, immediately making the long-ruined decree that was full of cracks shatter into pieces and explode in the air. "Ah!" Everyone in the Rain clan shouted loudly. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying aura was released. It was extremely abrupt. A streak of dark light quickly hacked towards Shihao like lightning. The Rain King moved a stone statue from the ancient temple and activated it. It seemed to have revived and obtained a spirit. The stone statue rushed into the sky to suppress Shihao. "That's the rain deity's stone statue. It was actually a divine magical artifact." Someone cried out. Everyone's expressions changed. Even the nobles' minds were jumping. Shihao remained calm. He sheathed the sword in an unhurried manner and reached for the halberd on his back. He then fiercely flung it out. It was entirely black, but after divine force was inserted, it quickly turned golden and nearly tore apart the sky. Dang! The halberd was like a rainbow and incomparably powerful. It carried heaven overflowing divine light and rushed outwards, directly piercing through the stone figure and sending it flying into the ancient temple. With a pu sound, the halberd pierced through the stone statue and continued to fly into the ancient temple. It then immediately nailed the Rain King into the ground, causing him to explode on the spot. The stone statue also exploded, turning into pieces. At the same time, the entire ancient temple loudly collapsed, splitting apart inch by inch. In the end, it turned into a pile of fragments. Surrounding the ancient temple, all of the Rain clansmen cried out loudly. They quickly retreated, not believing everything that was happening. The clan's temple and sculpture were destroyed just like that? Impossible! There were people who found it hard to accept this reality. With a wave of Shihao's hand, the halberd withdrew, returning to his back again. In a cold voice, he said, "Just the decree and stone statue of some race's deity, yet you want to compare it to the Stone Clan's country guarding divine halberd. It can't even receive a single blow." He turned around and left. There was no reason to stay here any longer. There were still 2 nobles here, as well as a few powerful generals and a large number of soldiers. How could they let the others from the Rain clan go? That day, the Rain clan was completely executed. Those that continued to put up a resistance were killed, and only the women and children were allowed to live. Shihao was clad in golden clothes. On his back was the country guarding divine halberd, and in his hand was the divine magical sword. He exuded an aura of intimidation similar to that of a celestial emperor descending into this world. Even though he was still young, his appearance still made others feel reverence. The generals, countless soldiers, and even the nobility all couldn't help but tremble when they saw him, feeling an urge to bow down. This wasn't out of fear for his status, but rather from a trembling of the spirit. They felt an indescribable type of feeling towards this young human emperor, as if they were facing a deity. Shihao made his way throughout the city, personally walking through all the main streets. The other noble manors as well as the great powers currently being attacked were all terrified. That day, the Rain clan wasn't the only one that was destroyed. There were a few other clans that put up a resistance, and under the War King, Mountain-Splitting King, and other powerful individuals, these old powers were all eliminated. By roaming about the city, he was also exerting a great intimidation. The entire city was trembling in fear. The Great Purge was completed. Soon after, he returned to the imperial palace. The shouts of war within the city gradually ended, and this place became peaceful. It appeared that the imperial city was now completely under his control. "Emperor, it's now time to give your declaration," the War King suggested. His tall body was covered in blood, appearing incredibly valiant. In the battle that happened not too long ago, he had personally killed a group of powerful individuals. Shihao nodded. Even though he ascended the throne, that was still limited to within Stone Country capital. He hadn't declared it to the rest of the world yet. When the great calamity passed, the world was in chaos. Every place was in a state of panic and unrest. News of the Stone Emperor's fall and how the country was without a ruler clamored through the heavens and stirred up a great commotion. Right now, they had to immediately issue a decree to inform the world and quickly stabilize Stone Country. Otherwise, there might be terrible consequences. One could infer that there were powerful feudal vassals everywhere who had been persuaded by the three sex cultivators and as a result betraying Stone Country. After all, this even happened in the imperial capital, let alone some powerful nobles that actually possessed great authority. However, regardless, due to righteousness and the general state of things, most of Stone Country should still respect the decree and be unwilling to rebel. The throne has been passed on to Xianxia. The previous emperor's decree had previously engraved itself in the void. Its symbols were long-lasting and did not scatter. The powerful nobles made their own engravings on the golden paper before passing it to various other regions. The imperial capital's altar was activated, so through offerings, one could open the transmission formation and proceed towards all parts of the country. After just a brief period of time, the decree informed the world that the new emperor succeeded the throne, and that it was the little stone that rose to power. It immediately triggered a huge tempest. Xianxia naturally issued his own decree as well. The contents were rather simple. The first was to give praise to the previous emperor, speaking of his valor and virtue, as well as his great merits and achievements. He then directly denounced a few nobles, such as the Rain clan, Su King, Kuan King, and others, stating their wrongs and evils. Finally, he voiced his own resolution. The world quickly broke out into commotion. The little stone became the emperor, causing extremely great restlessness. This was without a doubt a great earthquake. The world was already in a state of unrest after receiving news of the previous emperor's disappearance during the Great Calamity and his potential death. Everyone knew that a new emperor would quickly emerge, so it wasn't that they weren't prepared for this piece of news. However, when they learned that it was the little stone that rose to power, quite a few people were still greatly shocked. In addition, his decisive and forceful actions also exceeded everyone's expectations. One has to understand that the cultivators of the three sects had already entered the stone capital. Large numbers of cultivators had gathered to put up a puppet emperor. It was to the point where the plan was practically unchangeable, because they already controlled the general situation. However, who would have thought that the little stone would slaughter his way into the imperial capital on his own, utterly defeating all the experts in his way and fight intensely within the imperial palace. After killing many nobles that stirred up trouble, he then suppressed the experts of the three sects, twisting the fate of the world with his own hands. This type of situation was truly outrageous. It left the entire world shocked. The little stone is truly astonishing. He is exceedingly powerful, defeating all of those cultivators alone and forcing the troops of the three sects to retreat from the imperial capital. He truly is incredible. Even though there were already rumors going around before suggesting that the previous emperor might have fallen, and that it had to be a supreme youth like one of the two Stone brothers succeeding the throne, it still is a bit shocking. The entire world began to discuss this topic, and every region was in a state of restlessness. Regardless of whether it was cultivators or ordinary people, they were all talking about the new emperor. Stone Country capital became noisy for a period of time. Towards the little stone's domineering way of doing things, the people were scared into submission. No matter how you looked at it, he still killed his way into the imperial capital alone and completely controlled everything. From this alone, it proved his power. He had the qualifications to aim for the throne. However, the feudal vassals felt quite a bit of restraining fear towards his methods, because it was just too fierce. He had just exceeded the throne, yet he already wiped out almost 10 nobles. Such a thing had never happened before in previous generations. The world was in a state of clamoring. Most of Stone Country's major cities surrendered and paid allegiance to the new emperor, and only a few small cities maintained their silence. They did not voice any opinions, and there was temporarily no activity from them. Despite it being only this so far, Xianxia's benefits were still enormous. That day, within the endless cities inside Stone Country's borders, strands of thin spiritual essence entered the void, crossing countless li to gather in Stone Country imperial capital. Shihao was shocked. He was originally sitting in mediation, but at this moment, he opened his eyes with shock. Countless fine strands of draconic energy appeared from the void, and they gathered to form a giant dragon before heading in his direction. He was drowned within the endless draconic energy. Outside of his body, the heavenly dragons condensed even more. The thick and bulky dragons were vivid and lifelike. They raised their heads and shook the heavens with their roars. In addition, the heavenly dragons were clearly increasing in number. There were already 81 of them. They circled about in the air with Shihao at the center. The old guard shivered. Not even the previous emperor brought about a scene like this. His name was Peng 9. Back then, he was the 9th disciple of the old commanding Peng, as well as the most powerful disciple. He was already on the verge of becoming a supreme expert. However, due to the great calamity, he forcefully stopped himself. When the past emperors succeeded the throne, none of them were able to gather so much draconic aura. It is just too clear. If one were to cultivate in this state and refine it within their body, they could immediately become one of the supreme. Peng 9 sighed in admiration. Even his voice was trembling. This is the benefit of being the emperor. Before the new emperor succeeded the throne, he relied on himself to make his name known throughout all of the wasteland region. Everyone under the heavens is discussing his name. Now that he succeeded the throne, it will naturally cause a huge commotion. The country's fate energy is closely related to the will of the people, said the War King after careful contemplation. Peng 9 nodded. This was the truth. The little stone was stunning. His name had long shaken the world, and now he forced back the 3 sex cultivators, making his name even more brilliant. The entire wasteland region was shaken. Ascending the throne with this kind of divine might will naturally cause a huge commotion. As a result, the draconic energy was extremely dense, and it was quickly gathering here. If he wanted to become a supreme expert, this was definitely a rare opportunity. As long as he merged the draconic energy with himself, he would immediately ascend into the next level and truly obtain the benefit of becoming an emperor. However, Shihao didn't want to do this. Not only would he potentially be slaughtered by the higher realms if he became a supreme expert now, the main thing was that this didn't agree with his own way of approaching cultivation. Cultivating like this and becoming a supreme expert in this way might appear powerful, but it would all be because of external influences. He would be relying on Stone Country's great foundation, so if there was a day he lost Stone Country and left this territory, then he would be like rootless duckweed. In the following few days, draconic energy continued to surge. Stone Country Imperial Palace became more and more holy and dignified. The outside of Shihao's body was covered in a curtain of light, making him look like a great golden sun. It was extremely shocking. In addition, there was some draconic energy that entered the Emperor imprint and was stored inside, allowing it to become more and more brilliant. Inside Stone Capital, the new emperor can probably fight against a supreme expert on his own. Peng 9 came to this conclusion inwardly as he observed Shihao. However, Shihao naturally wouldn't be satisfied with just this. He wanted to completely finish all of the preparations needed, so during these few days, he buried himself within the treasury to refine a great treasure. It was the little black figure. It was only fist-sized, black and simple-looking. It was known as the imperishable golden body. If it wasn't damaged, even deities would fight over it. Right now, he was inside the imperial treasury with all types of treasures and even a few divine materials around him, so he was naturally going to refine this strange battle equipment. Based on what the little pagoda said in the past, this thing could continuously evolve. It could allow his strength to increase greatly. If he recovered it a bit now, it might be able to help him fend off supreme experts. Only this thing was too strange. Even if there were divine materials, it might not be suitable, because the materials it needed were bizarre and rarely found in this world. As a result, after many times, Shihao found that even the divine materials couldn't be used on it due to being incompatible. Shihao frowned. He searched all of the imperial palace, but in the end, he didn't find a single item that the little black figure needed. This left him feeling rather helpless and gloomy. Emperor, There is still another set of materials. Peng Nine spoke up in a rather timely manner. Oh, if you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgot about it. Let's go and take a look. Shihao got up. This time, after eradicating several nobles, they naturally seized their assets. Their treasuries were similarly astonishing, and after being confiscated, they were all moved into the imperial palace and piled up in one of the palace halls. Apart from this, we also caught another person. Your Majesty might be interested, Peng Nine said. Is that so? Shihao smiled. Now he wanted to see who this was. When a shriveled up and dried up dark figure was brought up, Shihao narrowed his eyes. He felt a weird feeling. He felt a dull ache inside, as if he was bleeding internally. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and revealed terrifying beams of light. In a loud voice he shouted, "It's you!" In the past, he was brought in by Shi Yi's mother. It was the shriveled elder that operated on him, bloodily gouging out his supreme being bone and planting it inside Shi Yi's body. The ice-cold metal bed, helpless struggling, cruel and heartless words, and the cold glint of the blade felt as if they were right there around him. That day, Shihao's entire life was changed. Many years ago, under the assistance of the Willow deity, he was able to once again witness these things hidden in the depths of his consciousness. Since then, it had become something unforgettable. Shihao knew that this was the person that waved the butcher's knife. He was still able to recall that bloody scene. We found him within one of the Rain Clan's manors. He was carrying out all types of experiments, grafting primordial precious bones and other parts into vicious beasts and unique birds, Peng Nine reported. Shihao nodded. His ice-cold eyes rested on this individual for a long time before saying, "Interrogate and find out everything, then execute him." Since this was already a thing of the past, he didn't dwell on it too much. The pain and suffering from the past had become his motivation to continuously forge ahead. He wasn't going to look back anymore. Soon after, Shihao entered a palace hall. A bright assortment of colors emerged before him, and all types of materials were piled up like a small mountain. In this place, he found a unique material, a dusky-looking stone. It seemed to be curled in mists and was only the size of a fist. Of course, instead of saying that he found it, it was more accurate to say that it was the little black figure that produced a reaction towards this material. After striking apart this stone, there was only a fingernail-sized substance. It seemed a bit like pine resin, but it wasn't. It was incredibly spiritual and released dense energy, as if it had its own consciousness. Shihao began to refine it, quickly fusing it together with the little black figure. There was a clear change that happened, granting the imperishable golden body a type of vitality, as if it obtained a bit of life. He could vaguely hear the little pagoda's cry. "I just dozed off for a bit, yet I missed such a good item. Unforgivable." "What is that?" "It is just the size of fingernail." "Is it really that special?" Shihao asked out of curiosity. 10,000 law stone. Being able to reach the size of a fingernail is already quite heaven-defying. It would be difficult to find even a single piece after many tens of thousands of years. The little pagoda released chaotic energy. The 10,000 law stone could engrave 10,000 laws, a material used to refine supreme materials. It could even be said that once any magical artifact was refined with the 10,000 law stone, it would slowly change and evolve. It was a heaven-defying material that even deities would go crazy for. Shihao inwardly rejoiced. This time, the imperishable golden body should have recovered quite a bit. It would definitely give him a pleasant surprise in the future. For the next few days, Shihao either continued to search through the treasury or studied techniques to improve his strength to deal with the possible storm. 5 days later, what ought to come finally came. The 3 sex cultivators appeared again, entering the imperial capital. The 3 sex cultivators had appeared so quickly. This immediately left the imperial capital greatly shaken. Everyone knew that another great battle was about to erupt. The little stone was extremely powerful, twisting the fate of heaven and earth with his own power previously and chasing away the 3 sex cultivators. As a result, this time, there would be no kindness to show between the two parties. A tremendous storm was brewing. What exceeded everyone's expectations was that after they entered the city, they didn't immediately stir up trouble. Instead, they settled down in an extremely peaceful and calm manner. In addition, the generals of the imperial capital received orders not to attack either, because Hao knew the ones who came were not ordinary. As such, the powerful individuals in the military were not allowed to move rashly. When power exceeded certain limits and transcended this world, powerful cultivators would no longer worry about anything else. As soon as they took action, blood would flow like rivers and countless would die. It was clear that the cultivators that came from the three sects were trying to understand the situation. There were too many things to be doubtful of in the last great battle. The result was just too utterly shocking. How could a single person be so powerful? These people crossed over regions to arrive, and they were all true experts. They were going to personally investigate the truth and find out what was going on. 2 days later, Xianxia reappeared. He stood outside the imperial palace, his body golden in color. This was the result of the Vajra unbreakable body being cultivated to the highest level. He asked someone to meet with Hao. However, a general inside the imperial city directly gave him a cold reply. The human emperor's status was so venerable, so how could just anyone simply request for a meeting like this? This was an unreasonable request. It was to the point where large numbers of sergeants began to gather, and several powerful generals moved to arrest him. Xianxia was speechless. The little stones might had already been revealed, and right now, he couldn't even treat Hao as a single cultivator anymore. The might of the human emperor was displayed to its fullest, and he couldn't even meet him as an emissary. The new emperor was within the imperial palace, overseeing the country. Even when the most powerful inheritor of the three sects came, he still wasn't given the slightest bit of face. He was treated just like a commoner. Is that so? He came. Hao received this report, and the general that reported nodded to express his certainty. Then he reached out with a large hand that was condensed from draconic energy to suppress Xianxia. Xianxia was extremely powerful, after all. If he was far from the imperial palace, he would be on a level comparable to Hao. His spiritual senses were extraordinary, and as soon as he felt that things were off, he quickly backed off. He left behind a letter before backing off just like that. Hao didn't act out or chase after him. He carefully read the letter, and then with a move of his finger, it turned into dust. The three sects were at odds with each other and not in complete agreement. The Western sect sent their most powerful inheritor to send a message. They wanted to make a deal with him, and they also expressed their standpoint of being fully supportive of him. Don't they just want to borrow my strength? Hao laughed coldly. The letter mentioned that they just needed the support of Stone Country's power in the future to help the Western sect find a few things in this land. Hao sent someone to investigate how many cultivators there were from the three sects and what type of characters were overseeing things. Soon after, he received information back. The number of people that entered the city couldn't be considered few. However, this was just the power on the surface. There were powerful individuals overseeing things outside of Stone Capital. They did not enter the city and were currently observing this ancient city. I wanted to completely suppress and kill them, but it turns out that the ones that came weren't even the big fish. Let's wait a bit then, Hao said to himself. When some of these guards heard this, they all broke out in shivers and cold sweat. However, afterwards they all raised their spirits. Inwardly, they were extremely fearful towards the three sects, but when they saw the new emperor act like this, they felt as if it wasn't that big of a deal. Your Majesty, these people have made contact with some of the princes and princesses. Peng Nine brought over this bit of news. Hao remained silent without saying anything. Peng Nine sighed. How great was the previous emperor. He didn't surrender even against the great calamity. While these descendants didn't hesitate to collude with these foreign great sects in order to usurp the throne. Of course, there were also a few princes and princesses who remained unyielding and resolute. They never paid attention to these sects, nor did they participate in the power struggle for the title of emperor. I gave them a chance. I don't want to take action either, but if they make the decision themselves, then they have no one to blame but themselves, Hao said calmly. The old guard Peng Nine sighed. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what was proper to say. Truly was a tricky problem. There were some princes and princesses that truly acted excessively. Not only did they loot the treasury and seize the secret texts of the Law Temple, they once again tried to destabilize Xianxia's status of emperor. In the evening, a middle-aged male arrived outside the imperial city. Announcing his name, he asked in a low-profile manner to meet with Xianxia. This individual claimed to be from the Immortal Mountain. It truly is weird. I thought that those from the three sects would immediately try to fight against me, yet all of them seemed to have their own agendas trying to privately meet with me, Xianxia said to himself. I believe it is because your majesty is powerful enough, being able to suppress the nobles of all sides and truly controlling Stone Country. They wish to find a powerful human emperor as well, one that could truly bring about the strength of a country and assist them in accomplishing their mission, Peng Nine said. Then they've miscalculated. Xianxia laughed coldly. When the middle-aged man from the Immortal Mountain entered the central heavenly palace and saw Xianxia who was seated up on high, he sighed inwardly. The rumored little stone truly displayed great strength, exuding his imperial Tao aura. Emperor, in fact, you and our Immortal Mountain have some familiar relations. Immortal Mountain's blood flows through your body. The middle-aged man said this as soon as he spoke. He was quite direct. Xianxia appeared to be rather cold and detached as he sat up on high and looked downwards at him. The entire heavenly palace was golden in color, and draconic energy curled up within. The aura was astonishing, and there was a great pressure being exerted. The middle-aged male's identity wasn't ordinary. He was a powerful noble named Qin Ling. However, when he entered this place and saw this youth that was much younger than himself, he felt great fear. He said in a low voice, Your Majesty, there truly is blood relation between you and my clan. From a certain point of view, we should be on intimate terms because we are relatives. Xianxia continued to remain silent. He simply looked at this middle-aged man. There was a formless aura of dignity around Xianxia that made this noble feel more and more frightened. He began to feel fear and agitation that something bad may happen. Qin Ling even felt as if it was a bit inconceivable himself. The little stone was just too terrifying, right? How could it be like this? Just by sitting there unmoving and silent, the new emperor already made him feel a suffocating pressure. The middle-aged man's heart was trembling. He hurriedly spoke once again, hoping to change the little stone's indifference and lighten the pressure he was facing. Your father and mother are both currently in the Immortal Mountain. Finally, when he saw the little stone's expression, he noticed it wasn't as cold and unyielding as before. Being able to give birth to the little stone, this is something that the Immortal Mountain's ancestors have shown great praise for. Qin Ling purposely slowed down the topic that he had just brought up and timely offered praise. Impudent! You dare to act so rudely in front of the emperor, Peng Nine berated. To address him as the little stone was an act of tarnishing the human emperor's reputation. Qin Ling felt wronged. He came from the Immortal Mountain, and his identity wasn't ordinary. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention and be on the receiving end of flattery. However, when he came here, not only did he receive the little stone's terrifying pressure that felt like the weight of a mountain on his head, he was also berated by an old guard. Truly left him feeling vexed. Xianxia waved his hand for Peng Nine to withdraw. In a mild voice, he asked, If my father and mother are at the Immortal Mountain, why did they not return to the wasteland region to look for me? Even though his outer appearance was calm, great waves were stirring within him. This was a matter that had always gnawed at his mind. Why hadn't his parents returned to visit him after all this time? If it was in the past, then so be it. However now, his name had shaken throughout the wasteland region, and after the Battle of the Two Stones, he believed that everyone in the 8 regions should have become familiar with the name Little Stone. Due to some special reasons, they currently cannot leave the Immortal Mountain. However, if the Emperor should wish for it, Your Majesty can come to visit them in the Immortal Mountain. Qin Ling did his best to reveal a gentle smile, making himself appear more credible. He was scared of provoking the little stone. Has the Immortal Mountain imprisoned my parents? Xianxia's voice became ice cold, and his pupils were like daggers as they swept out towards him. The aura that was exerted was truly intimidating. Qin Ling trembled in fear. Was this still a king-level expert? How could he be so terrifying? All of the fine hairs on his body stood erect from head to toe. He felt a type of irresistible helplessness, and his body was about to tremble lightly. That is not the case. I promised that they were definitely not imprisoned and that we were just protecting them. It was rumored that they are going to enter the higher realms sooner or later. Qin Ling hurriedly explained in fear of the little stone acting out of anger. When Shihao heard this, he entered a state of silence. Your Majesty, if you wish to see your parents, you can meet them in the Immortal Mountain. Right now you already have a younger brother, and he is similarly outstanding. Qin Ling spoke. An explosion broke out by Shihao's ear. He already had a younger brother? He remained motionless for a long period of time while looking down. Is my grandfather inside the Immortal Mountain as WL? Shihao suddenly asked. This? I do not know. Qin Ling seemed rather confused. What do you know? Speak. Shihao's voice became heavy. Before I came, an old ancestor told me about these things. As for everything else, I truly do not know. If the Emperor wishes to understand more, he can come to my Immortal Mountain. Qin Ling began to wipe at his sweat. If you don't even know anything, what is the point in having you come here? Shihao shouted. In that instant, Qin Ling became absent-minded. He almost collapsed in this great palace, and his entire being became stupid. An hour later, his entire body staggered out from the imperial city while covered in sweat. His face was pale, and he felt incomparable lingering fear. He almost forgot what he said after he was interrogated. He only remembered feeling that the youth was even more frightening than a vicious beast from the great wastelands, which left him in his current terrified and sorry state. That night, Shihao sat within the central heavenly palace for an entire night without moving. Only when the sun rose from the east the next morning did he recover. Someone reported that another person entered from outside the imperial city. It was a beautiful Taoist nun that was extremely powerful that wanted to meet with Shihao this time. The face of the imperial bodyguard that came to give this report was pale. When Shihao heard this, he walked out from the central heavenly palace. This terrain of this place was the highest around, just like a small mountain, could overlook all directions. He gazed through the void and concentrated on a place outside the imperial city. My heaven-mending sex inheritance has been passed throughout the ages and has never fallen. It is far more powerful than this country. Yet as a representative of my great sect, I cannot even meet with the Stone Emperor. The middle-aged Taoist nun spoke coldly. Her voice carried a type of contempt, not willing to speak any more with the general. The fluctuations she released from her body were extremely terrifying, making the faces of the soldiers on the imperial palace walls turn white. It was extremely astonishing. We have made the report. His Majesty will see you, you may enter the palace. A general spoke. He felt rather nervous inwardly, because he already suspected that this might be a supreme expert. With my status, together with the fact that I came to represent the heaven-mending sect, even if it was the Stone Country's previous emperors, he would have to come out and welcome me. Make that child come out to meet me. The middle-aged Taoist nun spoke coldly. This was a commanding tone of voice, one that didn't put the imperial palace's people in her eyes at all. There was a type of self-conceit and even more a type of contempt. The generals all remained behind, naturally all loyal. When they heard this, they were all furious. Among them, one of them said, Your heaven-mending sect came to my Stone Country to stir up trouble, and now you come to show your arrogance again. Do you think my Stone Country has no one here? His words were extremely fierce, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. You dare to treat me so rudely? The middle-aged Taoist nun coldly said. You dare to act so rudely here? Shihao's voice clearly sounded, spreading out from the imperial palace like a strike of thunder. Little Stone, are you talking to this great one? Outside the imperial palace walls, the middle-aged Taoist nun's white clothes fluttered about. Her appearance was extraordinary, but right now, There was a cold expression on her face. In her hands was a horsetail whisk. The facial expressions of the generals on top of the thick and massive city walls all changed. After the Battle of Two Stones, the little stone became a title of great praise. However, this middle-aged Taoist nun was extremely overbearing, and she referred to him in such a way despite the fact that Shi Hao had become the human emperor. This was definitely a type of contempt. The name Little Stone right now was just like a nickname for children, and before she had even called him a child. The Taoist nun carried a type of arrogance, as if she was high above everyone here and looking down upon them. Taoist nun? Are you provoking me? Shi Hao's voice sounded from within the imperial palace. The tremendous voice carried a wave of dignity, as well as a bit of cold intent. Little Stone, why don't you come out to greet me? The middle-aged Taoist nun said. Taoist nun, cease your rudeness. Do not speak randomly in front of the emperor. A general berated. To refer to the new emperor in such a manner was definitely a type of contempt. Many generals couldn't tolerate this. This was the emperor of a country and he couldn't be disrespected like this by outsiders. Oh, isn't the entire world referring to you like this? You are a rather outstanding youth. So I also acknowledge your accomplishments. The middle-aged Taoist nun said with a calm expression while standing in front of the city walls. You, audacious! A general shouted. He ordered for everyone to raise the enormous black bows in their hands. A unique arrow with special feathers and a red arrowhead that swirled with light was added to the bow. It shone with special brilliant symbols. This was the soul-shattering arrow that was specially used to deal with powerful cultivators. Could blast through vicious beasts and kill nobles. There weren't many of these arrows, but once they were released, heaven and earth would lose color. An esteemed guest makes an appearance. Yet you all neglect my presence and point arrows at me. Are you forcing me to act out in self-defense? The Taoist nun spoke coldly. From where she stood, strand after strand of white mists appeared, surrounding her body. There was an extremely powerful type of fluctuation around her. Her supreme expert aura was displayed to its fullest, and in just a moment, the world began to tremble violently in response. The people on the city walls were all shocked. They felt an overwhelming pressure. This was the energy of a supreme expert that was spreading outwards. The difference in cultivation realms between them was too great to cross. The military soldiers all felt powerless within their hearts. The middle-aged Taoist nun released a silver ripple that began to quickly spread outwards. It was like an enormous wave, completely submerging all of those on the city walls with a deafening sound. Impudent! A short shout was released, and a heavenly sword moved through the air. It intercepted the silver ripple and caused it to scatter into the void. Inside the imperial palace, Shi Hao walked over step by step on top of the city streets that were made of white marble. He wore a set of golden battle clothes. On his back was the country protecting divine halberd, and in his hand was a divine magical sword. His eyes were like torches as they exerted an intimidating aura. Under Xianxia sounds, the enormous scarlet doors were opened. Shi Hao walked out and stared at the middle-aged Taoist nun. Little Stone, I am here to represent the heaven-mending sect. Even though you are the emperor of a country, you should still invite me to enter the imperial palace to show me respect. Do you know how to receive a guest? The middle-aged nun said. If I let you come, would you dare? Shi Hao looked at her with a look of contempt. The middle-aged Taoist nun was a supreme expert who had cultivated for most of her life. Her power could overrun the world and allow her to go wherever she pleased. What kind of powerful individuals hadn't she seen before? Yet today, a youth was actually treating her in such a way, making her gaze immediately become a bit colder. The little stone's name had long spread outside this region. She naturally heard about him before, especially about his illustrious reputation after he became an expert, how the world trembled under his power, and how he displayed exceptional divine might. However, she continued to maintain her arrogance, because the other party was too young, while she had already been a supreme expert for over 100 years. To be able to become the emperor of a country at such a young age is truly not easy. Even though your words contain confidence, Do not forget that the world is large and that there are countless capable people out there. You should show some respect, especially when facing those of the older generation," said the middle-aged Taoist nun. "And I need you to teach me this?" Shi Hao's words were brief. The middle-aged Taoist nun's expression changed. From the start, this youth never spoke much. This was a type of arrogance from his very being. He actually treated her with such disdain while speaking. "Youngster, you are too unbridled. I am a supreme expert, so not even the emperor of a country can act so rudely, let alone one like you whose position can fall apart at any moment. How dare you act so arrogant?" The middle-aged Taoist nun berated. "Not capable of self-reflection, and you dare to treat me with such disrespect. If you want to die, then I'll help you. If not, then get lost." Shi Hao coldly spoke. Forget about the generals on the city walls that were stupefied. Even the middle-aged Taoist nun's face became pale. This was too direct, not giving her any face. He directly lashed out at her. When it was all said and done, this young human emperor was still extremely calm, not treating her like something important at all. This type of attitude naturally made her furious. Shi Hao actually took the initiative to take action. The sword in his hand flowed with light, shining like clear water and falling stars. But at the same time, it also possessed an exceptional berserk quality as it hacked down on the middle-aged Taoist nun. "Just a formation arrangement realm junior, yet you dare to act so wantonly," the middle-aged Taoist nun shouted. She reached out her hand and pointed out. A streak of silver light emerged, immediately facing that streak of sword energy. A great star seemed to explode between the two. Heaven and earth became chaotic, and a crazy shockwave surged. Fortunately, endless draconic energy surged from the sides, locking this place down. Otherwise, the imperial capital would have definitely exploded. After all, any casual attack from a supreme expert would be enough to move mountains and drain seas. The middle-aged Taoist nun was clearly shocked. A 15-year-old youth actually blocked her attack. What kind of power was this? She trembled inwardly. This didn't make sense. You have to understand that she was a supreme expert held in high esteem. How could the power of mortals contend against her? At this moment, Shi Hao already walked over, leaving the imperial palace. His entire body was surrounded in thick draconic aura. Strand after strand of thick heavenly dragons surrounded him. It was extremely shocking. "Kill!" The middle-aged Taoist nun's finger was like a blade, and at the end of her finger, a silver streak of light flew outwards. It formed the shape of a blade and quickly enlarged to several hundred zhang in length before sweeping out with the intent of total annihilation. The golden sword in Shi Hao's hand swept out. The light it produced was absolutely dazzling, like a blooming sun. It collided with the silver blade radiance, and another intense shockwave emerged, causing the entire world to tremble in response. The silver blade energy was cut open and scattered into the void. "Imperial draconic energy," the middle-aged Taoist nun said softly. Her eyes flickered with light, revealing her deep shock. How many days had it been? The little stone was this ridiculous, condensing the fate energy of a country and grasping this type of mysterious force. Otherwise, no matter how shocking he was, it would still be impossible for him to fight against a supreme expert. Never in history had a 15-year-old youth possessed the strength to face off against a supreme expert. So what if you have the Imperial Tao draconic energy? You have just begun to grasp it. You are still using an external power in the end. Watch how I suppress you. The middle-aged Taoist nun was extremely domineering. Her hand shone and brandished the horsetail whisk. A streak of silver light erupted. 3,000 silver threads quickly rushed out, descending from all directions like ropes to tie up that youth. Wang! Shi Hao's sword moved. The golden magical sword softly trembled and released a rumbling sound. Then, all around him strands of auspicious, multicolored energy blossomed. Sword energy flew out and surged forward like rainbows. Deafening kungxiang sounds rang out. All of the threads were sliced apart by the sword energy. A fierce collision broke out between the two, and world-shocking radiance erupted. The sky was covered in light, and the entire imperial city began to sway. The only thing to be glad about was that there were formations here. They were all opened, and imperial draconic energy surged, trapping all directions and blocking these fluctuations. Otherwise, the result would be too terrible to imagine. You old hag only amount to this much, yet you dare to act so arrogantly here? Xianxia asked. The middle-aged Taoist nun was also considered good-looking. She was practically invincible in this world, and when she was young, she dazzled an entire region. As a disciple of the heaven-mending sect, regardless of where she went, she would always receive the courtesy of others. This was how she lived her entire life, as she was an extraordinary individual. But today, she was treated with such cold words by a youth. This youth didn't take her seriously at all, making her feel great fury. Even though she had already cultivated for over 100 years, she still found it hard to calm herself down. Junior, I am here to discipline you and teach you how to respect your elders, she shouted. In just a split second, 2 shocking heavenly rainbows rushed into the clouds. They were going to fight in the sky. Frantic and ill winds roared as they stirred about. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. All types of brilliant and varied scenes could be seen up above. The 2 experts took action, triggering this terrifying scene. Everyone in the imperial capital became overwhelmed with shock. Their hearts were speeding and their eyes were dazzled as they watched. Even their minds felt like they were going to collapse from the pressure. Was this what it meant to be a supreme expert? This type of energy was too terrifying. Any random move could easily shatter mountains or shift seas. What was even more shocking was that this new emperor was extremely powerful. His age was only a bit more than 10, yet he could deal with a powerful individual from the heaven-mending sect. It was simply inconceivable. In the world of cultivation, this type of innate talent could truly frighten a person to death. He was actually able to fight at close quarters against a supreme expert at the age of 15, leaving the crowd stupefied. This was especially true for the 3 sex cultivators. Not a single one of them wasn't horrified. A streak of sword light flashed past. 3,000 silver threads fluttered about. The horsetail whisk was sliced apart, and it was clear that the middle-aged Taoist nun suffered a loss. She was at a disadvantage, leaving many people greatly shaken. What is going on? The little stone is this powerful? He shouldn't have entered the supreme expert realm yet. It's the imperial draconic energy. Look, around him there are numerous heavenly dragons curling about. They are flowing unendingly from the imperial palace for him to use. The faces of the 3 sex cultivators became unpleasant. They all looked towards the sky. Where is Yu Chan? The middle-aged Taoist nun finally couldn't hold back any longer. She never thought that she would have to remain on the defensive when fighting against Xianxia and be in an inferior state. The main reason for her visit to the imperial palace was to ask about Fairy Yu Chan's whereabouts. Originally, she wanted to take the initiative to show some intimidation, yet in the end, it became an impasse. She was completely unable to move the little stone. Humble yourself and beg this emperor, Xianxia sneered. You, unbridled. The middle-aged Taoist nun's eyes were ice-cold as she shouted loudly. Suddenly, heaven and earth became chaotic. The magical sword in Xianxia's hands shone, and divine fluctuations began to proliferate. This type of aura suppressed all of the trembling within the city and made them suddenly feel the urge to kneel down. The middle-aged Taoist nun shouted softly. A black tortoise shell emerged from her hands. It released dark light that blazed furiously. It also possessed that type of massive aura that was sacred and dignified. Dang! A loud sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the black tortoise shell. After it was hacked upon by the golden magical sword, it violently shook. Then, it madly absorbed the world's spiritual essence and continuously flew backwards. My black shield! The middle-aged Taoist nun cried out loudly. Her eyes were full of pain. This was the most precious magical artifact she obtained from the heaven-mending sect and was known to be sturdy and immortal. It was left behind by a divine old tortoise, yet cracks actually appeared on it. Xianxia's gaze was intimidating. He brandished the golden magical sword. Sword light filled this world, and the rainbow radiance swept out in all directions. One of the middle-aged Taoist nun's arms fell. Bloody light rushed high into the skies. She released a loud shout, and her eyes were full of shock. She was actually injured by this youth. The middle-aged Taoist nun turned around to flee, quickly escaping into the distance. The other party's power exceeded her expectations, and if she continued fighting, she would most likely fall here. "Didn't you come to denounce me? Why are you fleeing in such an anxious manner?" Sherhao's voice resounded through the skies. For a supreme expert, fleeing was already an extremely shameful thing. This even happened after suffering defeat at the hand of a youngster that was barely over 10 years old, which made her feel even more ashamed. Now, she was once again ridiculed by him, making her truly wish to turn around and risk it all. However, her life was the most important. Since she already lost, if she turned back to fight again, she would definitely have to pay a painful price. Fortunately, she had her missing arm in hand. By pressing it against her injury and applying some spiritual medicine, it should be restored without any problems. Qi golden sword radiance hacked over, tearing through the heavens. It was incredibly penetrating and blinding, and under the eyes of everyone in the imperial capital, it looked like an incomparably dazzling streak of lightning. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged Taoist nun, it was just like the chains of a death god. It was on the verge of capturing her. She opened her mouth, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, she ignited all of her essence energy and increased her speed. When she first came, she was incomparably arrogant, calling him Little Stone and carrying a high and aloof attitude as she looked down on all of Stone Country. However now, she was in such a miserable state, making many people sigh. Life really was full of changes. The middle-aged Taoist nun's shoulder flowed with blood. She had changed directions several times, and she finally escaped the sword with difficulty. However, the youth behind her was too vicious. He began to release sword attacks again and again, sending sword energy piercing into the skies. Golden multicolored light blossomed, dazzling this world. It was as if an enormous and terrifying lotus flower blossomed and covered this world. This sword radiance flew over streak after streak. Even though she increased her speed and continuously changed directions, it was still difficult for her to avoid everything. One of them rumbled and rushed towards her like a true dragon. Resplendent golden light blossomed boundlessly, rushing towards her back, making the fine hairs on her body stand up. It was already too late to shift towards another direction, because the other areas were submerged in sword radiance as well. Dark light flickered. She brought out the tortoise shell again. It flowed with numerous symbols to protect her body. This was left behind by a divine old turtle and was incomparably hard. It was a peerless defensive item, one of the most important treasures of the heaven-mending sect. However, after the sword radiance descended, the tortoise shell's radiance quickly dimmed. Many more cracks appeared, and it seemed like it was about to be destroyed. When another streak of sword energy descended, a sharp and clear sound rang out. The tortoise shell's aura was astonishing, and it actually began to burn with light. The treasure exploded, turning into hundreds of fragments before flying in all directions. It was eliminated from this world just like that. The middle-aged Taoist nun released a loud scream, feeling incomparably regretful. This was her most precious magical artifact, yet it still couldn't defend against that golden magical sword. It left her greatly frightened. She opened her mouth and spat out blood. Even though the tortoise shell blocked the sword energy, the fragments from the explosion still injured her, mangling her back so badly that bone could be seen. Everyone in the imperial capital was stupefied as they watched. This was a supreme expert. However, she was still seriously injured by Sherhao and almost killed. What kind of power was this? If Sherhao's previous action of entering the imperial capital alone not too long ago and chasing away the 3 sect's great cultivators was a great feat, then this was another miracle. This made people go mad. He was just 15 years of age, yet he already possessed such extraordinary accomplishments. What would happen in the future? It was difficult to imagine. He might truly surpass the ancient and shock the present world. Only a small group of people knew that what Xianxia relied on was the imperial draconic energy. However, even though this was the case, it was still extraordinary. This type of power wasn't something anyone could use. Not every human emperor possessed these types of methods. The cultivators from the three sects found it difficult to calm down. This little stone was too terrifying. He was going to become a great enemy. Once he was allowed to grow up, there wouldn't be many people who could keep him in check. Let's see if you dare to come back again. In the skies, Xianxia chased her until the edge of the enormous city before stopping himself. The middle-aged Taoist nun was quite close to being killed. It was clear that at the edge of the enormous city, his imperial draconic energy became weaker, and his strength was quickly declining. If he continued to give chase, it would be difficult for him to match the strength of a supreme expert. However, he still thrusted his sword out again. A golden rainbow pierced through the heavens. It was so dazzling that it made others sigh in admiration. The middle-aged Taoist nun released a loud scream, and it seemed as if she had been penetrated through. A bloody hole appeared on her body that surged with blood. "You! Just wait. I will take your head and use it to refine my black shield." Blood flowed from the mouth of the middle-aged Taoist nun as she displayed her hatred. Her eyes were cold and fierce, and the arrogance and calmness from before completely disappeared. "Why doesn't this emperor help you cast a divination? Not long from now, you will never be able to return to the heaven-mending sect," Xianxia said. The middle-aged Taoist nun's face turned pale. She fiercely swung her shoulder to turn and leave, not wanting to stay here a second later. This youth was going to make her explode in anger. A wave of quietness swept through the imperial capital. This type of accomplishment was just like a legend. He was just 15 years of age, yet he was able to defeat a supreme expert. No matter what generation it was, his name would tremble everything under the heavens and leave all shaken. A moment later, clamoring filled stone capital and the noise shook the sky. The entire city became chaotic with commotion. Right now, the two words human emperor were being read aloud by many. The draconic energy within Stone Country capital increased by a substantial amount, and Xianxia could clearly sense strand after strand of essence energy entering the imperial palace through the void. He was wrapped up by a wave of dense energy. The precious imprint in his bosom sparkled even more brilliantly. Xianxia gently flicked the golden sword, producing a clanging sound. It possessed exceptional sharpness and was one of the treasury's most powerful magical artifacts. As a result, it was able to slice apart the opponent's divine tortoise shell. "Congratulations to the human emperor. Your great feats are miraculous," Peng Nine happily shouted. "The human emperor's divine might is without equal." A group of generals also shouted loudly. Then, many soldiers began to shout, and the voices echoed through the city. Xianxia nodded. Then, with a flash, he disappeared into the central heavenly temple. Sitting on the throne, he began to carefully think things over. He said to himself, as expected, there were supreme experts who came. However, there shouldn't be that many that came, right? He was fully aware that even though the heaven-mending sect was related to the higher realms, they still didn't dare to act too rashly during such turbulent times. After all, there wasn't just one or two in the higher realms who were toying with this world. It was quite possible that there were those that also targeted places like the heaven-mending sect, such as factions that were hostile against them. What a pity! That Taoist nun was so close to being cut down. The Imperial Guard leader Peng Nine regretfully said. Then, the War King and the others also entered. When they saw Xianxia erupt in divine might, even though they were inspired, they also felt some worry. Now that the three sects cultivators had arrived, there was definitely more than a single supreme expert. At that time, it would definitely be a bloody war. Would Xianxia alone be enough? There's no need to worry. Xianxia appeared rather calm. He made the other generals and their subordinates withdraw, leaving behind only the War King and Peng Nine. There might be a good show to watch, Xianxia smiled, revealing his extremely white teeth. His dignified expression was gone, and instead, he smiled extremely brilliantly. Only now did he seem like a youngster again. The War King and Peng Nine were stupefied. What was the young emperor planning? Sure how brought them next to the palace's ancestral altar. When it was activated, it immediately looked like a water mirror, producing some sceneries. Your Majesty left behind a monitoring formation quite far away, and what is happening can be seen here through the ancestral altar. The two individuals were astonished. Outside Stone Capital, the middle-aged Taoist nun descended within a mountain range. When she raised her hand and pressed forward, mountain peaks collapsed and turned into ashes like paper. She was truly beyond furious. She was pursued in such a way and forced to flee in the wastelands by a youth in front of the eyes of so many people. She had never felt such humiliation in 100 years, leaving her incomparably furious. There was a portion of the 3 sex experts that entered the city, but there were still many that remained outside. The especially powerful ones were all hidden within the mountain range. After returning to the heaven-mending sex base, the Taoist nun wrapped up her injuries and drank a cup of tea before closing her eyes to meditate. Only after a long time had passed did she release a breath of air. She was finally able to calm down. She asked the disciples of her clan, "Are there any clues of Yuchan?" Reporting to Ancestral Master, "We have searched and discovered a place that should be the location where Junior Yuchan disappeared. That place has already turned into a piece of ruined land, and there is a type of divine energy fluctuating." There were male and female young disciples that came in to give the report. They all possessed outstanding aptitudes. Otherwise, how could they enter the heaven-mending sect? Yuchan's innate talent is incomparable, and she came from the higher realms as well. We cannot lose her, or else no one would be able to bear the responsibility. The middle-aged Taoist nun frowned. Then, she stood up and said, "I will personally take a look. Maybe I'll discover something." The lake was dried up and had long split into 4 parts. The mountain peaks had collapsed as well. This place was in tatters. This place seemed to have been struck by lightning, leaving behind scorched ground. In addition, there were many giant rocks, as if they had fallen from the heavens. The middle-aged Taoist nun personally hurried over. When she saw this scene, she was greatly moved. The remains of the destroying divine formation's lightning formation. This was arranged by Yuchan. There is still divine force fluctuating about. As expected, it really is terrifying. Soon after, she was puzzled again. Even if the little stone was exceptionally talented, it would be difficult even for him to escape death in this type of dangerous situation. Why was it that he was alive and Fairy Yuchan disappeared? She was full of suspicions. Leading several disciples, she carefully searched around. She released a powerful divine will to reconstruct the scenes of the past. It's a bit strange. What is over there? The middle-aged Taoist nun was moved inwardly after sensing something. Inside the imperial palace, Shurhao smiled extremely resplendently. His sparkling teeth flowed with white luster as he said, "The emperor has already casted a divination. As expected, it is about to come true." The War King and Peng Nine looked at each other in dismay. They seemed a bit puzzled. "There is a good show to watch." Shurhao smiled extremely happily. Suddenly, large amounts of radiance rose from the scorched earth. It was extremely terrifying, immediately submerging that area. The middle-aged Taoist nun cried out loudly and did everything she could to resist. She used all of her supreme expert energy to attack back. However, despite the fact that she struggled with all of her power, it was hard for her to break free. She was surrounded by a concentrated net of light, and all types of symbols descended to refine her alive. As for the disciples, they had long turned into dust, swept clean by the great formation's divine light. They were immediately shattered, both their bodies and souls annihilated. Damned little bastard. This is his trick. He purposely trapped this old one. The middle-aged Taoist nun was going crazy from anger. She finally realized why the little stone made that divination before they parted. It was just too shameful. The youth expected her to come here and long laid down a killing trap, waiting for her to find it herself. When she understood all of this, both anger and nervousness attacked at the middle-aged Taoist nun's heart. She was incredibly sullen, because this damn formation was too unbearable. She actually ran into this trap on her own. This really was seeking one's own death. She personally went to search for her place of death. Concentrated symbols descended, and the web of light gathered. Her flesh collapsed, and when her primordial spirit tried to flee, it was swept by a streak of divine light and turned into ashes, causing her to perish on the spot. Next to the ancestral altar inside the imperial palace, the War King and Peng 9 were dumbstruck. This middle-aged Taoist nun actually died just like that, in such a sullen manner. She definitely died with remaining grievance. Only after a long time did the two snap back to reality. They looked at each other and laughed loudly, feeling extremely joyous. "It's not finished yet. Let's make a trip." Shihao laughed and said. The two were confused. Seeing Shihao's appearance, they felt as if he was laughing a bit lowly. They felt as if they committed a great offense. How could they use such a word to describe the human emperor? In reality, Shihao's smile truly wasn't all that kind and honest. There was that bit of lowliness. With the support of the ancestral altar, they opened a void passage and hurried to the scene of the crime. Shihao carefully tidied things up. He carefully arranged things in order and removed all corresponding traces. Then, he fixed up the Great Formation a bit, making it even more perfect. The last time it was used was truly a bit of a waste. I was hoping to make 1 or 2 more divinations. Shihao laughed and said. The War King and Peng 9 were speechless. They finally understood why His Majesty's smile was somewhat lowly. He was truly without principles actually doing things like this. This was a formation purposely made to deal with supreme experts. When he laid it back then, Shihao already took such meticulous considerations. When normal people made contact with it, it wouldn't produce any response. A short while later, they disappeared. When he returned to the imperial palace, Shihao laughed loudly a few times. Of course, he didn't expect the formation to continuously kill supreme experts, but sooner or later, misfortune would fall upon others. Your Majesty, the cultivators of the 3 sects outside have begun to move abnormally. There are supreme experts that have released their auras. It is not just one either, and they are about to enter Stone Capital. Someone came to give a report. Within the central heavenly palace, the atmosphere immediately became dignified. No matter. You may leave. Shihao nodded. The War King and Peng 9's expressions weren't that great to look at. If the 3 sects were going to carry out a large-scale invasion, then the situation would be extremely bad. What are you too scared of? We should be happy instead. Shihao laughed loudly in an extremely joyous manner. He pointed towards the enormous imperial palace and said, the Great Formation had long been repaired and even changed, and it is now just waiting for them to run inside. I truly wish for them to send a few more supreme experts. Just killing 2 or 3 is somewhat boring. The War King and Peng 9 looked at each other. They truly didn't know what to say, but afterwards, they also couldn't help but laugh loudly. The imperial palace was quite massive. Palace halls towered one after another in a dignified and majestic manner. There were tens of divine formations laid out that were interconnected. As soon as they were activated, it would definitely shock the world and cause the supernatural to weep. A faint smile rested on the corners of Shihao's lips as he patiently waited. However, in the end, no one barged in. The 3 sects cultivators were all acting cautiously. Reporting to Your Majesty. Someone has made contact with the 8th Prince, 11th Princess, and others. A golden guard entered the central heavenly palace to make this report. The spacious and glorious main hall resounded with his voice. Shihao's face remained tranquil. He was quiet and didn't say anything. You may withdraw, Peng 9 said. This was an inside report, information sent from men working in secret. Only when the problems became extremely grave would this type of force be used. Shihao carefully read the secret letter that was brought over. Then, he handed it to Peng 9 and the War King. Their faces were expressionless, making the atmosphere in the main hall become a bit tense. The old emperor lived honestly and powerfully, but there are some sons and daughters who are truly disappointing. For the sake of taking the throne for themselves, they truly dare to do anything. The War King's eyebrows locked together. It is just a few sons and daughters. The others are still fine. Shihao spoke up. Emperor, what are your plans? The old guard Peng9 asked. If they don't cross that line, then I won't target them. If they act too excessively, then the law will be carried out mercilessly. Shihao calmly spoke. There were many stalks of spiritual medicines planted in the imperial palace, many precious techniques stored in the law temple, and even countless rare items in the treasury. However, they had all been visited by these imperial children, and many things were taken out by them. Shihao didn't look into these matters too much, because in the end, they were still the children of the previous emperor. However, if these people went too far, then he wouldn't show them any more kindness. Near a garden that was close to the city walls, a group of cultivators from the Immortal Mountain was holding a secret discussion. Qin Ling appeared to be stirred up and incomparably furious as he loudly lashed out about something. He is too excessive. I went there to persuade him with kind words, yet he treated me with such coldness. Even that old guard dared to berate me. The little stone was looking at me from such a high position. What does he treat me as? When he went to the imperial palace to serve as an emissary, he was under great pressure the entire time. He was crushed by Shihao's imposing aura, and his mind and spirit received severe torment. Even now, he was still afflicted with lingering fear. Qin Ling was naturally unsatisfied. As he discussed with the powerful individuals from his clan, he was extremely angry. So what if he was the human emperor? They represented the eternal immortal mountain. Calm yourself. An elder sitting on top of a praying mat spoke. When he opened his eyes, 2 streaks of lightning streaked through the air. Within the courtyard, a small bridge that was situated within a pavilion flowed with water. The scenery was extremely graceful and exquisite. Another middle-aged individual spoke, saying, "Within him flows half of our immortal mountain's bloodline. How great of an opportunity is this? We can bring him back to pay his respects to the ancestors and return to the sect. This way, it would be a victory without conflict, and we can also control his stone country. Then, we can improve our control over the wasteland region and search for what we need." It's useless. Qin Ling shook his head. He had already calmed down, no longer being as emotional. With an extremely impartial assessment, he said, even if he were to fall under our control, he would remain happy and carefree like in the Void God realm. But as soon as we touch upon things where his principles lie, he will act domineeringly without any room for leeway, let alone allowing us to control a country. The middle-aged man frowned. If this type of genius doesn't enter our immortal mountain, how much of a pity would that be? Right, I had heard that there is a married couple on the mountains that seem to be his parents. What exactly is going on? Why has it become such a great secret within the clan? There are some matters you shouldn't ask about. Even I don't understand it too clearly. The sect master has his plans, and when the second tribulation descends, that couple will most likely enter the higher realms. The elder sitting on the praying mat spoke. He was a supreme expert with extremely high status. The willpower of a youth isn't that strong. If you just push him a bit, it will succeed. Another elder took a sip of his tea, and after thinking for a bit, he slowly spoke. He was also a supreme expert. I have heard previously that there are some geniuses from the higher realms that are going to descend. At that time, we could allow the little stone to meet with some noble women and see the extravagance of the higher realms. Regardless of whether it is the people there or the precious techniques, they will all make him excited. At that time, he might change his mind and request our immortal mountain for entry into the higher realms. Those great figures are going to send their descendants to inspect the 8-region entrapment? The eyebrows of the elder sitting on the praying mat jumped. The elder on the other side nodded. When the others saw this, they all felt fearful. The matter of the higher realms geniuses and noble women inspecting this lower realm would definitely be a huge matter. Further talks on this topic ended because it was related to too much. Normally people didn't dare to talk about it, so avoiding it was for the best. The heaven-mending sect and western sect might decide to enter the imperial city and carry out their intimidation. What will our immortal mountain do? A moment later, the middle-aged man asked the 2 supreme experts for instructions. Even though half of the Little Stone's bloodline is that of the Immortal Mountains, the youth's accomplishments have made him too brash, so he ought to face a bit of suffering and receive a beating. When the time comes, we will take action again and save his life. At that time, he will be much more obedient. A supreme expert spoke. The elder on the praying mat nodded and said, "In the Imperial Palace, he still has some methods. With the Imperial Draconic energy around him, it is enough to deal with a supreme expert. However, the Heaven-Mending sect and Western sect will definitely reveal enough power, so there is no way for him to defend against it all. We should go as well and release more pressure as supreme experts. He is quite smart, so he should make the correct choice. Even though he has my clan's bloodline, the youth is too insolent and needs a beating. After he experiences some suffering, we will interfere. That way, he will understand how to cherish things." The middle-aged individual nodded. Inside of another garden, the Western sect's cultivators were comparatively quieter. It was to the point where the people there all didn't seem to say much. "Are the two supreme experts going to pay the Imperial Palace a visit?" someone asked. "Yes." The reply was extremely concise without any excessive words. "This ought to be the way. How many changes in the imperial courts has our Western sect seen over the years? Yet all of them were annihilated during the endless passage of time. It is just a stone country whose history is like a splash of water in the flow of time. Basically insignificant." A youngster spoke. Inside the Western sect, everyone had short hair that wasn't longer than an inch in length. They were all cultivators that emphasized body refinement. The lively ones were mostly youngsters, and when someone spoke, the others also expressed their opinions of discontentment. The Grand Western sect had existed through the passage of time and looked down on the 8 regions. Not long ago, they were actually forced out from the imperial capital by a single youth. This was completely humiliating. I feel like we should ask a few more old ancestors to descend to tear apart this capital city and kick him out from the imperial palace. Otherwise, how could we dissolve the current humiliation? Indeed, we ought to suppress him with power and overturn him with a single slap, defeating him in front of the eyes of the world. A few youngsters spoke. Their words did not contain good intentions, clearly taking the earlier great defeat to heart. They wanted to completely restore their dignity and suppress the Little Stone. The cultivators of the Heaven-Mending sect were in discussion as well. Among them, an elder frowned, because the middle-aged Taoist nun had already left for a long time without returning. She might even miss the period of palace entry. A golden war chariot sped along, leaving behind dazzling light on the streets. 8 vicious beasts pulled it along, and their trampling made the ground tremble and release rumbling sounds. Those walking on the streets all moved out of the way in alarm. This golden chariot possessed a madness as it rushed towards the imperial palace. A demonic aura surged. "That's the 8th prince's gilded chariot. Is he going to enter the imperial palace? What awe-inspiring might!" Recently, words have traveled about quickly, and there were quite a few rumors. This prince had also leaked information intentionally, stating that there was an issue with the Little Stone succeeding the throne, and that he was a fake emperor. A purple carriage sped past in a stable and low-profile manner. It sparked another wave of discussion, but it was favorable commentary. This was the 15th prince, who ordinarily was open-minded and never put on airs. The impression the imperial capital's people had of him was quite excellent. "The 15th prince is also entering the palace. What is going on?" The people were confused. Inside the central heavenly palace, Xianxia sat there quietly. After waiting for a long time, none of the 3 sects experts came, and a few princes and princesses arrived one after another. Xianxia remained indifferent, and Peng Nine sighed. Through the monitoring formation, he could sense that these individuals' motives weren't pure. The 8th prince entered the imperial palace and continuously used a secret method to observe the underground formation to get to the bottom of things. Even though his actions were discreet, how could they escape Xiao's notice? "The 3 sects cultivators are quite prudent and careful," Peng Nine said softly. "They unexpectedly didn't invade forcefully and chose to send their representative princes and princesses to observe the situation first. These people sigh. The War King sighed. Despite everything, he could still be considered a distant uncle of these people. Allow them to look as carefully as they want, Xianxia said. When these individuals entered the palace, he already anticipated things were as such. Holding the precious imprint, he altered the world and changed everything. The eighth prince smiled. As he walked about, he saw many symbols. The formations that were destroyed during the Great Calamity hadn't been completely repaired, and everything was as he predicted. After entering the heavenly temple, he became extremely arrogant. He stood there without kneeling and said, "I won't recognize you as the new emperor. This is the foundation my father the emperor left behind." And that decree was forged. Xianxia stared down at him coldly from his throne, not saying anything. "Esteemed nephew, why are you doing this?" The War King looked at him while speaking. "Since a fake emperor seized my stone country's great position, I naturally wouldn't accept it. Why can't I say these things?" The eighth prince coldly opposed. "Do you truly think that I won't kill you?" Seated up on top, Xianxia calmly looked down on him. His voice wasn't great, it still made the eighth prince break out in a cold shiver. He couldn't help but back up. "As soon as you succeed the throne, you immediately want to massacre the late emperor's descendants? How will the people in this world look upon you? I'm sure they will think of you as vicious and heartless," said the eighth prince. This was also partly where his confidence lay. Of course, the main reason was because he had the support of the foreign great sects backing him. For the previous emperor, having this type of child is truly a humiliation. Not only did you not think of protecting the country's land, you've submitted yourself to foreign powers, daring to act as a puppet and opening up the doors for them. I'm sure the previous emperor has his feelings about your actions. You? The eighth prince was so terrified he began to take steps backwards. From start to finish, when he looked at that youth, he felt a fear from the depths of his soul. Get lost. Shut yourself up and think about your mistakes, or else you can't blame me for being merciless. Xianxia released a short shout, shocking the eighth prince so much his fine hairs stood on end and his scalp went numb. His lips trembled, but he wasn't able to say anything. He turned around and left. At this moment, there was a great fear within him. He truly felt as if there was danger to his life, fearing that Xianxia would kill him with a raise of his hand. Won't amount to much. Behind him, Xianxia's voice sounded, but the prince didn't dare to return a single sentence. Then, the 11th princess, 15th prince, 17th prince, and a few others entered the central heavenly palace one after another to have an audience with the emperor. However, they all appeared to be respectful on the surface, admitting Xianxia to have succeeded the country's inheritance. However, they all secretly sized up various places within the imperial palace and carefully looked about to see what was happening with the formations. They all received satisfactory answers. When these individuals left one after another, the War King and Peng Nine immediately left to deal with the situation. They told the other guards to be careful and quietly avoid the incoming turbulent situation. Xianxia kept watch within the central heavenly palace and said to himself, "The three sects moved the princes and princesses to come and search around. Are they going to start their plan to kill me? I'm waiting. However many that come, is however many I'll kill." The setting sun seemed to be dyed in blood, filling the sky with clouds of fiery color. However, when this type of fiery red color scattered down on the imperial palace, it instead made it look more sacred. It made the palace halls that were lined with golden edges seem exceptionally peaceful and auspicious. It made it seem just like the ancient dwelling of a deity secluded deep within the mountains. This was an incredibly strange feeling. This place was clearly the imperial capital of a country, yet right now, there was this type of strange feeling that was extraordinarily tranquil and propitious. The majestic imperial city flowed with golden luster under the setting sun, as if it was in a land of fantasy. The city appeared grand and majestic, as if the emperor of the divine realm had descended here and taken residence within. Hong! The tranquility had been shattered. The floor lightly trembled, and from the distance, dozens of people walked over. The few in the lead radiated with precious light. Divine rings surrounded their bodies, making them look just like deities in a world of dust. The ground trembled, caused by a single step from the one in the lead. The imperial city covered in the sunset glow shook. It was extremely astonishing. The heaven-mending sect, Western sect, and Immortal Mountains cultivators had arrived as a group. There were 5 supreme experts total, each one with their own character and integrity. Their bodies shone with radiance as resplendent divine light surrounded them. They arrived before the city walls. As they gazed into the imperial palace within, their eyes flickered with radiance. The great changes of time could be seen within them, as well as a threatening killing intent. 5 great supreme experts took action together. Just the fluctuations created by this alone, this type of aura, would be enough to make all of heaven and earth tremble. It terrified one to the soul. On top of the city walls, regardless of whether it was the soldiers or the generals, they were all shaking. It wasn't that they were feeling cowardice, but rather a type of suppression that originated from their soul. It made people feel as if they were as insignificant as ants, as if they were raising their heads to gaze upon deities. The difference in level between them was too great. When the supreme experts descended, this type of pressure was incomparable and impossible to resist. Many people on the city walls felt their bodies go weak. After entering the supreme expert realm, they would exceed the ordinary and truly break free from the world of mortals. They were set up on high, far above the lower great cultivator realms, as if they were standing on the heavenly palace. When supreme experts became angry, the world would change color. Mountains would shatter, and oceans would dry up. This was their great might. Normally, it was rare to even see a supreme expert, even if it was a place like the archaic divine mountains. This was also a type of enormous intimidating force. Supreme experts refrained from stepping in the vulgar world of mortals and usually cultivated in isolation. With the passing of the great calamity, there were no supreme experts to be seen in the wasteland region. However, today, 5 came at once to enter the imperial palace. This was just like the heavens caving in. Who could obstruct them? This simply wasn't something within their power. No matter how powerful Hao was previously, it was just a single middle-aged Taoist non-supreme expert. Faced with 5 individuals, he would undoubtedly die without any chances of survival. Open the city gates. The elder in the lead came from the Western sect. He had inch-length hair that stood like steel needles. His body was a bronze color and throbbing with divine light. With just a casual sentence, a group of people on the city walls spat out a large mouthful of blood. This type of pressure was just too terrifying and simply impossible to contend against. Open the formation, a general shouted loudly. The entire imperial city was considered the residence of the human emperor, so there were naturally many mysterious formations here. The symbols on the wall lit up, forming a screen of light to protect the imperial family's inner city. Some small trick. The Western sect's supreme expert moved his finger, and a white light shot out, striking the city gate's high levels. It began to burn fiercely like raging flames, suppressing all of the symbols here and making them all become dim. Just some damaged divine formation. It's missing divine materials. You all still dare to bring this out to block our path. In the back, a youngster sneered. With the appearance of the supreme experts, these soldiers' cultivation levels weren't enough. How could they control the damaged great divine formation? In the eyes of the 3 sects cultivators, it couldn't even stop their footsteps and was simply a vain action. Activate the formation, the general shouted out once again. On top of the city walls, symbols flickered again, and a vague divine aura wafted out. It began to shine incomparably brilliantly. The entire wall became sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of precious stones. It truly is a pity. Only a portion of it was fixed, and all types of bizarre treasures have to be burned up to activate the formation. This is just too wasteful. In the rear, a supreme expert nodded and spoke. Terrifying energy was released from the city walls, blocking their steps. This was the power of ancient deities. It quickly revived, turning this place into one of impenetrable defense. It still won't stop me from proceeding. The Western sect's supreme expert spoke. A black alms bowl appeared in his hands, and it began to shine, releasing strands of auspicious multicolored light. Divine magical artifact. On top of the city walls, everyone became horrified. The alms bowl flew up and gradually increased in size. It changed from black to gold and pressed downwards, causing the entire city gate to rumble with noise. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. All of the symbols vanished, and it would be difficult to produce another defensive screen. All of the soldiers felt their bodies going weak. Under the powerful might of supreme experts and their divine magical weapons, they were as weak as ants. The fluctuations they released made them feel like they were suffocating. The Western sect's supreme expert had already withdrawn his alms bowl, but his own body's fluctuations continuously poured out like a vast sea. Normal people couldn't defend themselves against this tremendous force. Not even the generals of the city walls could endure the pressure. Their legs went weak, and they fell powerlessly to the ground, their bodies convulsing. This type of power was too frightening, making them feel as if they were about to explode. Even if king-level figures came, they would experience the same thing. This was where the great confidence of a supreme expert lied. A single thought could devour everything and dye tens of thousands of li with blood. For an existence like this, they could disappear into the horizon in the blink of an eye. With a single breath, they could suck countless creatures into their mouths and devour everything. When one reached this level of power, it was hard to keep them in check with the power of the mortal world. They were practically invincible. Wiping out a clan or breaking into an enormous city only took a thought. It seems like the little stone's skill is a bit poor, unable to even fix the city walls completely, yet he still wants to carry out a defense. We are in a realm of our own. A supreme expert spoke from behind. Fellow seniors, what is your intention? This is our stone country's imperial restricted area. We ask that you stop. On top of the city walls, a general spoke with difficulty. His face was deathly white under the pressure, his complexion lacking redness. When a supreme expert appears in the world, where can't they go? So what if it is a country's imperial city? Tell that little stone to come out and greet us. The supreme expert from the heaven-mending sect spoke. On top of the city walls, the people were furious. Even though they weren't a match for this power, they still felt resentful, feeling like this was a type of humiliation. This was the important place of a country's imperial family, yet it was invaded by others just like that. Open the city gates. A supreme expert from the Immortal Mountain spoke out. His voice was calm, but it carried a great imposing might. We will not open them. A soldier shouted loudly in an extremely brave manner. Not going to open them? Then I'll do it myself, said the Western sect's supreme expert. His hand formed an imprint that resembled a divine lion. With a rumbling sound, a golden lion flew out from his finger and smashed into the city gate. Heaven and earth suddenly contorted. A tremendous earthquake ran out through the imperial city. If the other supreme experts didn't restrain this power, a calamity would definitely have happened to the imperial city. Countless houses might have collapsed. Meanwhile, inside the city, the imperial family's city wall cracked apart. As the enormous gates suffered all types of flickering of symbols, it ultimately collapsed. On top of the city, many soldiers' eyes went red. They were bullying others intolerably. Where would you find the imperial palace of a country invaded in this type of manner? What did they treat this type of place as? You all? How could you do this? The war generals shouted angrily. The 5 supreme experts coldly swept their eyes over them. These people all felt as if they were struck by thunder, and then they quickly spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Then they continuously backed up, once again falling down on the city walls. The supreme experts were so unfathomably powerful. Forget about these soldiers, not even a group of kings could do anything. They would similarly cough out blood while retreating in defeat. A few courageous soldiers were about to roar out and risk it all here, but they were stopped by a general. He berated them loudly, telling them that they weren't allowed to act impetuously. Several generals had received secret messages from the new emperor. They were to allow these supreme experts to act in this manner and ignore the supreme experts as they entered. They were forbidden from risking their lives. At this crucial point, continuing any further would make things more dangerous. All of you are to act obediently. Do not make stupid mistakes and pointlessly throw away your lives. The heaven-mending sect's supreme expert coldly swept a gaze over them. Then, these individuals entered the imperial city, proceeding towards the enormous palaces one after another. They all carried a faint smile. It could truly be said that they were in a realm of their own. Stone Country's imperial city is just level ground that is easy to walk through. How can it stop the footsteps of supreme experts? Behind the supreme experts were their own disciples. They were brought here to learn through experience. One of them ruthlessly ridiculed and spoke this sentence. So what if it's the restricted land of an imperial family? It's as if we are walking on smooth ground. Isn't it just the imperial family of the mortal world? Hearing these words, all of the soldiers that guarded the city seethed in anger. Their blood boiled, and they truly wanted to rush up and engage in war. However, after being strictly reprimanded by the generals, they were all stopped. Truly unwilling. My Stone Country's imperial family's most important place is being blasphemed by these people and humiliated in such a way. A veteran was so angry he spat out blood. The 5 supreme experts' faces' expressions were cold and indifferent as they walked forward. There were no expressions to be seen on their faces as they made their way through several enormous palaces and headed towards the depths of the city. Their disciples all burst into loud laughter, showing great contempt towards the veterans on the city walls. As they followed along, they felt extremely carefree, completely dispelling the heavy atmosphere they felt before. After all, the 3 sex cultivators had been chased out from this place before. Now that they had returned, they were able to blow off some steam, making them feel extremely joyous. Little Stone, did you run away? The heaven-mending sect's supreme expert said coldly. Not only did the imperial palace tremble, it reverberated through all of Stone Country capital like thunder. This was precisely the effect he was going for, making everyone understand that the new emperor was just a trifling thing in the eyes of a supreme expert. They could unbridledly slaughter their way into the imperial palace and use power to suppress the new emperor. At this moment, all of Stone Capital was quiet. Everyone stopped their breathing. The imperial capital's atmosphere was incredibly tense. I, the emperor, am here. I will not tolerate all of your impudence. A dignified voice sounded. Shurehao's voice was similarly like thunder, resounding through the capital city. Since you didn't flee, then young emperor, why don't you hurry and welcome us? The great voice sounded, rumbling through the skies. The draconic energy around the central heavenly palace surged. Golden multicolored light rushed into the heaven, and the sound of swords clashing rang through the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sunset glow was completely scattered. A youth wearing golden battle clothes appeared. In his hand was a divine magical sword, and on his back was the country guarding divine halberd. His black hair scattered behind him, and his gaze pierced out like lightning, fixated on the 5 great supreme experts that barged in. All of you are courting death. It was just a simple phrase, yet it brought about a great might that was hard to describe with words. A tremendous might surrounded heaven and earth, as if a celestial emperor was standing tall in this place. When the 5 great supreme experts heard this, their eyes all became ice cold. When people looked past the many enormous palaces separating them and saw the power the youth was exerting, how the seemingly omnipresent golden light around him made him look like the lord of deities, they couldn't help but feel startled. However, soon after, they became relieved again. With the 5 great supreme experts here, who could stop them? The divine formations here had already been ruined in the great calamity. Even with materials, who could repair all of the divine-level formations in such a short period of time? Moreover, the Stone Clan's treasury had already been emptied by the imperial princes and princesses under their support, and quite a bit of it ended up in the 3 sects' hands. Backing up a step, even if the little stone was heaven-defying and restored the great formation, so what? They had long received a portion of the great formation diagram, so they were completely fearless. Little stone, you are too conceited. You are obstinate and self-opinionated, unlike how a human emperor should be. Hurry up and come here. There are matters to discuss regarding the title of emperor. A supreme expert coldly said. Some addressed him as the little stone, others addressed him as a young emperor. There was no respect at all, and they were going to abolish the emperor as well. They truly went too far. In addition, all of them had apathetic expressions on their faces. For them, everything was under their control. I only have a single sentence for all of you. An aura of war surged around Xiao's body. As he stood in front of the central heaven palace, he coldly looked at everyone and said, "Complete execution." These words were extremely shocking. Everyone felt their minds tremble. Xiao wore golden battle clothes and stood under the sunset glow with the divine magical sword in hand. His dark black hair shone, and his eyes looked deep. He appeared extremely valiant. The setting sun dyed the skies in bloody light. This war deity like youth intercepted these 5 great supreme experts. He possessed an intimidating grandeur that left everyone feeling greatly moved. However, at this crucial point, the 3 sex cultivators definitely weren't willing to look inferior. This was true especially for those proud and arrogant young cultivators. These were all disciples of supreme experts, or else they wouldn't have been brought along to gain experience. They all carried great hostility. A young lady with a pretty appearance pretended to be in shock and cried out sarcastically, "What egotistical words! To want to kill 5 supreme experts, is he dreaming? Even if he is a reincarnated deity, it's impossible for someone of his current age. Perhaps he really thinks of himself as a reincarnated deity. Maybe he is thinking about his past life." Someone added while roaring with laughter. When the others heard this, they all laughed along. The 5 supreme experts remained silent, their expressions apathetic. They looked beyond the enormous palaces and looked at the sparkling and resplendent youth standing alone in the sunset glow. He was currently looking down on everyone. Regardless of whether they carried animosity, they all couldn't help but sigh. This was a youth with heaven-warping talent. This type of attitude and elegance formed the divine appearance of a great Taoist. The natural laws and the world resonated together, and his essence drew close with Tao, causing his entire body to flow with brilliant luster, making him appear bright and heroic in appearance. Even though he looks unordinary, it is just an outer handsomeness. He's probably only normal on the inside. To dare act arrogant in front of supreme experts, he's doomed to fall and have his head broken. One of the young cultivators from the 3 sects ridiculed out of envy. Xiao never gave them a single look from start to finish. His eyes only saw the 5 supreme experts. They stood on the opposing side, all of them feeling his great power. The space between them formed its own domain. These youngsters were all the supreme experts' personal disciples, yet now they were completely ignored, leaving them feeling rather wronged. Of course, their knowledge and experiences weren't ordinary. They could feel the mysterious energy emitted from Xiao which left them shivering inwardly. Their goal was only to disturb the little stone and weaken his domain and make his mind falter. And as such, another individual spoke out, saying, "Little stone, why aren't you talking? Are you scared? I fear that it's already too late for you. The so-called human emperor, in front of an eternal inheritance, is still only a joke." The 3 sects had existed since the ancient times and have seen many imperial courts rise and fall. Stone Country is merely a drop in the ocean, and you are just an emperor. Today, you will be kicked off your position of emperor. Another person mocked. Finally, Xiao moved, releasing a cold glance. He looked at these people, and at this moment, it was as if 2 silver streaks of lightning tore through the sky and pierced towards them. The scalps of these youngsters all became numb, and their spirits trembled. What kind of pressure was this? They were so shaken that their souls swayed and almost left their bodies. This was especially true for the one that just spoke. He felt as if his soul had been struck by thunder. After being glanced upon, he immediately felt great fear. The beams of silver light slammed towards them like true dragons. "Pooh!" Several people cried out loudly. They coughed out blood, and their bodies continuously staggered in reverse. This left those present horrified. It was just a look, yet it made them spit out blood from their mouths. What kind of might was this? These people's faces turned pale. The other party was clearly younger than them, yet he possessed such great power. You have to understand that they were the supreme expert's personal disciples, a group of extremely powerful youngsters. They also previously believed that they could look down on all others around them, yet the result was actually like this. The hearts of some people became gloomy. The little stone's accomplishments were so great that it was now impossible to catch up to him. He had long created a tremendous gap between himself and his peers. They couldn't even be compared in the same category anymore. The current How could only find enemies in supreme experts. If those around his age were mentioned, then that would truly become a joke. After understanding these things, this group of experts became depressed. Even as they were defeated, there were a few female disciples whose eyes swirled with light as they looked at How with astonishment. This was a youth who was even younger than them, yet he was already so dazzling, actually being able to compete with their masters. The awe-inspiring might you exert is quite impressive. However, you have only become a supreme expert through the help of the Imperial Tao Draconic energy. Do you really think you can contend against us? The heaven-mending sex elder spoke, his eyes carrying a deep and profound expression. How remained calm and quiet. Even now, he upheld his honor and dignity, appearing calm and collected. Since these people already entered the Imperial Palace, he didn't mind responding with great force. With a zhung sound, the golden magical sword was unsheathed, drawing a streak of glaring rainbow radiance. It illuminated the heavens as it pointed towards 5 supreme experts. War intent rose, and the clouds around him all began to move. In an instant, a wave of killing intent roiled over. It wasn't just a single streak, but instead like a sea as it filled the skies. Everyone felt a chilliness that penetrated into their bones. The eyes of the heaven-mending sex supreme expert became cold. His entire body shone, turning into a divine flame that burned furiously to dissolve this killing intent and protect the youngsters behind him. Refusing to turn away from your foolish ways, he berated and took a step forward. The one that doesn't understand is you. Even though How wasn't willing to reply excessively to them, he couldn't just continue listening to them and not say anything himself. My sex supreme expert is talking to you. Why aren't you replying properly? You are acting ignorant. From the back, a young disciple berated after hiding behind the heaven-mending sex supreme expert. No matter. When several supreme experts take action together and suppress him together, he will understand how far above him the great eternal sex are. All of his glory will become nothing. Another individual spoke. They all took shelter behind the supreme experts, and only then did they dare speak. Otherwise, it might truly be like before, where just a glance from the other side would leave them trembling in fear and coughing out blood. Noisy! There isn't any place for you all to speak. How spoke, and his eyes swept out again. This time he even took a step forward. A mysterious fluctuation rushed out, causing the ground to tremble violently. Those 2 individuals' scalps became numb, and their eyes widened, revealing their incomparable horror. 2 streaks of light had emerged from the ground and wrapped them up. Pooh! In that instant, cracks appeared on their bodies, and their bodies collapsed inch by inch before turning into a bloody mist. They were then set aflame, forming a column of light, dying just like that. The 5 great supreme experts' brows creased. 2 of the disciples standing behind them died just like that. This type of unexpected situation that happened outside of their control left them feeling rather unwell. The other young experts all trembled. The little stone killed 2 of them even while they were hiding behind the supreme experts. What kind of power was this? Their masters couldn't even detect and stop the attack. They couldn't help but shiver in fear. This place was too dangerous. If How flipped out and unleashed a great slaughter, wouldn't that mean that they would all immediately die here? These people came arrogantly, wishing to see the 5 supreme experts destroy the foundation of the new emperor and suppress him here. They were all acting complacently as they waited to see that scene. However, they never expected to suffer as soon as they met. Their bodies were feeling cold, and their faces had incredibly unpleasant expressions. "Your killing nature is too severe. Why don't you enter my Western sect? We can help you resolve your inner demons and allow you to truly comprehend the great Tao." A supreme expert from the Western sect spoke. At the same time, the 5 supreme experts all shone, forming a divine barrier that surrounded all of the disciples. The resplendent screen provided additional defense. "Ha ha!" Shurhao roared with laughter towards the sky. As his black hair danced about behind him, there was a type of craziness and overbearingness to his appearance. He shook his head and said, "You still have the delusion of changing me? Today, let me enlighten you one by one." When he spoke up to this point, he walked forward, taking the initiative to welcome the 5 great supreme experts. Wave after wave of multicolored light surged beneath his feet. Golden Tao lotuses bloomed one after another, producing a type of heroic and courageous aura. Steps forming lotuses. The others seemed calm, but the eyes of the Western sect's supreme experts contracted as they stared carefully. This type of phenomenon was truly astonishing. It was even difficult for supreme experts to create them. For the Western sect, the meaning behind it was especially great, and the new emperor they wanted to deal with possessed this great might. The light of natural laws surged in a divine and untainted manner. "Little stone, do not cause damage to things in your own interest. Come over and talk over things with us. The situation is not irredeemable." The heaven-mending sect's supreme expert spoke. When he spoke, he still used little stone. Towards the current emperor, this was a type of contempt. Earlier, the topic of the human emperor being ousted was even brought up. This naturally caused Shurhao's eyes to become incredibly cold. "I killed the middle-aged Taoist nun. Do you want to be next?" This was Shurhao's reply. The golden magical sword in his hands trembled, hacking out a streak of resplendent light, tore through the air with rumbling sounds. This expanse of light was too resplendent, and together with draconic aura, it was as if a golden sun was falling. Every single individual's heart became heavy as they gasped. She was killed. The heaven-mending sect's supreme expert released a howl, unable to remain calm any longer. He immediately released a sudden change in expression. How precious were supreme experts! Even for an eternal great sect, this was still a great part of their strength that they normally would not make use of. Behind him, the others were also shocked. Many of them had seen Shurhao defeat that Taoist nun and chase her out from the imperial capital, but they never expected him to be able to kill her later on. "I don't believe you. How could Master have died?" A young female disciple screamed, seeming extremely terrified. Even such a powerful supreme expert died, making her feel great fear. The heaven-mending sect's supreme expert didn't have time to say anything else. His hands formed an imprint, and a fiery red qilin rushed up to meet the great golden sun in the skies to defend against this terrifying attack. Hong! The sky and earth were turned upside down. An expanse of brilliant light erupted, casting down a rain of light that linked up heaven and earth. This place became a sea of divine force. The power of this strike was incomparably great, shaking everyone down to their souls. The youngsters behind the supreme experts cried out loudly. If not for the supreme experts' bodies shining and forming the resplendent screen of light to protect them at the center, all of them would have died and turned into ashes. When this strike concluded, the 5 supreme experts erupted with astonishing fluctuations and endless light. They rushed into the heavens while releasing terrifying energy. Their protective divine lights linked up together, making them look like 5 imposing and solemn mountains. This holy and massive power was going to suppress all those that dared to rebel against it in this world. The 5 supreme experts walked out at the same time, and with each step, the world released endless mysterious and powerful light. The scene was solemn and otherworldly as specks of light filled the air. This was a powerful type of oppression. They were going to suppress Shurhao together. It was as if 5 supreme deities were descending into this world, terrifying everyone until their souls were terrified. It was hard for them to even try and resist this force. Shurhao brandished his sword. The golden sword hacked out, severing that great power and returning peace to this place. He stood there alone while staring forward. There were 2 supreme experts from the Immortal Mountain present. You 2 also took action, so don't blame me for not showing any mercy, he said to himself. Little stone, we are here to save you. Why aren't you turning back yet? With your current power, how can you deal with several supreme experts? The Immortal Mountain's 2 supreme experts spoke. His Majesty is the human emperor. How could you use the 2 words little stone to disgrace him? Peng 9 shouted from the distance. Shut up. Where is there a place for someone like you to talk? A supreme expert berated. The ones that should shut up are you all. Xianxia's cold voice shouted out. The eyes of the heaven-mending sex elder were overcast, and his face was cold and full of endless killing intent. He was the first one to release an attack intended to kill. The death of the middle-aged Taoist nun left him burning with rage. Young Emperor, little stone, the time of your death has come. His 2 arms brandished about, drawing forth a scarlet qilin. Symbols filled the skies and the 9 heavens shook as this powerful attack was released. At the same time, the other 4 supreme experts walked forward, releasing powerful pressure to support him in suppressing Xianxia. Xianxia snorted coldly. He stamped down fiercely and this world changed. In that instant, endless multicolored light surged, separating the heaven-mending sect supreme expert in a separate region. The draconic energy here flew about in tens of thousand streaks. Symbols covered this place and shone resplendently. Divine aura filled the air as heavenly divine light surged. Divine formation? The heaven-mending sect's supreme experts were all shocked, and then their expression thoroughly changed. I've already gained experience from fighting another supreme expert of the heaven-mending sect, so I don't need to use you to enlighten me anymore. You can just peacefully fall here. Xianxia said softly. The divine formation shone and interweaved with dense symbols, submerging that area. The heaven-mending sect's supreme expert was furious and struggled as much as he could. However, he was still about to be suppressed. Xianxia walked forward, appearing exceptionally outstanding and heroic. His white sleeves fluttered about, and with a raise of his hand, he brandished the golden magical sword. With a pu sound, the heaven-mending sect's supreme expert was beheaded. Blood rushed high into the sky. The head flew extremely high into the sky. The face on the decapitated head carried fear, unwillingness, shock, as well as confusion and disbelief. He was a supreme expert, yet he was killed just like that. The sword removed his head with a single slash. The battle clothes of that youth fluttered about him, giving him an outstanding and otherworldly appearance. His radiating figure accomplished this magnificent feat. The heaven-mending sect's supreme expert was unwilling. With his final view, what he saw was a truly outstanding youth. After beheading him, he stood there in a calm and unhurried manner, as if what he had just sliced through was just clouds and mist. Xianxia's body was surrounded in resplendent golden light, as if he was a brilliant sun. Put on. The headless corpse fell down, and its head finally landed on the ground as well. A supreme expert from this generation lost his life just like that. His eyes carried bewilderment as well as great fear. He was defeated just like that, dying with remaining grievance. The bright-colored blood was extremely eye-catching, but soon after, it turned into light that flickered like a divine flame. It burned within the faint golden color of the imperial palace, creating a ghastly sight. Many of those in the back were petrified, finding it difficult to even breathe. It was hard for them to accept this reality. How could it have ended like this? The results were completely unexpected. This was a supreme expert from this generation. A single thought could collapse mountains and dry up rivers. They could even make the great earth tremble. And they could devour millions of creatures with a single breath. They were incomparably powerful and stood above all else. This was a power that transcended the power of the mortal realm. A power that could easily wipe out a race as well as destroy endless mountains and rivers. How could someone like that be so frail right now and die here? Master! Several young boys and girls cried out while revealing great fear from their eyes. The supreme expert of a generation had lost his life, and they lost a protector. Their days within the sect in the future would be tough. The young cultivators were all frightened and continuously took steps backwards. This was too terrifying. When the little stone took action, it was forceful and decisive. Even a supreme expert lost his life, so they were definitely in great danger. The remaining 4 great supreme experts were already preparing themselves as if they were fighting against a great enemy. All 4 of them shone, and it was as if there were enormous divine furnaces burning. They lit up the heavens, filling the world with light to protect their bodies. They knew that something about this situation was off. There were a few great divine formations in the imperial palace that were not destroyed and were seemingly intact. It was different from the intelligence they received previously. The situation was extremely dangerous and out of their control. They were originally sent out as a punitive team to punish and suppress Xianxia, but they ended up falling into this type of predicament. They might all die here. The 4 supreme experts released their divine senses and carefully observed the situation, but they couldn't understand why. They frowned and became even more careful. It doesn't matter. We have the damaged formation diagram, so at the very least we can escape. A supreme expert from the Western sect spoke. Through cultivating the Vajra unbreakable body, his body was gilded in gold. His blood energy surged like a great sea. Xianxia watched all of this with a rather indifferent expression. He didn't show the slightest bit of anger, truly like a lone immortal that was detached from the world. A supreme expert from the Immortal Mountain walked forward and rushed towards a direction, taking practical action to inspect the formation and see if the ruin diagram could be used. He was going to create a great golden passageway. Below his feet, mists flowed about, and silver multicolored light blossomed, forming a great path that led into the distance. So that was all it amounted to. We can break out. With a wave of the Immortal Mountain Supreme Expert's sleeves, the road ahead was opened. A silver path emerged beneath his feet that led everyone forward. This indicated that the formation was damaged and that the situation wasn't that bad. Suddenly, a multitude of symbols flickered about. They lit up in front of the palace, surrounding the void. Several dozen purple streaks of divine radiance flew out. They interweaved together before falling down like a great net. And something's wrong. The expression on his face immediately changed. He had a feeling that great danger was descending and dodged to the side. Several streaks of purple radiance brushed past his body as they flew over. One of the streaks struck him on the shoulder, causing that area to immediately become badly mangled. The shoulder was blasted apart, and the wound was so deep that bone could be seen. It was extremely terrifying. The formation changed. Everything has been overturned and completely altered. The formation diagram is useless. He couldn't help but release a low shout. In that instant, he felt his blood run cold in fear. You have to understand that this was a divine formation, and any one of them could kill a supreme expert. Earlier, when the heaven-mending sect's supreme expert was trapped and then killed, he was still feeling relatively less fear. It was now completely different. They now personally verified that this place was like the cave of a tiger. This type of feeling was extremely unbearable, as if they were like livestock. How could the new emperor possess this type of ability? Forget about changing the great formation. Just fixing the originally damaged formation should have required a tremendous amount of work. It should have been impossible to fix. Who was helping him? The minds of the 4 supreme experts felt ice cold. They felt as if they had entered a killing trap. Nothing was within their control. Even individuals as powerful as themselves couldn't calm down. Divine formation. This wasn't just some random saying. Once it was activated, evil winds would howl angrily and supernatural beings would weep. It could kill deities and saints and was difficult to defend against. Even though they were supreme experts and extraordinary creatures, when faced with a divine formation, it was still difficult for them to avoid death. Good, little stone, you truly have some methods. Successfully rearranging a divine formation and guiding us into this type of killing trap. Now that they had no way out, they all stared forward. At the same time, they activated their most powerful precious techniques to protect themselves. I have previously warned you that all who come will be completely executed. I do not go back on my words, Xianxia said. His figure was indistinct and intelligent, but when he spoke these words, it was actually extremely domineering. Everyone's expressions changed, especially those of the youngsters, who were all shaking uncontrollably. When faced with the little stone, all of their hearts went cold. Stone Emperor, by doing this, are you trying to kill off everyone? You have to understand that we are supreme experts, and that once we fall, there's truly no way of resolving the situation. A supreme expert from the Western sect spoke. He already changed his way of address and no longer called him Little Stone. What he spoke was the truth. Characters at his level were too powerful in this world of mortals, and they were normally used just to intimidate others. If 5 of them died at once, then that would definitely be an outrageous matter. Regardless of whether it was the Heaven-Mending Sect, Immortal Mountain, or Western Sect, they would all be furious and send large numbers to invade this place. There would definitely be no goodwill shown. A path is something one walks on alone, and when you entered the palace, the fate was already decided. You all wanted to suppress me and then discuss ways to abolish my throne. As such, your fates were already set in stone. Xianxia spoke. The faces of these individuals were ugly to look at. Previously, they all called him the Little Stone and spoke bluntly about overthrowing him, but looking at all of that now, it was simply a joke. They put themselves in this hopeless situation. Xianxia, if you act like this, the entire world will be shaken. My heaven-mending sect will not let this matter go, and there won't be any room for discussion. A disciple from the heaven-mending sect spoke. You all wanted to suppress and kill me, yet you want me to let you all go? Laughable. After speaking, with a wave of his hand, tens of heavenly dragons roared into the heavens before flying forward. The 4 supreme experts shown, 2 from the Immortal Mountain and 2 from the Western sect, tried to protect their disciples. They had no time to worry about others and couldn't help the Heaven-Mending Sect's disciples at all. Originally, the Heaven-Mending Sect was going to send over 2 supreme experts as well. However, the middle-aged Taoist nun had already fallen previously. The people from the Heaven-Mending Sect cried out loudly. After being swept by this light, they all exploded. They were wiped out by a single blow. It was because right now, Xianxia and the Imperial Draconic Aura had merged together, so the power he displayed was at the level of a supreme expert. Dealing with them was just too easy, just like he was crushing ants. There was no way the 4 supreme experts would sit there and wait for their deaths. The body of a supreme expert from the Western sect lit up, making himself look like an enlightened arhat. Holding a black alms bowl in his hand, he attacked out with great power to open a path. Divine artifact. Xianxia's eyes flickered with light. This was definitely a powerful weapon. No wonder they dared to barge inside. They actually had this type of object backing them. It seems like they were now going to use it to break out. Wang. Auspicious energy rose from the alms bowl, and as if it was chaotic energy, it disturbed the great formation here and obliterated many symbols. It was going to construct a golden passageway to provide them with a path of escape. With a laugh, the golden magical sword in Xianxia's hand went forward to meet this divine artifact. He was going to use it to further sharpen himself. When the other supreme expert from the Western sect saw this, he also brought out a powerful artifact and rushed over, hoping to lend his companion a hand in breaking through the formation. However, as soon as he moved, Xianxia used the Emperor Precious imprint to activate for divine formations, trapping him within. He wasn't able to budge an inch. How could there be so many formations? He was alarmed. What was a divine formation? A single one was already unbearable, but 4 of them appeared at the same time to trap him, preventing his escape. Dang! On the other side, Xianxia fought a great battle against the supreme expert that held the alms bowl in his hands. Golden sword light filled the skies, and his battle clothes fluttered about in an outstanding and otherworldly manner. There was an even greater aura of brilliance to his appearance. Symboled light flickered about in an extremely dazzling manner. Precious techniques emerged between the 2 individuals. One was like a Vajra Buddha, while the other was like a celestial emperor that descended into this world. The entire world seemed to have become dim from their great battle. Everyone felt dizzy from watching. Was that a 15-year-old youth? He could actually fight so intensely against a supreme expert that had cultivated for such a long time to such a level. What else could they even say about him? Even if they were hostile towards him and unwilling to do so, they still admitted that he was a heaven-warping genius. Roar! The supreme expert released a loud roar. His hand formed a precious imprint, and a supreme golden projected body emerged. It formed a glaring Vajra deity that held an enormous precious pestle. It smashed the pestle over. At this moment, the clouds in the skies have long been scattered. The golden projected body was incomparably large, and the precious pestle in its hand shook the natural laws of this world. The divine might it possessed was unmatched. Xianxia was similarly solemn and dignified. He used the golden battle sword to suppress the alms bowl, and his body was like a human Kuan Pong. Revealing the Kuan Pong fish he developed himself. Hong! He slammed his fist on the precious pestle, causing endless light to erupt. The world began to distort, and it was as if cracks were appearing in space. The collision was incredibly crazy and powerful. A shattering sound erupted. The precious pestle cracked apart, and the golden projected body also slowly cracked apart. Then, its body exploded with a tremendous sound that resounded through the air. Everyone became horrified. Xianxia was too powerful. He could actually face the Western sect's Vajra projected body head-on, and even shatter the exorcising pestle it produced. It was just too shocking. Pu the supreme expert spat out blood and staggered in retreat. Even though he cultivated the golden body, his body was incredibly dim. He had suffered a serious injury. The other supreme expert from the Western sect hurriedly walked up to stop the emperor, but he couldn't do anything. Xianxia hacked down with the country-suppressing divine halberd on his back and said coldly, "Much obliged for the experience of fighting against the Western sect's greatest techniques. The two of you can go on your way." "You, just try it." They glared at him. In that instant, the two individuals' bodies burned furiously, erupting with endless Buddhist aura. They were going to turn into two cremated relics. All of their potential erupted in order to wound the little stone. Xianxia released a cold snort before activating the divine formation and locking down all sides. Then, he brandished the great halberd in his hand, releasing boundless power of complete annihilation. Pooh! Blood of supreme experts splashed high into the sky. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't defend against a divine formation, and they were even more helpless before a country guarding divine halberd's might. They were all sliced at the waist, causing blood to splash outwards. "Little stone, you and our immortal mountains are related by blood. Today we came to save you, so there is no need to face each other with life or death." An elder from the immortal mountain spoke. The remaining individuals had begun to rant and rave in fear a long time ago. How were they supposed to fight now? A divine formation locked down this place, and the little stone possessed absolute power. He grasped the country guarding divine artifact, so who could compete against him? "Since we are relatives, why do you all take action against me again and again? Since you have acted in such a way, why should I act politely?" Xianxia asked in response. He first used the divine formation to trap an individual, and then he used his precious techniques and other skills to fight a great battle against the other to familiarize himself with the various techniques of the immortal mountain. "Little stone, if you dare to act like this, how will you face the immortal mountain in the future?" An individual cried out loudly. During the intense battle, his left arm had been hacked off by Xianxia, causing blood to flow outwards. "I also want to ask, how exactly does the immortal mountain want to treat me?" Xianxia shouted loudly. "You..." The other supreme expert from the immortal mountain rushed over. Xianxia's aura surged through the heavens. He opened the divine formation and trapped all sides. At this moment, he was incredibly cold and emotionless. He held the country guarding divine halberd in hand and was going to unleash a great slaughter. "Ah!" One of the supreme experts among them cried out loudly. His body was sliced in half along with his magical artifact, causing blood to surge into the sky. "You?" The other person trembled. Xianxia's battle clothes fluttered about behind him. His black hair flew about, and his eyes were like cold lightning. With the great halberd in hand, he advanced and took action again. Blood splashed everyone. This individual was also hacked apart by Hao, and as such the last supreme expert lost his life. Blood flowed through the imperial palace. How could it be like this? The disciples in the distance all cried out. Their bodies were shaking, and some of them directly fell powerlessly onto the ground. Facing this youth was just like facing a demonic god. He could actually kill 5 supreme experts. It was just too horrifying. Without a doubt, today the heavens had been pierced through. The little stone's name will once again resound throughout the 8 regions. The sunset glow had not yet disappeared. The heavens were dyed in red, a color that was as gloomy as blood. The majestic imperial palace towered in an imposing and solemn manner, faint golden colors flowing through its surface. In such a short period of time, 5 great supreme experts fell one after another. From the moment they entered until they were violently killed, not much time had passed. The red sun had yet to completely sink behind the mountains. The disciples that remained were all frozen stiff, not daring to make the slightest movement. Every single one of them felt cold from head to toe. How could they even try to oppose the little stone? No one was willing to even try. Clang! Hao inserted his sword into the scabbard. With the country guarding divine halberd on his back, he turned around and left, proceeding into the central heavenly palace. He didn't give them another look. Were we spared? A disciple snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by this surprising turn of events. Being ignored actually brought about such joy. This was something normally unimaginable. These individuals were always looking down from above and crowded around by others. No matter where they went, they would be shown courtesy by others their age, yet today, they were frightened to a truly terrible degree. If you want to live, you must follow me and answer some questions. Peng 9 appeared with a group of soldiers and generals. They were extremely serious as they looked at these youngsters. A few of these individuals' minds began to quickly operate again. With the little stone gone, could these guards stop them? If they forcefully tried to break through, they felt like they could succeed. In that instant, there was someone who made this decision. With a precious artifact, the individual quickly fled towards the skies. With one of them taking the lead, there were naturally those that followed. Auspicious light immediately shone in brilliant and varied colors. Chi! A space-shattering sound tore through the skies, hacking through all of the courage these individuals had. The old guard's face was expressionless as he activated the formation inside the imperial palace. All types of symbols rushed into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the group of people was swept through, and their bodies began to burn in the sky. They turned into dazzling fiery light and dropped down like falling stars. The remaining individuals looked like they were standing in an icehouse as they stood in their original positions unmoving. They were extremely cooperative as they were led away. In this battle, the 5 great supreme experts were all killed, and not a single disciple got away. The result of this battle trembled the world and left those with ill intentions feeling fear. Attack! In front of the central heavenly palace, Hao, who was clad in golden battle clothes, raised his sword into the sky as he ordered in a loud voice. That evening, he led large numbers of generals while riding on a golden chariot. A great purge was going to be carried out. Outside of those 5 supreme experts, there were still many people from the 3 sects inside the city who were quietly awaiting news. The golden chariot flew through the air, releasing loud rumbling noises as it traveled over to encircle and annihilate them. Hao was decisive and merciless as he swept through those that remained. They were either killed or captured. The 3 sects experts were greatly defeated. This was a night full of blood. Stone Capital was greatly shaken, and all powers kept quiet out of fear. The new emperor was truly powerful, sweeping through the 3 sects troops in one go. Every single cultivator was greatly intimidated. As for the commoners, they all began to discuss the situation enthusiastically and shouted the word, Emperor. They didn't know much about the eternal inheritances outside this region and only knew that their new emperor was incomparably powerful. This event shook everything under the heavens. When news traveled outwards, Commotion broke out everywhere. Inside the imperial palace's treasury, Xianxia was strolling about. He chatted with the divine striking stone about how to spread formations while casually selecting precious objects. From time to time, he would even toss it an earth element material. Big Bro is wise and courageous, matchless in heroicness. He can suppress all outstanding heroes and possesses heaven-warping divine talent. He is a supreme figure unrivaled in all 8 regions, unequaled under the sky, #1 in the universe. The divine striking stone enthusiastically gave its flattery and promised that the great symbol formation it laid definitely wouldn't have any problems. The little pagoda couldn't remain calm any longer. It had endured for many days already, and when it saw the divine striking stone even swallow precious materials, it finally couldn't restrain itself any longer. It furiously expressed its opinion to Xianxia, criticizing him on wasting precious materials and how this was disgraceful squandering. Xianxia retorted, saying, "It's still better than using it on you. Every time I give you a divine material, you only help me once. Meanwhile, if I lay down this formation, I can use it to get rid of many opponents. No matter how many people come, I can suppress and kill them all. How can you waste these things so recklessly, using heavenly treasures like this? If you give them to me, I promise I will lay an astonishing killing formation," said the little pagoda. Even though it expressed its dissatisfaction, there was also a type of temptation. "How about we carry out a large transaction?" Xianxia gave it a look, expressing that he could give it all of the divine materials in the treasury. "What do you want me to do?" The little pagoda naturally longed for them quite a bit. "How about you become Stone Country's guardian spirit?" Xianxia said. The guardian spirit of this place had disappeared during the Great Calamity and did not appear again. The little pagoda immediately became silent. It didn't want to be involved with worldly affairs and always feared some powers. However, the youth in front of him was quite good at tempting it in a patient and meticulous manner, to the point where it was even a bit moved. "What's the worst thing that can happen? You just have to protect Stone Country normally and play the role of a guardian spirit. Once the Great Calamity comes, you can go into hiding. Don't you want to return to your peak state?" Xianxia promised that not only would it be allowed to choose any treasure inside the imperial palace, once it became a guardian spirit, it could use the entire country's energy to search for the divine materials it needed. The little pagoda began to contemplate this deal. It indeed needed endless divine materials to restore its body. However, during that battle in the past, there were all types of restrictions set, and it was allowed to clearly see into the essence of things, leaving it extremely scared. For the little pagoda, the entire world was extremely balanced. If one wanted something, they must pay an equal price. This was the most profound realization an existence like itself could comprehend. Sooner or later, karma would be repaid. It was truly tempted. How astonishing was the power of a country. Even those in the higher realms were moved, wanting several ancient countries to assist them in searching for what they needed. The little pagoda hesitated. If it became a guardian spirit, these divine materials in the imperial palace would temporarily alleviate its needs, and the formations that were arranged beforehand could be disassembled as well, providing even more precious materials. These were accumulated since the ancient times. So what if there's a great calamity? It's not like you don't have the power to defend yourself. You just didn't want to expose yourself prematurely. However, if you always act like this, when will you be able to reform your real body? If you don't grab this opportunity and go for it, you will have to passively wait forever and never rise to the top. When the great calamity descends, it will bring about frightening and turbulent changes, but it is also an opportunity. It can be considered a great chance, one that you have to take the initiative to fight for. Xianxia tried to tempt the little pagoda, talking endlessly. It was to the point where the little pagoda almost cursed outright. "Youngster, you seem even more excited than me. Are you feeling like you can't defend this place anymore? After provoking the 3 sex cultivators, you want me to stop the flood of the 3 sex?" The little pagoda gave him a look of disdain. "You should stop saying things that contradict with how you really feel. You clearly need divine materials and you always talk about some balance or whatever. Right now, I'm giving you an opportunity. A shocking deal that will grant you the position of a country's guardian spirit. Just give it to me straight. So are you going to accept it or not? Xianxia asked. Youngster, it seems like you've thought this out quite a bit. You want to drag me all the way down with you, huh? The little pagoda gave him a look of contempt. Two specks of light emerged on its body like eyes, and then even its mouth appeared to carry out its look of disdain. This is a great power. I have seen the passage of time, and it is impossible to stop. If one wants to rise into the heavens, they must spare no effort to do so. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will make my way into the higher realms, Xianxia said. The little pagoda curled its lips, calling him an ant that was trying to shake a tree, a fool that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, in the end, it held back. Even a youth dared to talk big now. The little pagoda had long flattened its edges and corners, and over time, it had become prudent and excessively careful. You don't know what exactly is threatening me. Ha, if I display my might, then there is nothing in this world that can scare me. Heaven and earth might as well be completely overturned and re-established from the beginning. The little pagoda seemed to have been stimulated and spoke these fierce words. So you agree? Xianxia was astonished. To be the guardian spirit of such a small thing like Stone Country, what a joke. If you break into the higher realms and become a celestial emperor, then having me become your guardian spirit will make a bit more sense, said the little pagoda. Are you trying to brag? If I truly enter the higher realms and become a celestial emperor, would I still need something like a guardian spirit? I would have long become unrivaled in the world, Xianxia said while curling his lips. Ha! What do you know? At that time it'll be even more dangerous. Only when you reach that level will you understand. The little pagoda sneered. It then became silent, indicating that it is going to think about it. It had been excited by Xianxia, and as a result, it said that it wanted to return to Stone Village. If the Willow deity also had intentions of taking action, then it would stake it all as well. We can make the Willow deity take action? Xianxia exulted. If he could make the Willow deity make a move, then there would be nothing to fear anymore. He could rise up through the great world and rush into the 9 heavens. The imperial palace was extremely peaceful for several days in a row. Of course, the outside world was greatly disturbed. Great changes were happening, causing great commotion to break out. Xianxia temporarily forgot about everything and calmly cultivated, studying the swan and eye technique. This was a heavenly ranked vicious beast's precious technique, one of Stone Clan's clan guarding great divine abilities. The thunder and lightning attack power was known to be matchless in this world. Afterwards, he left his isolation because Peng 9 and the War King asked to see him. They told him their purpose for coming. Despite the fact that he became the emperor of a country, he didn't have a single imperial concubine. This did not conform with his identity, and it would not do to have no one in the chambers of imperial concubines. Xianxia was momentarily speechless. Then, he laughed and shook his head before saying, "You all don't need to worry. It is enough that I have a maid at my side for now." The bronze piece emerged. It flowed with light and opened a golden passageway, revealing an exceptionally beautiful woman. She looked like a fairy out of a painting, her skin snow-white and sparkling. Her appearance was truly exquisite and otherworldly. "Yu-chan, let's have some tea," Xianxia said. The War King and Peng 9 were stupefied. This was a woman with an unmatched appearance, one who released brilliant radiance and was so beautiful that it made others feel as if they were dreaming. She didn't have a single flaw, yet she appeared just like that. "Your Majesty, you cannot." Soon after, they woke up from their stupor. This was the heaven-mending sex fairy, Yu-chan. Her status was frighteningly high, yet she was restrained at his side just like that. Was the new emperor really going to make her a maid? This was the first time Fairy Yu-chan was released. Her pupils roamed about, her long eyelashes lightly batted. She decided not to speak what she was about to say, but the expression she revealed was exceptionally moving and made the hearts of others tremble. It was impossible for her to obey Xianxia's command to become a maid. How great was her status? She definitely couldn't compromise and bow her head. She didn't say anything and stood there unmoving like a divine lotus, sparkling and radiating a sacred aura. "Your Majesty." Peng Nine and the War King wanted to persuade him somehow. Sure Hao waved his hand and said, "I even killed 2 supreme experts from the heaven-mending sect. So what's wrong with using their holy woman as a maid?" Right at this time, a streak of light emerged. The little pagoda suspended itself in the void. It returned to the imperial palace while surrounded in chaotic mist. It appeared incomparably mysterious. "It's done. That willow tree is willing to move, so I can temporarily act as Stone Country's guardian spirit." It transmitted this message and brought back this information. Then it flew into Hao's hair. Hao's mind trembled greatly. Then he roared with laughter and completely loosened up, becoming extremely relaxed. He smiled towards the War King and Peng Nine. "Relax, I won't make it too public for now. I will just keep her at my side as a maid. Outsiders won't know about it." He then looked at Fairy Yuchan and teased. "Yuchan? These days, I've been busy cultivating and dealing with the 3 sections. I've given you the cold shoulder." Fairy Yuchan's curved dark eyebrows slightly jumped. Ever since she entered this world, apart from the fellow in front of her, no one else dared to take such liberties or tease her in such a manner. "Have some tea. Otherwise, I don't mind personally explaining or chatting with you about other matters, for example, the 10 great ancient cruelties." Hao laughed and said. Fairy Yuchan's delicate eyebrows immediately jumped. She truly wanted to flip out in anger, but she still ultimately closed her bright red lips. That so-called 10 great cruelties truly wasn't something good, especially when spoken about to a woman. That was a type of profanity and embarrassment. "No problem, we can go slowly. Everything can become a habit. For example, having some tea, arranging daily life." Hao absent-mindedly spoke. The War King and Peng Nine looked at each other in dismay. They took the initiative to close their mouths and withdraw from this place. The 2 of them had just withdrew when someone came to report that an old friend came to pay a visit, requesting an audience in the imperial palace. The one that came left Hao astonished. It was actually that heavenly fox fairy, also known as the witch. She entered the central heavenly palace, displaying her graceful and seductive body. Her eyes were crafty, and even though her appearance was peerless, there was an intangible, distinct style to her. After disappearing for so long, she actually reappeared. While giggling, she said, "I heard you caught that Yuchan girl. Why don't you call her out, so I can take a look?" "Nonsense. When did I catch her?" Hao didn't admit it. "I can sense her aura. Not long ago, she even appeared inside this palace hall. However, you can relax. Just let her come out. I definitely wouldn't tell anyone." The witch's smile was extremely enchanting, as well as a bit sinister. She truly wished to see the Fairy Yuchan in her current state. After thinking for a bit, Hao brought out Fairy Yuchan. "Ayo, beautiful miss. How could you have gotten married? You didn't even tell this little sister. Congratulations. I wish your marriage to be harmonious and pray that you give birth to a son as soon as possible." The witch's laugh was extremely sinister. She would never let an opportunity like this where she could land another blow on her opponent go. No matter how calm Fairy Yuchan appeared, under this type of harassment, she still became slightly embarrassed. A hint of redness appeared on her perfect face. However, her calmness was restored soon after. "Hee. Older sis is so cool. It seems like after getting married, you've become much happier. Let little sis here take a look. Let's see how you are different." The witch took liberties with her and directly rubbed her hands over Fairy Yuchan's bottom, laughing endlessly during this process. Fairy Yuchan's expression changed. Her body went limp and she quickly took steps backwards. The witch roared with laughter, her beautiful body swaying back and forth as she did so. Half of her voluptuous white chest was revealed. They were perfectly round and flickered with sparkling radiance, giving her a truly alluring appearance. Her black hair scattered down her pure white neck, and her intelligent eyes blossomed with radiance. Her tender and beautiful complexion was full of joy as her tall and slender body moved about. She continuously moved around Yuchan and continuously looked her all over. This type of attitude she had naturally produced a gorgeous and flirtatious appearance. It was extremely pleasing to the eye, drawing forth the desires of others. Towards her outstanding and charming temperament, others could only be helplessly drawn in and become amazed. Fairy Yuchan was similarly outstanding and known to be a truly stunning woman. As her clothes fluttered around her jade-like body, there was a type of exceptional intelligence to her. Her black gemstone-like eyes, snow-white and sparkling skin, as well as her perfect appearance made her look like a fairy that had descended into the world of mortals. She was on her guard. The witch that had appeared was truly troublesome. She felt a type of embarrassment as well as a headache. In reality, as her greatest opponent, the person she didn't want to meet the most right now was the witch. As a captive, she had become the prisoner of a man, and this was actually seen by her opponent. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Hee hee. The witch didn't mind her appearance at all and laughed incessantly. She had never felt so carefree before. She hurried over just to see this scene. Ayaya. Older sis, your small pretty waist really is great. Isn't it a bit too sexy? The witch continuously took action, not willing to let go of her chance to take liberties with her. Fairy Yuchan moved out of the way, but with her cultivation sealed, there was no way she could move faster than the witch. Her face was completely red, sharply contrasting with her typically lofty and pure temperament. Witch, please conduct yourself with dignity. Older sis, why are you so serious? We haven't seen each other in so long. Little sis here missed you. Can't I even greet you with enthusiasm? The witch was extremely happy, and her eyes were flowing with brilliance. Yeah, older sis' chest is becoming more and more full. Is this an effect of getting married? However, this is a good change. Her white teeth were completely revealed. Her hair sparkled, and her eyes revealed a peculiar expression as she reached out her hand to grope outwards. This time, Fairy Yuchan cried out. No matter how calm she tried to stay or how pure she tried to appear, she was still a young lady. After being molested like this by the other party, she truly couldn't tolerate it anymore. Right now, Fairy Yuchan's charming face was flushed red. She warned the witch not to act recklessly, but that only brought about an even more heart-stirring assault from the witch. With a pa sound, the witch slapped her full bottom, releasing a sharp and clear sound. This truly left Yuchan completely embarrassed. Her face was red from shame, because there was a male not too far away. This noise, as well as that hateful hand on her full bottom, made her feel so ashamed she didn't want to show her face. She was the sacred fairy of the heaven-mending sect, so when had she suffered something like this before? This truly somewhat toppled her previous reputation of a beauty that looked down on the 8 regions. Her heart became unstable, and she found it hard to control herself. She truly wanted to fight a decisive battle against the witch for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Sure how watched from the side, his eyes swiftly moving about. He had a complicated expression, but in the end he smiled. This was truly a delightful sight. Seeing the 2 peerless beauties act like this, he began to think some mature thoughts. He couldn't help but reveal a smile from the corner of his lips as he enjoyed this scene from the side. However, he didn't say anything. Hold on, older sis. Why aren't you acting like a married woman? Suddenly, the witch spoke. She obviously understood this a long time ago and only now purposely brought this topic up. Little Stone, how could you leave a fairy like this on the side and turn a blind eye to her? This is just too cruel. The witch gave Sure how a look, her bright and beautiful smile extremely moving. Isn't it because I'm waiting for you? My chambers of imperial concubines have always been open wide to you. If you don't come, then no one can become the empress. Sure how laughed mischievously and spoke. Sigh, what a pity. I already have someone I like, so you don't have to save that position for me. I feel like Yuchan really isn't bad. You are so cruel, forcing her to stay in the ladies' chamber alone. You have to understand that problems will arise when a fairy becomes lonesome. As expected, this was the witch that did and spoke whatever she wanted. Sure how wasn't feeling too awkward, also taking liberties with her as he spoke. As for Fairy Yuchan, she remained extremely passive. After all, She was a captive, and no matter what she said, it wouldn't change this reality. Why don't you stay behind as well and not leave? From today forth, you can be a part of the chambers of imperial concubines. We can then live a free and unfettered long life, Xianxia said. Finally, the witch's expression changed, and she began to feel a bit weak. She knew that even the 5 supreme experts were killed here. If Xianxia truly wanted to keep her here, it would become extremely problematic. You can't be so heartless. I have a realm-shattering divine symbol. If it is wasted here, then wouldn't the heaven-mending sect and the others clap their hands with joy? She said. Realm-shattering divine symbol. It sounds like something good. Can I trade with you? How about I give you 3 divine materials? Xianxia was inwardly moved. How could the witch be willing to trade it away? If she lost the realm-shattering divine symbol, she truly feared that Xianxia might become greedy and trap her here. It didn't matter how many divine materials she had if she couldn't leave. She mentioned the realm-shattering divine symbol as a reminder, and also a way to make both sides remain on good terms. Seeing her shake her head, Xianxia felt truly regretful and said, "It truly hurts to find that you don't have any trust in me." After testing out each other, the two began to talk about the true topic, about how the wasteland region was going to be thrown into disorder. She brought some important information, or it was at least important for Xianxia. The sky-severing sect was also an eternal inheritance, and even though they didn't take action, they only temporarily didn't take action. Right now, Fire Nation, Wood Country, Golden Wolf Ancient Country, and the various powerful ancient countries in the ocean region were all in disorder. They have been thoroughly divided, and behind them were the shadows of foreign great sects. When Xianxia looked at her eyes, his expression changed somewhat. Was the sky-severing sect also serving the higher realms' great figures? His impression of it immediately became a bit worse. We do have a connection to the higher realms, but we are hostile towards the heaven-mending sect. Our teachings are different, and our inheritances oppose each other. Our sect is focused on opposing them, not on dealing with creatures of the lower realm. The witch calmly said. The higher realms were having a contest, and there were complex conflicts going on between the great figures. For example, the heaven-mending sect and sky-severing sect were definitely powers that opposed each other with equal harshness. The hostility between them was difficult to dissolve, and they could not walk together. To sum things up, our sect came down into the lower realms for the sake of defying them. The witch informed Xianxia. This made Xianxia's expression a bit better. Otherwise, it was quite possible that he received another enemy. The situation right now was extremely complicated, and having an ally might not be a bad thing. Of course, he couldn't completely trust the witch's words. She was quite an eccentric character, and it was hard to determine what was true and what was false in her words. Right now, among the several great ancient countries in the wasteland region, only Stone Country was unified under Xianxia's control. The other countries have all been divided up. What is going on with Fire Nation Imperial Capital? Xianxia was quite worried about Hualinger. He wanted to know if the Fire Emperor decided in the end to borrow the celestial race's inheritance to enter the higher realms. I am not aware what is happening there. You are quite a player. With the pitiful pretty Yu-chan here, you are actually thinking about someone else. The witch teased. She didn't cover anything up and spoke as things were. A great ancient battlefield was sealed there that contained something incredible. In the Great Calamity, it actually directly faced off against the power of the higher realms, leaving many great sects shaken. What, they struck back against the higher realms? Xianxia was shaken. There might be a connection with the Supreme Divine Treasury, or also the Supreme Olden Palace, the witch said. Xianxia's mind was shaken. Towards the Supreme Divine Treasury, his thoughts were complex, and he didn't know just how many times he heard its name. Based on what the Willow deity said, it might be a deadly trap. Why did he hear about it again, this time under Fire Nation capital? Moreover, it seemed to be true, or else how could such domineering power have appeared, to even clash against the higher realms? Your little sweetheart might have fled and left this realm. That Fire Nation capital has already been ruined beyond recognition, the witch said. You said that the Supreme Divine Treasury might be related to the Supreme Palace. Are they in the same place? Shihao asked. As for the Supreme Palace, he clearly remembered that there was only one inheritor in each successive generation, and they would inevitably become a supreme expert. This was also a mysterious ancient sect outside this region, so how could it be in the Wasteland region? It is rumored that the relationship between the two might be inseparably close, and they originate from the same moving land. It is not confined to a single region. The witch revealed the secret. Shihao carefully thought about her explanation. He also learned that 2 days ago, someone personally witnessed an enormous claw reaching out from the ruins outside Stone Country capital and scattering the clouds above. Hearing her description, Shihao was inwardly shaken. That was quite likely the enormous terrifying beast he saw in the great wastelands outside Stone Village, as well as the enormous turtle killing trap the Willow deity spoke about before. His mind was starting to waver. Could the supreme divine treasury really move together? In that case, was someone going to activate it? Was it really going to trick those from the higher realms and kill the great figures above? The world was rotating, and the killing trap was about to be activated. Shihao had a vague feeling that something major was truly going to happen in the Wasteland region. A shocking transformation was going to take place. The reason I came to seek you is to invite you to enter the Supreme Palace together. There might even be an unrivaled inheritance, you know? The witch giggled. Shihao directly shook his head. If his suspicions were correct, forget about him. Even if deities entered, they wouldn't be able to fill up that hole. I want to wait a bit. I will make a decision after a while. Your plans are the same as mine. Could it be that you know something? The witch was astonished, feeling as if she caught on to something. She smiled sweetly in an exceedingly fascinating and charming manner. Shihao's mind jumped. This witch also understood some secrets. Was that a test? However, how could she know about such a thing? Unless there was a figure like the Willow deity behind her? Shihao immediately thought of many things, and he shivered, breaking out in cold sweat. He thought back to when the witch said that the sect only came to the lower realm to oppose the heaven-mending sect and did not care about the other creatures in the lower realm, and thought of a possibility. Could it be that the one that set up the killing trap in the ancient times was the sky-severing sect's master? After making this inference, he felt that the witch still shouldn't be aware of it even if this was true. There was no way unless her identity was extremely shocking, and she also came from the higher realms, having a relationship with some terrifying characters. You shouldn't be the little girl of some great figure in the higher realms, someone who only came to the lower realms to gain experience, right? Shihao's eyes were deep as he calmly looked at her. Youngster, you think too much. The one I like is in the higher realms, that's all. The witch was completely calm, and it was hard to determine whether her words were true or false. In addition, she changed the topic, saying, I can tell you clearly that Fairy Yuchan truly is a noble girl in the higher realms, and her status is far greater than you can imagine. If it was leaked out, it would shake the world. Shihao's expression remained undisturbed. He didn't say anything. The witch began to laugh, using her spotlessly white hand to prop up Yuchan's chin, and harassed her like a crass woman, saying, Older sis is truly bright and beautiful. Even I can't help but feel charmed when I see you. Then, she turned around to tease and ask Shihao why he didn't have a secret inner room yet. She had an appearance as if she wished to see the whole world in chaos. She truly wished for Fairy Yuchan to suffer misfortune. I am preparing to properly instruct her first. Shihao's skin was still extremely thick. When this question was asked, his face did not blush or swell and had a look as if he had already planned things out. Why don't you just let me help instruct her? Look, not even bringing over tea, this isn't a good fairy. She's too arrogant. The witch didn't leave and talked about all types of matters to carry out a cooperation. She had her speculations on what the higher realms wanted to look for, and also talked about how important the inheritance of the Supreme Palace was, how it had to be obtained. In addition, she talked about how there was a divine object in this realm that could allow one to become a true deity. There was some other inside information that was mentioned as well. 2 days later, when she was discussing with Shihao about various things, the delicate, graceful, and otherworldly Fairy Yuchan was already bringing tea over. This was all through the contributions of the witch, as she possessed way more intimidation. Fairy Yuchan felt a great fear, truly scared of her acting crazily. The witch was rather pleased with herself and said, "This is only the beginning. Later on, help me massage my shoulders." Sure How shot her a look of disdain and said, "Are you a man dressed as a woman? Why are you fighting with me over my maid? Even if she gives a shoulder massage, it should be for me. Aren't I helping you educate her properly?" The witch was all smiles, as if she didn't seem to mind at all. "No need, I'll do it myself. Yuchan, stand behind me and don't go." Sure How muttered in discontent. Fairy Yuchan grinded her teeth in anger, and her pupils sparked with radiance. During these 2 days, even though she appeared sacred and calm, inside, she had long experienced overwhelming emotions. She truly wanted to fight against the witch to the death. If she had a choice, she would rather massage Sure Hao's shoulder than lower her head and compromise with the witch. When she saw the witch, the roots of her teeth even began to itch. Her movements were light and elegant, her jade-like curvy body swaying about beautifully as she arrived behind Sure Hao and opposed the witch. Bluish-green bamboo covered this place. A dense green aura filled this place. The bamboo residence was elegant and radiated a plant fragrance. On a reclining chair made out from strips of bamboo, Sure Hao closed his eyes while lying down. On the stone table next to him, a fragrance was wafting from a teacup that brought about a calming atmosphere. Behind him stood a woman in snow-white clothes, her black hair shining like satin and pure white skin flowing with luster. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were pitch black, sparkling with specks of light. A pair of beautiful arms was currently massaging his shoulders. This was precisely Fairy Yuchan. Her delicate hands were quick and skillful as they continuously pressed downwards. There was a special type of rhythm to her movements that was extremely beautiful. Even though the movements were simple, it was as if they contained the aura of the Tao. Sure Hao was quite relaxed. As the fragrance wafted through the air, it was accompanied with the scent of a young lady that was like orchids. When this smell entered one's senses, it made one feel even more peaceful and carefree. The witch had already entered the palace for several days. She created effects of critical importance, intimidating the heaven-mending sex fairy and leaving her incomparably afraid. Out of fear of her acting randomly, she would rather serve Sure Hao than getting close to that dangerous witch. This was a bamboo garden within the imperial palace. It was a simple and elegant place with several bamboo huts. There were also 2 tables and 5 or 6 wooden blocks. It was useful as a resting place for one to briefly relax their mind. The fragrance of tea was faint and indistinct. Sure Hao half closed his eyes while thinking about the witch's words. Just how much of her words could he believe in? With the great calamity descending and the world changing, he could not trust all of her words. The witch is extremely dangerous. You cannot trust her words at all. She also comes from a great sect and is related to the higher realms, so how can they have descended just out of personal grudges? Yuchan's voice was extremely soft and quiet out of fear of her adversary in the distant palace. She cautiously and timidly spoke to Sure Hao. "Am I supposed to be able to trust you?" Sure Hao's eyes opened, and his delicate and pretty face revealed a smile that made him look brilliant. Even though he was acting free and at ease, he also seemed confident. "If you really are going to work with her, then you are better off believing me." Fairy Yuchan's snow-white clothes covered her long and slender body. Her undulating curves made her entire body appear intelligent and otherworldly, the eyes on her beautiful pupils carrying a peculiar flickering radiance. She closed her snow-white fist and beat down on Sure Hao's shoulders in a manner that wasn't light or heavy. Her sparkling hair possessed a type of luster, and a nice scent was emitted from her breath as she softly said, "She came from the higher realms, and her identity is shockingly high. Half of what she said to you was false. Even though we stood in opposition before, what is true, and what is false. She at least helped me before, and her favor will always be remembered in my heart. Meanwhile, you always stood against me, leading so many people to surround me. As for who I should trust, do I even need to think about it?" Sure Hao laughed. This even more so proves how terrifying the witch is. Her craftiness knows no depths, using what seems to be favor to produce her desired result. She simply wants to use you. Fairy Yuchan leaned down slightly and said in an extremely soft voice. Her sparkling hair swayed gently, falling on Shurehao's cheek, allowing him to smell a rather unique fragrance. Shuhao lay against the bamboo chair in an extremely relaxed manner. He held a strand of shiny and soft hair between his hands and continuously placed it by his nose to smell it. Saying these things is completely useless. At the very least, we were always enemies. Trying to change me to deal with my ally is pointless. Shuhao shook his head. When he saw the extremely beautiful, fair, and charming face, he laughed and said, "Unless, in order to make me believe you, we become a family, then that's possible." Fairy Yuchan was already feeling rather uncomfortable when he played with her hair. Normally, she was detached, elegant, and pure. When had she ever gotten in such close proximity of another man before? Now that such blatant words were spoken, it made her pure white, glowing jade-like face immediately show a flush of redness. She reached out her lily-white hands and pulled back that lock of beautiful hair to move away. Seeing the long and slender fingers quickly and skillfully pull apart his hand, Shuhao felt a strange sensation inside. He lightly grabbed them, pulling on her warm, jade-like soft hand, causing Fairy Yuchan to move from behind the bamboo chair to the front. "What I spoke is the truth. If you walk too close to the witch, you will ultimately lose your life. She is like a poppy flower, pretty and flirtatious, but will ultimately bring about your destruction," Yuchan spoke. Even though her lily-white hand was grabbed by another, making her feel extremely unwell, she still spoke softly. Regardless of whether it was her hair or her body, they both revealed a wave of fragrance that wafted through the air. Shuhao shook his head and didn't say anything. His face carried a smile as he said, "No matter. In fact, we can truly become a family. The village chief already told me to bring back a pretty mother, and I feel like you are passable. At the very least, you are a noble woman from the higher realms." Fairy Yuchan's face became slightly red. When she heard these words, she truly became a bit speechless. Normally, who dared to speak randomly towards her? She had never experienced such a thing before. However, in the end, she still wasn't an ordinary person. She could still calm down, and in a soft voice, she said, "This matter is related to life and death, so you must treat it cautiously. The witch is truly terrifying." She was almost within reach, her fair hand full of suppleness. She truly was an outstanding beauty. Shuhao stood up, and with his eyes half closed, he looked at her before saying, "You don't have to try and drive a wedge between us. Saying all of this is pointless." He reached out his left hand and forcefully pulled Yuchan's small pretty waist over to sit beside him, immediately causing her to cry out in alarm. Fairy Yuchan cultivated a secret technique that made her sacred and unapproachable. Currently, even though her cultivation was sealed, that type of distinct style was still there. For normal people, she still seemed extremely dreamy and otherworldly, a woman that could not be violated and could only be revered. However, Shuhao didn't seem affected at all, only treating her like a woman without showing any respect. "I feel like we can slowly discuss this topic. If what you say is true, we can cooperate after becoming a family," Shuhao teased. He was only doing this to drag the aloof and remote heaven-mending sect fairy down to the mortal world, making her feel uncomfortable. He wanted to make her seem less unapproachable and disturb her state of mind. Fairy Yuchan tried to dodge, but the hand on her delicate snake-like waist was powerful and passionate, firmly stopping her as it carried her back. Her well-developed and perky bottom had long been forced to sit on Shuhao's body. It was difficult for her to escape, making her momentarily embarrassed. Her delicate hands brushed towards Shuhao's eyes. Unfortunately, her cultivation was sealed, and when she took action, even though it was done so in a quick and skillful manner and not contaminated by the mortal world, it didn't possess any power. Shuhao released a smile and directly opened his mouth to hold her fingers inside. "You..." Fairy Yuchan was in quite an embarrassed state. She tried to pull her fingers back, but she wasn't able to do what she wanted. When he made such close contact with her body, the orchid-like fragrance entered Hao's senses. He watched as her jade-like body flowed with radiance. That perfect and beautiful face was right in front of his eyes. Hao's heart was moved, and he couldn't help but draw in his arm. Fairy Yuchan shouted softly. Her small pretty waist was first pulled in by those two arms, and then she was being dragged towards Hao's chest. Hao directly laid back down onto the bamboo chair. The soft and sparkling wonderful body laid down on his. Fine black hair scattered downwards onto his face, tickling his face. Within the pitch-black hair, a pure white, remarkably beautiful face was revealed. Carried fury and was blushing red. She appeared extremely tender and beautiful. Her eyes were dreamy, and bright red lips covered her white jade-like teeth. As if he was suddenly pushed by some unknown force, Hao couldn't help but open his mouth and move forwards, sealing those beautiful and brightly colored lips intimately with his. A hong sound rang out through Fairy Yuchan's mind. This was too sudden. Forget about this intimate movement. Whenever she met another person, there would always be a set distance. However, today, everything she was used to was completely overturned. Woo-woo. As she struggled, she actually felt a dizzy sensation and a feeling of hatred that made her feel furious and humiliated. Her two hands pushed away, but her eel-like waist was still being carried, making her unable to get up. Hao was extremely confused and intoxicated. This was a new type of experience. Their lips and tongue touched each other, and fragrance wafted about. Ayaya, you two are truly easygoing people. It is still bright out, yet you all are playing around together in such an unrestrained manner. What a scandal! In the distance, the witch laughed in an evil manner as she walked over gracefully. She sat on a rattan chair in the distance while carrying an extremely relaxed appearance. Yuchan struggled intensely and finally stood up. Her clothes were all over the place, and she looked like a fairy that had truly fallen into the world of mortals. Her chest was violently moving up and down, and her breathing was unstable. Is this even the Yuchan that I know? The witch teased. She loved seeing her adversary humiliated the most. This type of scene was extremely pleasant in her eyes and caused her to feel delighted. Hao sat up and asked, "Hey, witch, are you jealous?" "No way, you already learned how to hurt the feelings of a young married woman?" The witch was smiling extremely brilliantly. "We were just chatting about life and came to a flash of realization. Disturbing us like this is quite discourteous," Hao said in a serious manner. Yuchan grinded her teeth in anger and sent a few fists over towards Hao from behind the bamboo chair. However, it was completely useless. She didn't have any power, so how could she injure Hao? Unknowingly why, she wanted to get rid of the witch even more, not wishing to show herself before her. She hated being seen at this type of moment the most. It was utterly embarrassing and humiliating. Hee. To discuss life with the heaven-mending sex fairy. You truly are living a great life. The witch spoke while giggling. Of course. However, this is my family's matters. You should not interfere. Hao shot her a look of disdain. Then, he turned towards Fairy Yuchan and said, "You don't need to listen to her. If she speaks like that, can we really act so distant?" Yuchan truly wanted to beat him black and blue. After calming down with difficulty, her spotlessly white and beautiful jade-like appearance gradually restored her collectedness. After fixing her hair, she released a sneer before saying, "Witch, don't think that I don't know about your evil intentions. You are trying to use the little stone. How long has it been? Yet you are already intimately calling him Little Stone. Our fairy that had always stood above the common mortals understands how to show support and protect a lover? This is just too clear. You obviously don't mean it." The witch spoke in a calm and undisturbed manner amidst the chaos. Then, she spoke out again. "The relationship between us is collaborative. Seriously speaking, it might be even more intimate." Then, she spoke words that were utterly shocking. "I am carrying out a young male nurturing project." Pooh! The tea water that Hao was drinking immediately spat out. This woman truly did and said whatever she wanted. She was even more crazy than him. At the very least, he was still trying to influence Yuchan first and then change her. Don't misunderstand. I just feel like his potential is endless and want to slowly raise him up. In the future, when the great calamity ends and it will be harder for those from the higher realms to come down, he can sweep through the heaven-mending sect, Western sect, and the others. The witch spoke calmly, explaining her young male nurturing project. Yuchan shook her head, not believing her at all. The witch sent Xianxia a message and said, "That woman is extremely unordinary. Under normal circumstances, she definitely couldn't be captured. Her true strength is extremely frightening, and at worst, she can also use the realm-shattering divine symbol to flee. I fear that she is harboring evil thoughts and trying to probe into your Kuan-Peng technique, as well as the reason behind why you were able to rise so quickly to power. She is extremely dangerous, and you have to be careful." Xiao's eyes flowed with divine light. After this initial period of contact, he felt as if both women weren't easy to deal with. He couldn't believe any of their words. He smiled and sent a message back, saying, "Nothing to worry about. Having someone to serve upon you is something truly delightful. Isn't that something quite good? This is just like a real-life play. Having a fairy as a wife is truly wonderful." Purple energy came from the east. Lightning interweaved, and the entire central heavenly palace was submerged. The sound of thunder suddenly rang out, causing the people to feel greatly shaken. If not for a divine magical formation protecting this place, no matter how magnificent this enormous palace was, it would still be turned into ashes. Golden symbols flowed everywhere, blocking the thunderstorm and dispelling these attacks. Inside the great hall, Xiao's entire body was scorched black like charcoal. He was studying the Swan and I precious technique, trying to manipulate the lightning that was known to be one of the highest in attack power. As a result, the electric radiance flew everywhere chaotically. This was a true heavenly ranked archaic vicious beast's most powerful precious technique, as well as Stone Country's country guarding divine ability. Its power was endless, far greater than all of the descendant techniques he received before. He was always studying it these days, and had already made shocking progress. However, in order to thoroughly comprehend it to the point of perfection, he still needed more time and experience. The inside of the heavenly palace was the most suitable place for cultivation. Not only was there plenty of vital energy, there were also divine formations protecting this place. He didn't have to worry about destroying this place no matter what type of tests he carried out. High-pa noises sounded. The bones all over Xiao's entire body released sounds, and a layer of skin was shed. The scorched blackness retreated. When one reached his level of power, these types of injuries could be quickly recovered from. In addition, there was a spiritual pond in the heavenly palace, and inside spring water flowed about. This liquid was extremely beneficial to the body. Xiao used the spiritual spring to cleanse himself, and then he switched into a clean set of clothes. He then entered a state of meditation again to carefully analyze the lightning Tao divine ability. The lightning of spring will come, and I will need to enter the clouds to carefully study the natural lightning Tao of this world. Only then can I quickly comprehend the Swan and I precious technique. Xiao said to himself. In addition, he also wanted to take advantage of a great opportunity. Not only did lightning possess destructive force, it also contained a thriving vitality. There was lightning tribulation liquid inside that was absolutely invaluable. In the past, when he studied in the heaven-mending pavilion, a single drop of lightning tribulation liquid was known as a great treasure. There would be a swamp of this lightning liquid each time in the lightning, and if he could obtain it, then he could use it to baptize his body and further advance his path in the Tao. It would provide endless benefits. However, those types of things were extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Even those with high levels of cultivation might not obtain any, because at that time the power of lightning could erupt at any time. When he finished cultivating, Yuchan stepped in, her white clothes untainted by a speck of filth. She looked intelligent and otherworldly, as if she was a figure that walked out from a picture scroll. She held a jade plate with fragrant leaves atop it. If those outside knew that the heaven-mending sex fairy was serving a man like this, they would definitely go mad. How could something like this happen? It was just too dreamlike. The witch already left for several days. She felt like there were going to be great world-shaking changes that were about to take place, so she was going to make preparations. Fairy Yuchan brought over a snow-white towel for sure how to wipe his face with. She was extremely obedient, truly like a competent maid as she stood by his side. Of course, inside, she was still arrogant and wouldn't surrender herself. Right now, she was only doing this for this powerful youth due to the circumstances. There wasn't much she could do to resist his demands. No one had ever dared to treat her so rudely before, yet right now the situation was truly rough. As a captive, if she fought back intensely, she might suffer even more. After drinking a cup of fragrant tea, Shurhao lowered the jade cup and turned around to look at the unmatched beauty beside him. With a smile, he said, "Are you staying at my side to obtain the Kuan Peng technique?" The otherworldly immortal-like Yuchan's beautiful eyes blinked. She opened her brightly colored red lips to say something, but then she suddenly released a scream. Pa! It was because on her full and ample bottom, a hateful hand had slapped down, and it even stopped there. This type of harassment made her furious and her face completely red. If the outside world saw this expression, they would definitely be stupefied. Such a thing had never happened before. Fairy Yuchan's hands tried to move away the hand that stopped on her bottom. This was just too ridiculous. At the same time, she felt a painful heat below her body. She was both in pain and numb from the slap. This type of feeling was truly terrible, yet it was happening to the fairy's body. Shurhao did not withdraw his hand and continued to hold it on top. At the same time, his eyes lit up, releasing two terrifying streaks of divine radiance that entered between Yuchan's eyebrows. He did that purposely to agitate the heaven-mending fairy and divert her attention. Then, he would use the opportunity to search through her sea of consciousness and pry into her mind. Fairy Yuchan's body couldn't move. After suffering this hidden attack, her mind immediately became absent-minded. His plan was actually successful. Her divine will was powerful and couldn't be completely confined. If he truly invaded into her sea of consciousness, then he would inevitably encounter her full-force struggle. However, this time Shurhao was able to break through. Without a doubt, the heaven-mending sect fairy's sea of consciousness was a forbidden area. There were astonishing secrets here. Apart from her origins, there was the heaven-mending technique, true dragon precious technique, and many other secrets. If any of these secrets were exposed to the world, it would cause a great disturbance. Success! Shurhao was shocked to find that he was actually successful. Suddenly, his expression changed. He encountered an enormous pair of golden gates before him that were tightly closed and difficult to open. This should be the true root location. The area he broke into earlier wasn't of much value. This was the most holy area, Fairy Yuchan's holy forbidden area. How could these enormous golden gates possess divine aura? Shurhao was extremely shocked. What was going on? There was a tremendous force protecting this place that made him become more vigilant. Shurhao proceeded and pushed against those golden gates. As expected, they were tightly shut and impregnable. All of the secrets were protected. "Open for me!" Shurhao exerted force, and the small figure formed out of his divine senses utilized the Kuan Peng technique to forcefully open these doors. Hong Long. Finally, the golden doors began to sway, and a gap was actually opened by him. At the same time, there was a sacred golden energy that surged outwards that was incredibly vast and powerful. He felt that something was wrong. This was the other party's sea of consciousness, and Yuchan was fighting on home ground, possessing superiority here. If he barged in, there might be danger. It was because right now this was no longer a surprise attack. The other party definitely made some preparations. This power, Shurhao was shocked. Right now, the willpower he felt was extremely powerful. There were hints of divine aura, and they flowed with sparkling radiance. He had a feeling that Fairy Yuchan was definitely an incredible noble girl from the higher realms. Her status was terrifyingly high. There might have been power left by another to protect her primordial spirit in her sea of consciousness. Something isn't right. This is also like the power she produced herself. Exactly what kind of opportunity has she obtained? Why is there the aura of a deity? Soon after, Hao's expression changed. He pushed against the golden gates again, widening the crack, and looked inside. In the depths of the sacred sea of consciousness, there was an endless golden sea. A tremendous immortal palace was suspended within, and there was a girl sitting with her legs crossed inside, as if she was asleep. Her golden body was holy and perfect, just like a deity. Even though this figure was rather hazy, she looked incomparably holy. Her figure was tall and slender, perfect to the point of making others cry out in astonishment. Something isn't right. Hao's mind trembled. He backed up a bit and allowed the golden doors to shut. He did not try to forcefully enter. Multicolored light flickered. Hao withdrew and returned to his original body. Yuchan remained momentarily absent-minded, but she was awake again as well. She couldn't help but cry out in fear, because the hand that was on her bottom was still there. Hao slapped on top, and only then did he withdraw. He looked at her again and again. She really wasn't simple after all. If he didn't carefully observe her, he truly might have overlooked this. However, he wasn't scared. This was still pointless. A beautiful woman at one's side was a truly wonderful thing, and it would cultivate one's tastes. It wasn't something bad. Fairy Yuchan didn't say anything and withdrew. Her sparkling jade-like expression continuously changed. She truly wanted to step on Hao's feet, but right now, she couldn't do that. Yuchan, the time between us is pressing. When can we enter the bridal room? Hao lazily asked. He felt that no matter what type of secrets the other side had, he could deal with them in an unhurried manner. The false play might come true if she wasn't careful, and the fairy would be brought back to Stone Village. At that time, she will definitely draw gasps of surprise. There is a supreme goddess in her sea of consciousness. How strange. What are you muttering? Yuchan asked. Nothing much. I'll just take a fairy as my wife and let the goddess cry. Come, fairy, give me a hug. Hao laughed and said, opening his arms before walking forward to embrace her. I am going to make tea. This time, Fairy Yuchan was incomparably agile as she bent down to escape. Then, she moved her long and slender jade-like legs to quickly flee out from the heavenly palace. Ha ha! Hao laughed loudly in a carefree manner. Making fun of a sex fairy was actually so interesting. Kacha! Suddenly, an explosion erupted between heaven and earth. A thick streak of lightning tore through the air, ripping apart the heavens. The lightning of spring has come. I should go and cultivate the Swan and I precious technique to perfect it. However, won't this delay my wedding night? Hao sighed. However, soon after, he noticed that something wasn't right. The lightning was too great, and it was still lengthening. It seemed to have filled the entire world. Could it be that the three sex cultivators came to attack again? He already waited for many days, yet he didn't see any signs of activity from the other party. This didn't seem quite like it either. Right at this moment, the little pagoda that went out to investigate in the wasteland region returned, emerging from a passageway that flowed with both yin and yang energies into the heavenly palace. Something great is descending, the little pagoda said. The characters from above are finally coming down? Hao was astonished. Correct. I already sensed the incoming disaster. A taboo existence that has exerted its terror throughout the ages is about to fall. The little pagoda was extremely serious. This was as nine-colored streak of lightning. Its aura was terrifying, and it possessed the energy of primal chaos. It covered the heavens, forming a scene that was so vast it was intimidating. The entire heavenly sky seemed to have shattered. This streak of lightning came quickly but also departed quickly. However, the pressure it brought about did not fade away. It was clearly that someone had broken through the wall between realms and was currently descending from another realm with difficulty. This existence was going to appear in the wasteland region. What do we do? Should we ask the willow deity for help? During a crucial point, you guys can work together. Hao asked. We are just watching a play. The little pagoda's words were overcast. It knew how serious the situation was. If one tried to pursue the natural laws and seize an opportunity now, they would most likely be throwing their own lives away. Its entire body shone, but it was isolated from this great world, preventing traces of its existence from being leaked into the world. Then, it opened an ancestral altar in the imperial palace and used it to monitor the world. From just this point alone, one could see how heaven-defying the little pagoda was. With just a bit of work over the altar, it could already scour the entire wasteland region to search for the individual who came from the higher realms. First, he used the ancestral altar to observe Fire Nation capital, which had become ruins. Here, a 9-colored streak of lightning surged, shattering the heavens. An enormous foot trampled down with difficulty. Xianxia was extremely shaken. That foot was just too enormous, even larger than the clouds, and covered the heavens. 9-colored lightning could be seen below it, and endless chaotic mist accompanied it. This divine might was matchless. It came for the supreme divine treasury, the little pagoda said in an extremely serious manner. Then the scene changed again. It began to look at another region, and this was precisely the medicine capital. Several hundred li outside the medicine capital, there was a valley where a Tao rhythm rumbled. The world was resonating and chaotic energy surged. An immortal root was shining, and sutras were being chanted. This thing is going to come into being. I don't know what kind of existence it has summoned. This is originally the first divine root in the higher realms. The little pagoda became even more serious. Hong! As soon as it finished speaking, the heavens shattered like glass. A large purple hand covered the skies, and primal chaos surrounded it as it reached downwards. The great calamity descended again. No one expected it to come so suddenly. The second great change was taking place. Based on what the little pagoda said, coming down from the higher realms was extremely difficult. This was a restriction set by this world's natural laws, as well a limitation placed by the great inheritances of the higher realms. If one tried to forcefully descend, one could easily die. Under these ruthless and severe Great Tao regulations, it was a bit better for those with relatively lower cultivations, but for those that were more profound, the effects of these regulations were tremendous. As for a taboo existence or the most powerful deities, this effect was even greater. This was for the sake of protecting the lower realms creatures. When strength surpassed a certain point, once they left this realm, returning wouldn't be easy. Only by paying one's price in blood and vitality could one have a chance of success. As such, not even a forbidden existence would easily descend into the lower realm. The amount of power they would have to resist was unimaginable, so they could only wait from the ancient times until now when the laws were weakened and the Great Tao's trajectory was displaced in order to grab this opportunity and achieve their goal. Kacha, the screen of the altar, released an ear-splitting sound. It then became blurry before directly shattering. What powerful energy! Xianxia sighed in admiration. The distance between themselves and the Fire Nation was extremely distant, to the point where an ordinary person could not cross it even if they used their entire life to try and walk there. However, a wave of power like this was actually transmitted through the ancestral altar. This is a widespread attack done to destroy all scouting systems. This existence does not want anyone to see its true body, said the little pagoda. It rearranged everything, and the ancestral altar regained its simple and peaceful appearance. On top of the surface emerged a transparent puddle, and it turned into a mirror that once again projected the current scene. 9-colored lightning shone brightly. The heavens split apart as the sole of an enormous foot almost reached the ground, causing mountains and rivers to collapse. A large area was destroyed in an instant. Xianxia was overwhelmed with shock as he watched through the ancestral altar. Even though there was such a tremendous distance separating this scene and himself, he could still feel the boundless and supreme dignity, as well as its destructive force. This type of divine might was too great. It was almost as if the wasteland region could not support it. The ground began to split apart, and the cracks began to widen. The canyons and abyss that formed continuously stretched into the distance. The magma underneath the earth surged. It was as if the end of the world was descending. That power could not be stopped. It engulfed all directions, and endless primitive mountains ranges turned to ruin. A taboo existence has descended into the lower realm. That type of power is incomparable, and nothing could resist it. Only when its true body completely descends can everything be stabilized again, said the little pagoda. Shurhao revealed a shocked expression and said, "Your tone seems rather downcast, as if it contains endless sorrow." Hong! Heaven fell and earth cracked apart. This was a silver-colored creature that was incomparably huge. The heavens collapsed, and it truly descended. Its body shone with resplendent light, illuminating the land and the heavens. However, it was still impossible to make out its true appearance. It was just too bright and resplendent. This type of aura surged and roiled like a tsunami or a river of stars as it battered through the wasteland region. It was a human-shaped creature. Apart from this, it was hard to make out anything else, so it was impossible to discern its appearance. The silver robe on its body was like metal. It was bright and dazzling as it illuminated the clear skies. Too powerful. Shurhao had never met this type of existence before. Perhaps only the willow deity or the little pagoda could match it in force. Otherwise, this world simply didn't have this type of power. Shurhao revealed a worried look. If this individual decided not to leave for a while, what would happen? The little pagoda said, "Even though the taboo existence came down, the amount of time he spends in this world won't be too long, or else there will be a huge problem. If he insists on staying here for a long time, then he will have to first cut down his own foundation and start over from the beginning." When Shurhao heard this, he was inwardly moved. He thought of the willow deity, and then he looked at the little pagoda. He also recalled the chaotic divine disk he saw in the void god realm. They were all somewhat lacking. In this world, opportunities only come a few times. As endless amounts of time pass, they will at most only be able to descend 3 or 4 times. After that, they will have to wait again. Another supreme existence has descended. Shurhao's eyes were bright and shining. He deeply felt how terrifying the sect masters of the higher realms were. This wasn't like the master of a rich and powerful lower realm family, and instead a truly high existence of a Tao Creed's highest existence. This was an individual that had truly lived through endless years and was known to be a taboo existence. Lightning hacked about and the vast sky was shattered. A golden figure emerged that reached high into the clouds. It towered in the boundless world, as if it had existed forever. He wore a long golden robe. On his head was a crown, and when his eyes opened and closed, it was as if 2 great suns were blinking in and out of existence. A terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. Unfortunately, due to the mist curling about, his true appearance couldn't be clearly seen. Shurhao couldn't help but release a sigh. This individual seemed just like the king of deities that established heaven and earth. While surrounded in primal chaos, it was too difficult to appraise its depth. Sure enough, this fellow is still alive. He also came down. The little pagoda said softly. In that area, a mountain torrent erupted, magma surged, and the great earth began to collapse. The scene was utterly shocking, as if the life of this world had reached its end. Under this scene of annihilation, Fire Nation capital turned into ruins and was on the verge of collapse. However, it unexpectedly didn't disappear. Waves of haze began to rise, making it appear rather indistinct. Finally, the great figure from the higher realms stabilized the divine force and steadied this world. The mountain torrents, magma, and various others were stopped, and then he began to shrink in size, appearing in front of the ruins. However, that type of aura that could suffocate the 9 heavens was still present. It was like the highest deity that intimidated both the heavens above and the earth below for all of eternity. Woo, these 2 fellows have lived for an endless amount of time. It's been long enough, and it seems like even old lives will come to an end. They hurried over as soon as possible to search for the legendary opportunity. It seems like they found the proper place during the search last time, the little pagoda said. With a flash, the bodies of 2 figures disappeared into the ruins. Suddenly, a silver stream poured down in torrents. The large expanse of whiteness illuminated the 9 heavens and also cascaded into the ruins. This was a creature without a corporeal body. It was just a streak of light, yet it was extremely terrifying. Hong! Suddenly, in those ruins, an enormous claw reached out, smashing apart the great earth. It was vast and boundless, and several hundreds of thousands li of land around it caved inwards. A tortoise! Xianxia saw clearly that it was an absolutely enormous turtle. With a single strike, the boundless world began to collapse. The only thing to be glad about was that there were natural laws that did not allow these extreme levels of power to appear in this realm. It disintegrated those fluctuations and restrained the boundless divine might. Could it be that the supreme divine treasury on the tortoise's back is truly a treasury? Xianxia was astonished. Even though he was tempted, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch this play. That was the world's greatest giant's resistance. It didn't matter how many creatures went up. It would all be useless. With a snap of a finger from existences on that level, endless creatures would turn into ashes. It's fake. A sound rang out. When Xianxia turned around, he discovered that the willow deity had appeared. It was still mysterious and hazy. Strands of light revolved around it, and on every ring of light sat a deity that prostrated itself in worship. Within the formlessness, there was a boundless and distant great Tao profoundness that affected his senses. There were also waves of sacrificial chants being made that shook the heavens and stars. Xianxia was extremely happy to be able to see the willow deity again. He released a breath of relief. He didn't have to worry about much anymore. Hong! When the willow deity's words just ended, the image on the ancestral altar changed. One could clearly see that in the ruins, sword energy overflowed into the heavens and chaotic energy surged chaotically. Third killing formation. The little pagoda cried out in alarm. Even something as powerful as itself was astonished, feeling a wave of horror. Why is it ranked? While Xianxia was stirred up, his heart was also full of curiosity. Towards this grade of existence, he was extremely interested and wanted to understand them. In the eyes of the willow deity and the little pagoda, they felt that the situation was extremely grim. The killing energy that was being released was world-shaking and related to the higher realms and 8 regions' futures. Meanwhile, in Xianxia's eyes, there was more amazement. It was because of a difference in how high they stood. The willow deity and little pagoda's expressions were grave as they carefully observed everything. The so-called third killing formation is the higher realm's third most powerful great formation since the sky was opened. The little pagoda spoke in a quiet voice. It was called the third, but it didn't necessarily mean that it was weaker than the 2 before it. This was a natural formation for splitting open the heavens and earth, symbols that naturally emerged. The formation diagram was discovered by later generations and not man-made. As such, its power was difficult to imagine. As expected, primal chaos and sword energy gathered in that area. It was definitely not a normal type of killing intent. Together with the power to open the skies, it rushed into the heavens and hacked towards the world beyond. Hazy mists surrounded that area. Pooh! In the ruins below, bloody light splashed outwards and surged violently through the great earth. The willow deity was silent. The little pagoda was glad that it wasn't the one that hopped into this trap and that it was a higher realm taboo existence that fell instead. With a single battle, another taboo existence whose name had existed throughout the ages has fallen. I wonder if these types of existences are about to completely fade away. The little pagoda seemed to take joy after seeing such disaster befall another. Xianxia could only watch what was happening. Even the willow deity was watching this battle, not willing to get involved. What exactly is there in the supreme divine treasury? Xianxia asked. He really wanted to know. The central piece of the true primordial record, answered the willow deity. Ah! Xianxia was greatly shocked. What you studied was the upper piece known as divine guidance. Some of the taboo existences have seen it, and as a result, they are all interested in the middle piece, said the willow deity. Divine guidance. This was the first time Xianxia learned of this. What he possessed was just a portion of a whole. He then inquired about the name of the middle piece. The middle piece is called transcendence, said the willow deity. In addition, it informed Xianxia that it should be preserved inside the Supreme Palace. Outsiders have always wanted to obtain it, but they have always failed to do so. Then what about the lower piece? Xianxia hurriedly asked. No one has ever seen the lower piece. The true primordial record is similar to the third killing formation. They are both things that emerged when the world was created. However, no one has obtained the lower piece, the willow deity said. Sure Hao was speechless. His mind was indescribably shaken. The upper piece, divine guidance, was brought by the willow deity into Stone Village. Otherwise, how could Sure Hao have seen it? He immediately sank into a state of contemplation. He never saw any profound great Tao inside. Yet there was some type of miraculous force contained within. Could it be that he didn't completely comprehend it? Sure Hao frowned. It seemed like he had to go back and carefully study it again. There are no problems with your comprehension of the upper piece. When the opportunity comes, it will eventually be obtained. The words the willow deity spoke were rather mysterious. Suddenly, the world rumbled with noise. In the northern sea, a great halberd rose, bringing with it heaven overflowing killing intent that possessed power that shook both past and present. It tore through the air and rushed towards the great earth. That's eternity, one of the 10 archaic weapons. Sure Hao cried out in alarm, recognizing it immediately. He had seen it before in the northern sea. It had separated into 3 parts, but when it reformed, there was no sign of damage. It seemed to crush down with the power of a world as it suppressed downwards. This great halberd was too terrifying. It had chaotic energy swirling about it that suppressed everything. Its slaughtering power has shocked the world both past and present. The heavens trembled as it entered the ruins. Kunpang, don't tell me that it is still alive. Even the little pagoda cried out in alarm. It was extremely shocked. You have to understand that back then, it had entered the Kunpang nest with Sure Hao and searched through that place's secrets. Sure Hao was similarly astonished. The events that happened today were astonishing. Even the Kunpang's magical artifact appeared. It directly hacked down towards the divine treasury inside the ruins as if it carried a tremendous grudge. With a pu sound, bloody light flickered about, shooting from the earth into the heavens. Silver blood shone resplendently in an especially striking manner. The Kunpang is still alive? When this possibility entered their minds, not only was Sure Hao stupefied, even the little pagoda was speechless. The willow deity's expression became incomparably grave. This was definitely an unrivaled expert who ruled over the world without exception. Even if the giants from the higher realms came down, they would still pay dearly and suffer a great disaster. Something's wrong. It is just a will of regret. That great halberd eternity brought about that divine might on its own, said the little pagoda. With a hong sound, rocks soared into the clouds. The great halberd smashed apart the ruins and rapidly shot out, not staying in place for too long. The blade of the halberd had silver blood sticking to it, producing a ghastly sight. The entire weapon was dyed in silver brilliance and awe. It tore through the air and left, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a silver figure emerged from the ground. It was almost sliced into 2. It wanted to break free, but in the end, the third killing formation displayed its might. Chaotic sword radiance swept outward, and it released a miserable shriek. Its entire body was covered in wounds and was almost hacked to pieces, forcing it to fall back inside again. When the great halberd eternity made its move, this formation was completely revived, becoming even more terrifying. Chaotic energy surged and killing light overflowed into the heavens, causing even the sun, moon, and stars to tremble in response. The Kunpang possesses such great resentment. Could it be that its death back then was related to these individuals? The little pagoda said to itself. Sure Hao was also a bit stupefied. Could it be the Kunpang that did this? That shouldn't be the case. It had already died in the archaic era, and its will couldn't have brought about all of this, right? Right now, it was most likely just a will of regret that had been awakened. A will that was likely to fall apart soon. Sure Hao originally thought that it was the sky-severing sex doing, but now that seemed unlikely. Could it be her? Sure Hao thought of someone, the woman who folded those paper boats. He still remembered how she used her own blood to write those bleak and melancholic words. I am the only one left. Sure how became a bit scared, and all types of complicated thoughts turned in his head. He couldn't make a good guess at all. He knew too little. Hong. The world was boundless, and the ruins collapsed. Primal chaos surged, and this place became a hazy area. It was difficult to see anything clearly. Let's observe another area. The little pagoda controlled the ancestral altar and brought about that valley outside the medicine capital. As soon as the image changed, another blinding light emerged, beautiful and astonishing. The valley was covered in a boundless expanse. There was currently a great battle taking place, and formations were being broken. Ninth killing formation. The little pagoda's heart jumped, feeling a wave of horror. These formations could kill even groups of deities in the higher realms, yet they emerged one after the other in two different places. It was utterly terrifying. However, this killing formation was quite a bit inferior to the third killing formation. Such a bitter struggle. What exactly are they trying to accomplish? Are they trying to offer themselves as sacrifices for that first spiritual root? The little pagoda adjusted the ancestral altar to make the image more clear. A great decisive battle was currently happening there. Primal chaos pervaded the air and symbols were everywhere, as if they were the stars of the universe. Every inch of space was covered in divine symbols and circling with unrivaled might. Xianxia sighed. The 100 or so formations he saw back then had long collapsed, and the valley magnified in size. It had stretched to a range of several hundreds of thousands of li in size. This was a shocking type of method, one that used formations to constrain such a vast amount of land to nurture a spiritual root. Today, these divine formations were broken, and the great earth was restored to its original state. However, there was a unique killing formation at the center that released chaotic energy. It should be the 9th killing formation the little pagoda was talking about. There were several humanoid figures fighting at close quarters. Every strike they released could shatter several 100,000 li of earth, containing enough power to hack down the stars. However, this boundless and immeasurable force was being restrained by the killing formation. One individual fell, dying under the killing formation. However, as a result, it exploded and revealed its original body. It was not of the human race. With a loud bang, a small hole was blasted open in the formation. However, the light and blood that was released from its explosion did not scatter. It quickly flowed in reverse, entering that piece of earth. Then, the spiritual root at the center released light, as if it was absorbing the endless divine force and essence energy. So ruthless. This was a murderous trap that awaited those who came to steal the spiritual root. The intruders would then be killed and used as sacrifice for this first spiritual root, allowing it to restore its former spirituality, said the willow deity with a sigh. A taboo existence actually became the first spiritual root's nourishment. This truly was a bit lamentable. The range is several 100,000 li. It was originally the location of the wasteland region's divinity and could produce a few true deities. Yet in the end, all of the divine essence was absorbed by the first spiritual root, said the little pagoda. It revealed a heavy expression. The individual who could possess the higher realm's first spiritual root and plant it here was without a doubt one who possessed extreme power, a person that was terrifying to a somewhat horrifying level. That person was confident and didn't fear that someone else would take it away, even laying down a killing trap to kill the taboo existences. However, the formation was already broken. The two individuals fighting over the first spiritual root rushed outwards, one before the other. One of them had taken action, plucking the spiritual root from the ground before flying outwards. Dang! A great bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner, shaking heaven and earth. A Tao bell flew over from beyond the heavens and descended. It was ancient and mysterious. Profound mysteries of the great Tao flowed about it endlessly. The sound of the bell shook the wasteland region, as if it could oppose time to resonate with the archaic and ancient times, possessing the strength of these eras. Damn it! It finally appeared again. The little pagoda cursed. Even the willow deity revealed an extremely grave expression. The wave of sound this great bell released rippled outwards. It appeared to be rather soft and gentle, but it affected the stability of space itself as it struck towards those two humanoid creatures. With a hong sound, the valley collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of mountains and rivers turned into ashes. Only a stalk of spiritual root and two giants stood there. Everything else had been destroyed. This bell is so terrifying. Xianxia was horrified. If something didn't happen to me, you think it would be allowed to act like this? The little pagoda was rather discontent. It isn't the Tao bell that is acting fiercely, but rather the one controlling it, said the willow deity. It was clear that the Tao bell's owner was also the original owner of the first spiritual root, and was at this time revealed. This person wanted to kill another one of these giants and use it to nourish the first spiritual root. The two individuals were naturally furious. They displayed their great divine ability to resist the bell's fluctuations and slaughter into the heavens. Oh! Blood splashed out from one of these individuals' shoulders. The sound wave of the bell tore through his defense, almost blasting half his body apart. The Tao bell possessed its user's power as well, so it was currently terrifyingly powerful. Wang. Above the heavens, radiance erupted again. A chaotic disk that was extremely damaged released strand after strand of mist, quickly rushed over to smash into the Tao bell. Did these fellows go crazy? To fight to the death like this, aren't they worried that this realm might collapse? The little pagoda's expression changed. Could it be that the sky was really going to be opened and the world restarted? It is because they are already at the end of their lifespans and extremely anxious. Right now, they need the first spiritual root or the transcendence piece. Otherwise, they will disappear sooner or later, said the willow deity. Following a dang sound, the chaotic disk and great bell faced off in the skies. Heaven and earth were greatly disrupted, and the two individuals below staggered in retreat. Meanwhile, the Tao bell and chaotic disk continuously quaked and flew backwards. Damn, even that fellow came. It was actually controlled by some bastard. The little pagoda continuously cursed. In the sky, a damaged pagoda emerged. It swooped towards the great earth to seize the first spiritual root. An indistinct figure could be seen residing inside the pagoda. Hong! The Tao bell flew back, and the two giants that were fighting over the spiritual root in the beginning also attacked, causing a chaotic battle to erupt over the first spiritual root. This place was extremely hazy. Chaotic energy erupted, turning this place into a land of destruction. The great battle was incomparably intense. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be seized by the owner of the Tao bell. He isn't worried about losing the spiritual root, the willow deity said with a sigh. As expected, the final result was that the spiritual root flew towards the Tao bell on its own, because there was a divine chain around its body. It recognized its owner and returned, dragging the spiritual root towards the heavens. The others were naturally unwilling to accept this and all took action. Oh! At this time, a flower bloomed. Tao rhythm rumbled through the air, separating itself from its source and directly blasting through the air and fleeing beyond the ninth heaven. This outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. His body was forcefully exposed, one hand grabbing the great bell. After locking down that spiritual root, his other hand reached outwards, extending tens of thousands of li towards the horizon. However, this action was fated to encounter hindrance, and it was hard for it to reap any benefits. The others all focused their attacks on him, taking action fiercely. Suddenly, fluctuations emerged in the nine heavens. A woman had already sat there for a while, waiting. Simple and ancient gray clothes covered her body, but she possessed a magnificent style that was unmatched. Her immortal appearance was unequaled. Her eyes shone, establishing a terrifying passage, evolving the chaotic world and modeling heaven and earth. She locked down the fleeing flower and caught it into her hands. Dual-pupiled individual, the ancient undefeated legend. That outstanding female had appeared. Xianxia was stupefied. She was actually so brazen, daring to compete against the giants of the higher realms, stealing food from the mouths of tigers. It was truly unexpected. Xianxia knew that she was powerful, but he didn't think that she could fight against the higher realm giants in such a desperate battle. This was a bit ridiculous and exceeded his predictions. The girl is still too young. She is not mature enough and will most likely fall, said the little pagoda. No! The willow deity shook its head. The dual-pupiled woman's body shone, and her entire being shattered the void, directly disappearing from this world. That area was thrown into a state of disorder. You can't leave, someone shouted loudly. A purple large hand reached out, shattering the void in response to grab the dual-pupil woman. Apart from this, there were people who activated divine abilities to drag the dual-pupil woman back. There were even others that chanted sutras and curses to link up and cross realms, directly appearing at her side. The circumstances were dire, but right at this moment, a brilliant luster sparkled. A small black paper boat fluttered over, crossing through the void. It stopped here, obstructing that large hand and scattering these divine abilities as well as the curses. It's her. It's her. Xianxia released a strange cry. The woman that folded the boats had appeared. It was just a small boat, yet it stopped all of those powerful individuals. There was a type of great power that reigned supreme above all else. Hong! The world erupted, and this entire place became chaotic. Everyone took action, some attacking the Daobell, others pursuing the dual-pupil woman. A great chaotic war broke out. Let's go, we should take action. The willow deity vanished with a flash, disappearing from the imperial palace. The little pagoda grimaced, turning into a streak of light. It pierced through the void and followed. The two traveled together, and with no one to support the ancestral altar, that image immediately vanished, for only a level of existence at that level could operate it. Otherwise, it was difficult for the altar to monitor an area so far away. Xianxia was gnawing his teeth like a beggar, but no matter how worried he was, it was pointless. It was impossible for him to follow them. He couldn't even watch the battle now. How could it be like this? Xianxia felt helpless. He paced back and forth, trying all types of methods. In the end, however, he still could not make that image reappear. He stood on a high platform in the imperial palace and gazed into the distance, hoping to gain some clues from the world's chaos. Ah! There are other great figures. Xianxia's scalp felt numb. He truly did end up sensing something. In the distant skies, there were heaven-moving divine lights that surrounded the boundless stone country territory. He saw an old man with disheveled hair that sped along, his mouth muttering, "Where is it? Where is the thing I am searching for?" His head was covered in gray hair, and his eye sockets were empty, as if he was a walking corpse. He directly flew past the imperial palace. That type of tremendous aura was truly shocking. Great mountains blocked his path, but he crossed them with a single leap. When his sleeves touched the mountain peak, the entire mountain range turned into ruined ashes. What kind of person is this? Xianxia's mind was jumping frantically. Half an hour later, an old woman appeared. In her hands was a deep basket, and she was saying to herself, "You all can fight over divine objects. Meanwhile, I will pick the earth's great medicines." She spoke as she flew along. She reached out her hand and caught a spider before throwing it into the medicine basket. Xianxia was greatly alarmed. That spider was clearly a supreme expert from the demonic spirit lake, one that had escaped the great disaster last time through some unknown methods. However, it was now caught just like that. Xianxia's body became a bit cold. A supreme expert was to be used to as a medicinal ingredient? In addition, the two eccentrics both flew over Stone Country's imperial palace, so they were likely treating this place like a medicine garden. It was just that they didn't discover any mature medicinal plants yet. This cage has been plucked clean. I should head for the other 7 cages. The old woman said to herself before breaking through this realm and leaving.